Chapter 1 I can see the value of things. Ding dong. You have a new takeaway order, please deal with it promptly. At 8 p.m., just after getting off work, Xiaoran, who has not yet had time to change into the clothes of his part-time delivery rider, can't wait to open the order-taking software. Hearing that an order was received as soon as the order-taking software was opened, Xiaoran hastily changed into the rider's clothes and, riding his small electric moped, set off to pick up the order at the restaurant. Xiaoran has been going through days like this in a hurry for a whole 30 days. Xiaoran, who had just graduated from school, was eager to earn money to repay the 20,000 yuan student loan he had borrowed to go to university. He could only take 2 jobs. During the day, he worked at a company called Jiangnan Leather Company, and at night, he worked as a part-time delivery rider. Soon, Xiaoran arrived at the fried chicken restaurant to pick up the meal. Then, Xiaoran rode his small electric donkey and sped down the road. Suddenly, a vehicle with its high beams on came from the opposite direction. It dazzled Xiaoran so much that he couldn't open his eyes. By the time his eyesight returned, it was already too late. Xiaoran's moped slammed into a BMW X1 that had just turned from the intersection. The BMW X1 was dented badly, and Xiaoran fell to the ground. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit, sunglasses, and a big gold chain around his neck got out of the BMW X1. He was also holding a cigarette that was halfway smoked, and it was obvious that he was also smoking while driving and not paying much attention to the road conditions ahead. Damn it, don't you have eyes? The middle-aged man in the suit also had a short temper and punched Xiaoran directly in the eye. Xiaoran didn't expect the middle-aged man to attack. So without any defense, he was hit in the right eye by the middle-aged man's fist. Xiaoran felt only a sharp pain in his eye, and he couldn't open his eye for a while. However, Xiaoran wasn't angry because he was injured by the middle-aged man. He looked at the vehicle in front of him that had been slashed by his little electric moped and was very nervous. Brother, I'm sorry, I drove too fast for a while and didn't see it. Your car is damaged, I'll compensate you. Xiaoran hurriedly apologized to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, who had originally wanted to continue to hit Xiaoran, saw that Xiaoran immediately apologized and did not continue to hit him. The middle-aged man had also just bought his car, and after being hit by Xiaoran, he was inevitably a little impulsive. He moved against Xiaoran, but this is a society ruled by law, and the middle-aged man did not want to beat Xiaoran up and cause him any problems. If that happened, not only would he not get compensation for his car, he would also have to pay for the other person's medical expenses. Compensation? Can you afford it? Don't you look at what kind of car I have? Do you know BMW? You're just a broken-down delivery guy, what can you pay for compensation? The middle-aged man sneered at Xiaoran. Brother, just tell me how much you want. Xiaoran covered his eyes and said that although the middle-aged man's punch was not heavy, he still felt an inexplicable tingling in his eyes. How about this, you give me 5,000 yuan and we'll settle this privately. The middle-aged man looked around and, seeing that no one was watching, directly asked for an exorbitant amount. 5,000 yuan? Xiaoran's face looked a little bad. He was currently working at Jiangnan Leather Company, and he had only just started his internship a month ago. He had just been paid 2,500 yuan in wages. Plus the money he had earned from his part-time night job as a delivery rider this month, and after deducting this month's expenses, there was only just over 3,000 yuan in his bank account. And he hadn't even paid the rent yet. The middle-aged man's car was a BMW, but it was only an entry-level X1, not a luxury car. Moreover, the car was a used car that the middle-aged man bought at a second-hand car market for a total of only 150,000 yuan. With such a degree of damage, the repair would cost at most 2,000 yuan, but the middle-aged man directly asked for 5,000. If there was someone who knew about cars nearby, it would definitely stop the middle-aged man's claim. However, Xiaoran, who had just graduated from university not long ago and had grown up in a family with modest means, knew nothing about cars. He only knew that BMWs were very expensive cars. Brother, I only have 3,000 yuan in my account. Can you please be flexible? Xiaoran said to the middle-aged man. 3,000 it is. You're embarrassing me. The middle-aged man quickly took out his phone and opened the WeChat QR code, a little afraid of being found out for taking advantage of a young man. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate for a second. Although Xiaoran was suffering from not having the money to pay the rent, he still scanned the remaining 3,000 yuan he had to the middle-aged man. As for the landlord, he could only try to negotiate to see if he could be given more time to pay the rent until next month. Xiao Ran sighed inwardly and already began to think about how to talk to the landlord. After receiving the money, the middle-aged man quickly drove away in his BMW X1, feeling satisfied. Xiao Ran had no choice but to help the little electric moped up and continue delivering food. Now that he had lost all the money he had saved up for a month, not only would he have to eat dirt this month, he would also have to work even harder. It's strange, my right eye still hurts. Xiao Ran tried to open his right eye. But every time he tried to open it, a sharp pain would shoot through his head. It wasn't until a while later that Xiao Ran managed to open his right eye. But after Xiao Ran opened his right eye, he unexpectedly discovered that a number appeared above everything he saw. Xiao Ran rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No matter how hard Xiao Ran rubbed his eyes, the numbers still clearly appeared above the objects. Every vehicle driving down the street, every building on the street, a series of numbers appeared on them. A 5-year-old Wuling Hongguang van is worth 20,000 yuan. Xiao Ran looked at a Wuling Hongguang van driving past him, a little incredulous. He looked up at the 10-story building in front of him, and looked down at his little electric moped. The 20-year-old hygiene building is worth 12 million. The 2-year-old Yamaha electric bicycle is worth 1,000 yuan. Are these the values of these things? Xiao Ran patted himself hard on the cheek, convinced that he wasn't dreaming. No, my Yamaha electric bicycle was a used car that I bought from a classmate for 1,500 yuan when I graduated from university. A brand new one would cost at least 2,500 yuan. Could it be that these numbers are not the listed prices of the items, but their current values? Xiao Ran suddenly realized that the 1,500 yuan he spent on the Domaraha had depreciated to 1,200 yuan after a month. Moreover, all the items had prefixes in front of them, and the status of all the items was clearly displayed. Xiao Ran looked up again and looked into the distance, but the BMW X1 of the middle-aged man, which was still in sight, was driving away. The BMW X1, which was 5 years old and had been in an accident, was worth 90,000 yuan. It turned out that he had been cheated. Xiao Ran's face looked very bad, but the middle-aged man had already driven the BMW X1 far away and he could not catch up. And even if he caught up, he guessed that the middle-aged man would not return the compensation to him. However, it was also a blessing in disguise. Although he had been cheated of 3,000 yuan, he had gained the ability to see through the value of things. It's just that the middle-aged man who thought he had gotten a bargain would not know what to think if he knew that the second-hand BMW X1 he bought for 150,000 yuan was an accident car. Xiao Ran was very satisfied and soon many novel ideas came to his mind. Chapter 2, Straight to the Lottery Station. Having just obtained such a superpower, Xiao Ran had forgotten about the takeaway order he had just received. It can't be said that he had forgotten, but in the face of this superpower, what's the point of delivering takeaways? At this time, Xiao Ran received a voice message from the customer on the app. Are you doing the delivery yourself? You useless idiot, hurry up and deliver the food to me. A Lingnan accent came from the other side. Xiao Ran quickly opened the app that took orders for takeaways. He sent a voice message directly to the customer. I'm not delivering this order, I'll make it up to you twice. After saying that, Xiao Ran looked at the takeaway in the box. Frozen fried chicken wings that had been frozen for 15 years, worth 4 yuan. There are even chicken wings that have been frozen for 15 years. Yuck! No dog would eat this stuff. If those customers who ordered takeout knew about the ingredients, I wonder how they would feel. Xiao Ran, who had gained supernormal abilities, looked at the takeout box behind him and saw the chicken wings that no ordinary person could tell had been frozen for 10 years. A chill ran down his spine. He had never imagined that the owner of that fried chicken restaurant was so unscrupulous. In order to make money, he had no idea where he had bought these frozen chicken wings, which were past their sell-by date. Never again would he eat takeout. Xiao Ran thought about the many takeaways he had ordered in the past and vowed never to order takeaways again. Although he had used his superpower to see the value of the bucket of fried wings, he still looked at the price on the receipt. 50 yuan? Xiao Ran had never imagined that the takeaway could be so profitable. The unscrupulous boss had spent 4 yuan on the expired chicken wings. After processing and reselling them, he had made a net profit of 46 yuan. Xiao Ran quickly transferred 100 yuan to the customer. After the transaction, Xiao Ran felt very relieved. He had worked for so long, delivering takeaways for so long. He had been difficultly by customers so many times. Xiao Ran just felt that he had finally made it, and that he finally didn't have to hold back anymore. Xiao Ran threw the takeaway into the nearby trash can. He rode his small electric bicycle straight to the lottery station. Yes, Xiao Ran didn't go to the street-side lottery shop, but went directly to the local lottery station. When he arrived at the lottery station, although it was already past 8 p.m., there were still many customers buying lottery tickets and waiting for their tickets to be drawn. "Hello, do you have any scratch and win tickets?" Xiao Ran asked the young lady at the counter. "Scratch and win tickets? Scratch and win?" "Yes. They cost 5 yuan each, and the maximum prize is 200,000 yuan. The young lady at the counter, who was in charge of selling lottery tickets, was very pretty. When she saw Xiao Ran come to buy a lottery ticket, she introduced it to Xiao Ran very patiently. She had seen many young people like him come to try their luck, but they were all customers, and in a service industry like theirs, it was important to provide good service. "Here you go, take a look and choose which one you want." Soon the receptionist took all the scratch cards out of the counter. One scratch card is worth 0.1 yuan. One scratch card is worth 10 yuan. One scratch card is worth 5 yuan. Xiao Ran looked at the numbers that appeared on the scratch cards in front of him and couldn't help but feel excited. "Sure enough, my superpower is also useful for lottery tickets," Xiao Ran thought to himself. Then he looked at the unclaimed lottery ticket for the double-color lottery that a fat old man had bought. 10 randomly selected double-color lottery tickets, worth 0.1 yuan. Xiao Ran looked at the double-color lottery tickets in other people's hands again, and they all showed 0.1 yuan. "It seems that my ability is only effective for the current price of an item. Since the lottery has not yet been drawn, the displayed price is the printing cost of the lottery ticket." Xiao Ran felt a bit of regret. Otherwise, if he had just bought a lottery ticket for the jackpot, he would have become rich. Sir, do you still want to buy a scratch card?" The young lady at the front desk, who was selling tickets, looked at Xiao Ran in a daze and quickly reminded him. Xiao Ran was reminded by this and realized that he had come to buy scratch cards. Even if he couldn't buy the lottery, scratch tickets were good. Although the prizes weren't very big, he could still make some money. Suddenly Xiao Ran's body trembled. He saw that among the pile of scratch tickets, the numbers on one scratch ticket were very dazzling. One scratch ticket was worth 200,000 yuan. Xiao Ran was attracted by this long series of numbers. However, Xiao Ran didn't want to directly choose that scratch ticket, for fear of being seen as unusual. "Give me these two first." Xiao Ran paid 10 yuan and randomly chose 2 scratch tickets worth 0.1 yuan. When he scratched them, the words "thank you for your patronage" really appeared before his eyes. But this was within Xiao Ran's expectations. He didn't want to win the 200,000 yuan jackpot right after buying them, as that would attract too much attention. After scratching the 2 "thank you for your patronage" tickets, Xiao Ran deliberately bought 2 scratch tickets worth 0.1 yuan. The result is predictable. Xiao Ran also deliberately showed an unwilling look. "It feels about right." Xiao Ran went straight to the point and pointed to the scratch ticket worth 200,000 yuan in the scratch ticket and said, "I'll buy one more, I want that one." Alas, at such a young age, he is another gambler. While others buy one for fun, this young man actually took it seriously. The ticket sales lady sighed inwardly. "Young man, buying lottery tickets is not a substitute for food. Just buy 2 for fun. Working hard is the most important thing." A gentleman next to him who had also come to buy lottery tickets also advised. But Xiao Ran still insisted on scanning the QR code and paying 5 yuan. The young saleswoman still handed Xiao Ran the scratch card. Xiao Ran took the lottery ticket worth 200,000 yuan. With trembling hands, he scratched the scratch card violently. He saw the 3 big words "grand prize" appear. What? It's the grand prize? The young lady at the ticket counter blinked her big beautiful eyes and saw the words "grand prize" on the scratch card. Even some of the customers buying lottery tickets next to her were attracted by the young lady's voice. "Oh my God, it's the grand prize." The people around looked at Xiao Ran, who had won the grand prize, and cast envious glances at him. Soon, they gathered around him. "The grand prize, that's 200,000 yuan in prize money." After winning the 200,000 prize, Xiao Ran didn't let go of the other lottery tickets. To the stunned looks of everyone, Xiao Ran bought 1 scratch card worth 50,000 yuan, 7 scratch cards worth 10,000 yuan, and 21 scratch cards worth 2,000 yuan. He scratched off the prizes on the spot. 1 first prize, 200,000 yuan. 1 first prize, 50,000 yuan. 7 second prizes, with a prize of 70,000 yuan. 21 third prizes, with a prize of 42,000 yuan. The total prize money is 362,000 yuan. Xiaoran scratched off all the prizes in the ticket sales ladies and the people around them shock. This luck is too outrageous. The people around them exclaimed in surprise. Xiaoran didn't scratch anymore, firstly because all the scratch tickets with prizes above third prize had already been scratched off by himself. Second, if he continued scratching, the amount would be too large and would definitely cause jealousy in others, because this was not a lottery prize and he could wear a mask or something. The lottery for this scratch card was drawn in his presence, and Xiaoran was afraid that the amount would make some of the onlookers have evil intentions. When he decided not to continue scratching, Xiaoran gave the winning scratch card to the little ticket sales lady. After the little ticket sales lady entered all the information into the computer, soon all the winnings were transferred to Xiaoran's bank card. Your savings card with the last digit 4250 has been credited with 362,000 yuan at 2112 on August 13th, and the current balance is 362,005 yuan. After logging into mobile banking to check his text message alerts and bank card balance, Xiaoran left the lottery station satisfied. Chapter 3, Check Out. I'm not renting. The house Xiaoran rented was cheaper, but it was farther away from the city center. Although Xiaoqing City, where Xiaoran was only a second-tier city in China. It had an urban area of more than 1,500 square kilometers. What's more, Xiaoqing City was an island city. It was divided into the inner and outer islands, with the most prosperous city center located on the inner island. The house Xiaoran rented was on the outer island. There was also a 7-kilometer-long sea bridge in between. Xiaoran rode his electric bicycle until after 10 o'clock at night before returning to his accommodation. Xiaoran rented a self-built building in the urban village outside the island. The entire urban village was full of 10-story high rises. The population density here was exceptionally dense. There was no daylight during the day, and litter could be seen thrown everywhere in the streets. Next to the narrow streets were hair salons full of beautiful lights, and night stalls with oily smoke. Handsome guy, would you like a massage? Handsome guy, I have a great deal here. Handsome guy, would you like to stay the night? Xiaoran has to pass through this small street full of hair salons every time she goes home. She hears the offers from the various attractively dressed women around her. At first, when she rented a room here, Xiaoran would blush every time she passed by. But after living here for a month, she has long since got used to it. At the moment, Xiaoran's eyes were not looking at the figures or appearances of these women, but at the series of numbers floating above their heads. Lu Xiaoyan, value 100,000 yuan. Wang Honghua, value 150,000 yuan. Lili, value 3,000 yuan. These women are also pitiful people. Xiaoran sighed as he looked at this group of well-dressed women soliciting customers. They are all in debt. If it weren't for the pressure of life, who would want to do this kind of illegal business? Xiaoran shook his head and ignored them, walking straight ahead. Soon, Xiaoran arrived at the self-built building he rented. Xiaoran rented a studio on the top floor of the 10th floor. The rent for the top floor of this building is the cheapest, taking the studio Xiaoran rented as an example. It is 10 square meters in size and only costs 1,500 yuan a month to rent, which is much cheaper than the same size room downstairs that rents for 2,000 yuan a month. Because the top floor is not shaded in any way, the sun's rays are very strong in this coastal city in the south. Xiaoran lives on the top floor, and even if he turns the air conditioning to the lowest temperature, it is not very effective. Every night when he goes to sleep, Xiaoran is soaked in sweat and wakes up several times during the night. But the key to the cheap rent is not just because it is on the top floor. More importantly, there is no elevator in this building, and Xiaoran needs to climb 10 floors every day to get back to his place. At the moment, Xiaoran is climbing the stairs with difficulty. The soundproofing in this building is not good. Strange noises often come from the door of each floor. Faster. Faster. Oops, why are you so useless? Bitch, don't nag. If you nag again, I'll show you tonight. Then came the heavy breathing of a man and woman and the creaking sound of the bed as it shook. Xiaoran climbed to the 7th floor while listening to these strange gasps. At this moment, Xiaoran was already sweating profusely. Damn it, in the future, I will never live in this shitty place again. Xiaoran thought about the more than 300,000 yuan he had earned tonight with his supernatural powers, and cursed inwardly. At this moment, a sweaty fat man wearing a big vest and flower shorts, with flip-flops on his feet, was already sitting in front of Xiao Ran's door waiting. That person was Xiao Ran's landlord. "Finally, I've waited for you, kid. You've been late paying rent for several days this month. Pay this month's rent quickly, or I'll make you leave, believe it or not." As soon as the fat man saw Xiao Ran climb up the stairwell, he started yelling at him. This fat landlord doesn't mince words with young people like Xiao Ran who come from small towns to work in the big city. In a big city like Xiaocheng, if you don't work hard, you won't be able to feed yourself. Countless young people come to Xiaocheng from small towns with dreams, while many others choose to go back to their hometowns after hitting a wall and take over the jobs and businesses arranged by their parents. Only young people like Xiao Ran, who come from families with no money and no connections, and who are unable to find a job in a small place, are willing to work hard for decades in a big city like Xiamen, only to return to a small city with nothing in the end. Xiao Ran comes from a second-rate university in the interior of the country. It is difficult for undergraduates from non-key universities like Xiao Ran to get a chance to work in a big company in a big city. It is difficult for them to get a chance to work in a big company in a big city, so most of them choose to go back to their hometown and take up the job arranged by their parents. Not many people like Xiao Ran come to Xiamen. "Rent? You figure out how much it is for the extra days," Xiao Ran said indifferently. The landlord was obviously taken aback by Xiao Ran's words, and then he started to count on his fingers. "You rented for a full month, plus the 3 extra days, and including the utilities, it's 2,000 yuan. Said the fat landlord. Xiao Ran then took out a handful of 100 yuan bills from his pocket, which he had withdrawn from the ATM before returning, and flung them angrily at the fat landlord's face. "Here's 3,000 yuan, I'm not renting anymore." Xiao Ran was also fed up with the fat landlord's temper. He knew that the landlord was really mean, and once the fat landlord secretly changed the water and electricity meters, which Xiao Ran caught him doing. Not only was the landlord not ashamed, he also yelled at Xiao Ran, and then deliberately turned down the water pressure and voltage for Xiao Ran, threatening him not to tell anyone or he would not be allowed to continue renting the place. Xiao Ran's sweat-soaked nights were also thanks to the landlord deliberately turning down the voltage. Before, Xiao Ran was afraid to offend the landlord, because if he was evicted, it would be difficult to find a place like this one for only 1,500 yuan a month. The fat landlord was obviously taken aback. He didn't expect a migrant worker from such a small place to dare to contradict him to his face. He was about to lose his temper, but the landlord looked at the $300 bills that had smashed into his face. He picked them up from the ground and counted them. It was indeed 3,000 yuan. Seeing the extra 1,000 yuan, the fat landlord immediately smiled at Xiao Ran. "Brother Xiao, you're not renting, right? Then I can tell you that the 1,000 yuan deposit you left with me cannot be returned." "Whatever." Xiao Ran spoke indifferently, thinking to himself that even if he had money right now, it was only a 1,000 yuan deposit. "Very well, you're moving tomorrow, right? Then I won't disturb you while you rest." The fat landlord laughed as he walked downstairs, rubbing his hands on his butt, which had gone numb from sitting on the floor. "With an extra 1,000 yuan, I'll have some private money now. My wife can't know about this. Xiao Hong, wait for me." Until the fat man had gone downstairs, the stairwell still echoed with the fat landlord's lewd laughter. Chapter 4, Checking into the Sailing Hotel. After the fat landlord left, Xiao Ran went back to his room and packed his things. He didn't bother to move anything that was unimportant, and just left it in the rental house. He only packed the things that were important or useful to him. Soon, Xiao Ran finished packing, and everything he wanted to take with him just fit in a single suitcase. As for the large items such as pillows and quilts, Xiao Ran had no intention of moving them. Xiao Ran then went to the balcony. One good thing about this 10th floor studio was that it had a small balcony. Although the balcony was not large, there was still enough space for Xiao Ran to stand. Xiao Ran stood on the balcony and looked into the distance. The urban village where he was located was bustling and noisy. Looking further away, the towering high-end office buildings formed a stark contrast with the dilapidated urban village where he was. "I, Xiao Ran, am going to make it big." Xiao Ran thought about his superpower and the 300,000 odd prize he had won just by buying a scratch card for one day. He couldn't help but shout out to the distance. It was just like those heroines in the movie The Greed of Man in Donghai New Town, Donghai City. Except that they were in the CBD, and no one could hear them even if they shouted as loud as they wanted. But it was different for Xiao Ran here. As soon as Xiao Ran shouted, the people in the urban village became restless. It was the middle of the night, why were they screaming? "What's wrong with you? Xiao Ran even heard the sounds of a man and a woman having sex in the stairwell. Xiao Ran was not surprised that their business had ended so quickly. Instead, he returned to his room with an embarrassed face. I can't wait until tomorrow. It's too hot to sleep here at night. I'll move tonight. Xiao Ran made up his mind. Then, dragging the packed suitcase, he walked downstairs. Since there was no elevator, it took Xiao Ran some time to get downstairs, even though his suitcase wasn't heavy. When he arrived downstairs, Xiao Ran didn't go to ride the little electric bicycle, nor did he care about the little duck mahjong electric bicycle that had followed him for a while. Driver, go to the sailing hotel on the island. Xiao Ran spoke directly to the driver. Okay. As soon as the taxi driver saw a fare, he quickly drove towards the island with Xiao Ran. Soon, Xiao Ran arrived at the sailing boat hotel. This is the most high-end hotel in Xiamen City, as it is located in the landmark of Xiamen City, the Twin Towers. It is also the most expensive hotel in Xiamen City, with the cheapest room type costing 3,000 yuan per night. However, the staff at this hotel are also influential. After seeing Xiao Ran get off the taxi, the security guard in the lobby didn't even reach out to help Xiao Ran carry the luggage. He directly gave a mocking look and ignored Xiao Ran. It was all up to Xiao Ran to carry the suitcase to the front desk with great difficulty. Xiao Ran's face clearly showed his unhappiness. Looking at Xiao Ran's simple appearance and the large bag of luggage, the sweet-looking receptionist at the front desk smiled and said to Xiao Ran, "Sorry, young man, we're not hiring any more receptionists here. And we do have requirements for our receptionists, they must be fluent in English and a minor foreign language." The receptionist apologized to Xiao Ran, and her attitude was quite good, obviously trained professionally. She just made a mistake about what Xiao Ran was here for. Was Xiao Ran here to look for a job? Obviously not, Xiao Ran was here to stay. Is this how you treat customers at your sailing ship hotel? Xiao Ran said to the waitress with an unhappy look. Huh? You're here to stay? The waitress was obviously also surprised by Xiao Ran's words. She had received many customers in her day, but the customers who stayed at this sailing ship hotel were all upper-class people who came to Xiamen City for business or tourism. Why didn't she think that the young man in front of her, who was simply dressed, was here to stay? After all, the cheapest room type here costs 3,000 yuan a night. What? No? How much is the most expensive room here? Xiao Ran asked directly. The waitress was stunned and a little incredulous when Xiao Ran asked. The most expensive room is the presidential suite, which costs 13,888 yuan a night. The waitress looked at Xiao Ran with disbelief, but still answered. 13,888 yuan? In that case, I'll stay for a month. 1 month? Are you sure, sir? The waitress said in surprise. Do I look like I'm joking? Yes, you can. You can stay for a month and we can apply a discount, which will be 10,000 yuan per night. But you need to pay 100,000 yuan in advance. Xiao Ran simply threw his bank card at the waitress. The waitress took the bank card in Xiao Ran's hand and swiped it through the POS machine. It actually worked. The waitress was very surprised. Hello, sir, here is a total of 100,000 yuan in prepaid room fees, and there is still 259,000 yuan left on the card. Even the manager was scared and hurried over. He dared not neglect big clients like Xiao Ran, who had stayed in the presidential suite for a month. After all, the hotel business was in a slump, and it could only survive with the support of big clients like Xiao Ran. The manager saw Xiao Ran's luggage and quickly took it. This way, sir, I'll show you to your room. The manager said respectfully to Xiao Ran. Now you know how to carry my luggage? When I first got off the bus, the security guard at your front door was really arrogant. Xiao Ran said to the manager with a strange look. The manager also looked unpleasant. Then the manager said fiercely to the security guard standing at the entrance of the lobby. You don't know any rules, I'll dock your salary for a month. Boss, don't. Just now, he was facing Xiao Ran's arrogant security guard, and now he looked extremely uncomfortable, like a wilted eggplant. Watching the security guard being punished, the waitress who had misunderstood Xiao Ran's intentions before was also afraid of being punished by the manager, and her expression was very nervous and uneasy. However, Xiao Ran did not argue with the waitress. After all, it was just a misunderstanding, and the waitress had a very good tone and attitude throughout. Only the security guard regretted a little bit for not serving Xiao Ran well, but this was a month's salary. But it was useless to regret it. Xiaoran had already been taken by the manager to the presidential suite on the 88th floor. As soon as Xiaoran entered the presidential suite, he was amazed by the facilities in the presidential suite. It was a luxurious, large single room covering an area of 100 square meters, with a large double bed, 270-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, and a luxurious, large bathtub 3 meters in diameter filled with the fragrance of roses. There was also a bottle of free hotel wine in front of the window. He opened the wine and poured half a glass into the glass. Xiaoran held the glass and sipped the wine while looking out the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows at the unbeatable sea view of Xia City. Xiaoran couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the life of the rich. I have to go buy more scratch cards tomorrow." Xiaoran made up his mind, and then he lay down on the luxurious double bed and completely let his mind and body go. Lying on the comfortable bed, Xiaoran's physical and mental exhaustion from the whole day was completely released. From taking delivery orders to scratching other people's cars and awakening his superpowers, it was all like a dream. Chapter 5: A Chance Encounter with the University Beauty Queen. The next day, Xiaoran didn't get up until late in the afternoon. Suddenly, a phone ringing sound came. Xiaoran subconsciously picked up the phone and heard a roar from the other end. "Xiaoran, where the hell have you been? You're only answering the phone now? Do you know how much work you still have to do? Do you still want to work this shift? Do you still want the job?" Xiaoran knew it was his manager from Jiangnan Leather Company the moment he heard the voice. Xiaoran had previously interned in the purchasing department of Jiangnan Leather Company for a month, and would be interning for another 2 months before being made permanent. Previously, the manager of his department at Jiangnan Leather Company had tried every means to exploit him, pushing almost all the work he should do onto the intern Xiaoran. Even when it came to drinking coffee, the manager would tell Xiaoran to go downstairs and buy it, sometimes not even paying for it. The excuse was that he wanted Xiaoran to learn a little about the ways of the world. And the results and credit? Xiaoran's manager took all of it for himself. It can be said that Xiaoran was being squeezed by his manager at the company, but before Xiaoran dared to be angry but not speak out. Offending one's immediate superior, even if he is only a department manager, also has the power to make life difficult for you. Besides, it's hard to find a job these days, and it's not easy to find a job at all. Xiaoran was afraid that if he offended his manager, he would not be able to get a permanent position. Then his 3 months of internship would have been for nothing. Although the permanent position only paid 4,000 yuan a month, it was still not much more than his current internship salary. But for Xiaoran, who came from a poor family, it was a matter of survival. Without an income, Xiaoran would have problems with food and accommodation. "Oh, so you're the manager." Xiaoran spoke indifferently, disgusted with the manager who was exploiting him. "Xiaoran, what kind of attitude is that? Is that how you speak to me? To your superior?" The manager's angry voice came over the phone. "What else?" Xiaoran's tone was tinged with mockery. "I'm telling you, Xiaoran, you're finished. Tomorrow I'll go to the Human Resources Department and report you for absenteeism. Just wait until you're fired." The manager's words revealed a hint of threat and intimidation, and in fact he didn't want to actually fire Xiaoran. Because Xiaoran was really capable. If Xiaoran left, then he would have no way to get the work he had on his hands done by someone else. And he himself would be able to spend his days leisurely drinking coffee. As for the other staff in the department, they were all locals and were not to be trifled with. If you make them unhappy, they will just pat their bottoms and leave. After all, they are all demolition households with buildings at home waiting to collect rent. They are all here to experience life and kill time, so who cares about them? Fire me? Go ahead and fire me, whatever. After saying this, Xiaoran decisively hung up the phone in his hand and directly added the manager's phone number to the blacklist. Only the manager was taken aback by Xiaoran's initiative to hang up the phone. Looking at the mountain of documents and work in front of him, the manager's face was even uglier than crying, and he would need to do all this himself. After hanging up the manager's phone, Xiaoran felt very relieved. Finally, he could say goodbye to Jiangnan Leather Company, which exploited its employees. Xiaoran thought about the things he still needed to do today, and got up from bed humming a little tune. After a brief freshen up, he went downstairs to the hotel to have breakfast. What Xiaoran needed to do today was very simple. Yesterday, he had bought scratch cards at a lottery station in Tong'an District. Today, he needed to go to lottery stations in 3 districts, Jimei District, Dahua District, and Jinshan District. Because of the heavy traffic in Xia City, the roads were very congested, so Xiaoran did not choose to take a taxi. Instead, he took the subway directly at the subway station under the Twin Towers. This perfectly avoided the morning rush hour traffic congestion on the ground. Soon Xiao Ran arrived in Jimei district. Following the same routine as yesterday, after a while of scratching the tickets, Xiao Ran won a total of 3 first prizes, with a prize of 150,000 yuan. 12 second prizes, with a prize of 120,000 yuan. 37 third prizes, with a prize of 74,000 yuan. At the lottery station in Jimei district, Xiao Ran won a total of 344,000 yuan. Unfortunately, Xiao Ran only picked the scratch-off lottery in this Jimei district, and didn't see the scratch-off lottery worth 200,000 yuan. Xiao Ran had to leave, and then after casually settling for a meal at a restaurant in Jimei district, he hurried to Dahua district and Jinshan district. It wasn't until the evening that Xiao Ran looked at the text message in his hand with satisfaction. Your savings card with the last digit 4250 has been credited with 971,000 yuan at 1710 on August 14th, and the current balance is 1,230,000 yuan. After working hard all day, he had earned more than 900,000 yuan, which was too fast. There were a total of 5 districts in Xiaqing City, and there was still a lottery station in Yinan district that he hadn't visited. Why not go to the Yian district lottery station first and buy some scratch cards, and then take some time off? After all, each scratch card issue lasts only 1 week, and by scratching off over 1 million yuan, he had already won almost all the scratch card prizes in Xiaqing City. He would have to wait another week for the next issue, when the lottery stations in each district restock. Thinking that in the future, every week, he would be able to win over 1 million yuan, Xiao Ran was overjoyed, and did not feel any regret because the scratch cards could only be issued once a week. Thinking about the fact that during the week, the lottery players in Xiaqing City would be buying scratch tickets with the words "Thank you for your patronage" written on them, Xiao Ran felt a little embarrassed. Wait, the lottery station in Yinan district will leave a few third prize tickets for the lottery players in Xiaqing City. The more Xiao Ran thought about it, the more he felt that he was a kind person and resolutely would not do anything to drive them to their deaths. Just as Xiao Ran was about to set off for Yinan district, Xiao Ran's expression changed. He saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Han Keqin? Xiao Ran looked along the crowd and saw only a woman with a fiery figure that was completely out of keeping with her age, wearing curly hair, fair skin, delicate features like a doll, wearing professional attire, black stockings on her legs, and a pair of high heels. That was Han Keqin, the school beauty of the same college and year as Xiao Ran when he was studying at Jianlin University in Jianlin City. However, the current Han Keqin has lost some of the youthful and sunny charm she had when she was at university, and has gained some mature charm. Han Keqin was also once Xiao Ran's dream goddess, but Xiao Ran was afraid to confess his love to her due to his family background. Even if Han Keqin's family background is ordinary, it is still better than Xiao Ran's family conditions. Xiao Ran's family situation is really poor. His mother spent all the family savings on medical treatment and still owed a lot of debt. His father also relied on odd jobs for other people in the village to make a living. His only younger sister also did not go to first grade until she was 9 years old, and it was not until Xiao Ran graduated from university that he was able to afford to send her to school. Xiao Ran did not think that there could be anyone from a poorer family than his at Jianlin University in the ordinary prefecture-level city of Jianlin. Besides, even if Han Keqin's family was poor, with her figure and looks, she was not someone like Xiao Ran could lay a finger on. Xiao Ran once thought that a campus beauty like Han Keqin would definitely marry a rich kid who ran a business and drove a luxury car after graduation. Why was she in Xiamen City? Xiao Ran was very puzzled and didn't expect to see Han Keqin in this Xiamen City. Could it be that no one in her family had arranged a job for her at home, and she had come to this big city to work too? Xiao Ran was full of doubts, and then looked again. He saw that a long series of numbers had also appeared above Han Keqin's head. Beauty schoolgirl Han Keqin, age 23, bust size B105, waist size W58, hip size H89, height 165, weight 49 kilograms, J-cup. What kind of creepy superpower do you have that when you see a beautiful woman, it shows such detailed information about her, even her bra size? Although he was surprised at Han Keqin's hot body, Xiao Ran was probably the first man to know Han Keqin's detailed measurements, as well as her height and weight. Xiao Ran couldn't help but curse out loud. In the end, he resisted and calmed down his mind to continue looking back. Value 200,000 yuan. Negative 200,000 yuan? Xiao Ran rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 6. Don't believe him, his prescription is fake. Han Keqin looked hurried, with a little sweat on her forehead, obviously in a hurry. Xiao Ran didn't rush over to greet her. The university was next to each other, and Han Keqin knew Xiao Ran. Han Keqin then left the crowded crowd. She walked towards an alleyway off the street. Xiao Ran saw the negative 200,000 yuan figure above Han Keqin's head and knew that Han Keqin must have run into some trouble. So he followed her. Until he followed Han Keqin around in circles, weaving through the alleys, Xiao Ran was almost confused. Fortunately, Han Keqin did not notice that he was following her. Finally, Han Keqin stopped in front of a low-rise residential building in the alley. Han Keqin was seen picking up her phone and dialing a number. "Ja Divine Healer, I've arrived," she said. Then the door to the low-rise building opened. A hunched old man in a white robe walked out. He was wearing sunglasses, but even with his eyes hidden, his wretched aura was completely concealed. "Have you brought the money?" "Yes, I have." Han Keqin nodded seriously and took out a stack of 100 yuan bills from her backpack. She asked again, a little hesitantly. "Dr. Jia, is this prescription really effective for my father's illness? You still don't believe me? Go ask around, how many people with the same illness as your father have been cured with my prescription?" The old man called Dr. Jia immediately said with conviction. Then he looked at Han Keqin up and down with a lecherous gaze. They had only communicated over the phone before, and Dr. Jia only knew that Han Keqin had a very nice voice. Unexpectedly, the person also looked so beautiful. Especially when the person is beautiful, but also has such a hot body. Looking at the exaggerated bust, it almost burst Han Keqin's business suit. "In the hospital, it costs 500,000 yuan to completely treat your father's illness, but my prescription only costs 20,000 yuan, and you can't even afford to buy it?" Han Keqin got to know Dr. Jia through a fellow patient in the hospital who was in the same bed as her father. Faced with the astronomical treatment fee of 500,000 yuan charged by the hospital, Han Keqin, who was already feeling desperate, could only grit her teeth and find her way here through the address given by Dr. Jia. 20,000? Didn't you say 10,000 before? Han Keqin heard what Dr. Jia said and her face turned pale. 10,000? That was the price a few years ago. Now prices are rising so fast, it's at least 20,000. Xiao Ran, who was hiding in the distance, took a look at the paper prescription in Dr. Jia's hand. The prescription written by the fake Chinese medicine practitioner who had caused so much harm was worth 100,000. Not only did this wretched old man rip off Han Keqin, but he also gave her this kind of prescription. If something really happened to her, she would need to pay for emergency surgery and gastric lavage. But Xiao Ran kept her composure, did not show her face, but instead took out her phone and dialed the drug administration. "Hello, this is the drug administration." The voice of a drug administration staff member came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, I am here, someone here is selling fake medicine." Xiao Ran directly reported the address to the drug administration. "Selling fake medicine? Thank you for reporting, we will come right away." After hanging up, Xiao Ran continued to watch Han Keqin's transaction with the fake Chinese medicine doctor. "Dr. Jia, can you give me a few more days? I only have 10,000 yuan on hand, and if it's 20,000 yuan, I'll have to go raise the money." Han Keqin said to Dr. Jia with a hint of pleading in her voice. Han Keqin had grown much thinner due to her father's illness, and her gaze no longer had the radiance she had possessed when she was at university. "A few more days? I can wait, but your father's illness cannot. The longer you delay, the more serious your father's illness will become. You know this." Han Keqin heard this and her face turned pale, her tears welling up in her eyes. Her family was originally of average means, but she had no choice but to bring her father to a big city like Xiamen with her mother to seek medical treatment after she suddenly found her father sick. This was because the medical conditions at home did not allow it. In order to treat her father, she had borrowed a huge sum of 200,000 yuan from all her relatives and colleagues, and even tens of thousands of yuan in high-interest loans. But after spending 200,000 yuan, her father's condition had not improved. The hospital had said that it would cost at least another 300,000 yuan to fully cure her father, which would mean a total of 500,000 yuan. That was why when Xiao Ran looked at the number above her head earlier, it had said 200,000. In order to treat her father, she had been working 2 jobs like Xiao Ran. She had just managed to ask her boss for the night off despite the pressure, and had arrived in the alley in Jinshan district. Han Keqin was completely exhausted. But there was still one more way. Dr. Jia said. Hearing that there was still a way, Han Keqin was overjoyed and quickly looked at Dr. Jia. "Dr. Jia, what is it?" I'm willing to do anything as long as I can cure my father's illness, Han Keqin said quickly. Are you really willing to do anything? Dr. Jia said in a roundabout way. Yes, Dr. Jia, as long as I can cure my father's illness, I'm willing to do anything. Han Keqin's gaze revealed a hint of determination. She didn't want to lose her father, who had loved and cared for her since she was young. But don't say I forced you. Dr. Jia's face revealed a lecherous smile as he looked up and down Han Keqin's curvy figure. How about this, if you go in with me and stay with me tonight, I'll sell you this prescription for 10,000 yuan, how's that? Said Dr. Jia. Hearing Dr. Jia's words, Han Keqin felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Han Keqin had always valued her body. She was not a woman who would be casual, otherwise she would not have been 23 years old and not had a boyfriend. Then she looked at the wretched old man in front of her, with a stooped figure and skin as dry and wrinkled as tree bark. Han Keqin's whole body suddenly felt bad. But her father's illness. Thinking about her father's illness, Han Keqin's expression was blank and desperate. So, will you agree? Dr. Jia said to Han Keqin with a smile. Just as Han Keqin was about to speak, a stream of curses came from afar. Fuck you, old man. Xiaoran suddenly pounced out of his hiding place and couldn't help but take action against this Dr. Jia. It's bad enough that he sold fake medicine, but at his age, he's still hitting on the goddess he once was. Xiaoran, who could tolerate anything, couldn't hold back when he saw this scene. Without waiting for the people from the drug administration to arrive, Xiaoran jumped right out. Xiaoran? Why is it you? Han Keqin was also taken aback when she saw the figure that suddenly pounced out. She recognized Xiaoran, a male classmate from the class next to hers in college. The two of them had even attended an open class together. However, this kind of scene made Xiaoran bump into her, and Han Keqin was also very embarrassed, feeling that her entire image in college had instantly crumbled. She saw that Xiaoran was about to act, but was stopped by Han Keqin. Han Keqin, don't believe him. His prescription is fake. Xiaoran directly spoke out to expose him. You young man, what makes you say that my prescription is fake? Dr. Jia's face turned from green to white when he saw someone jump in and spoil his good deed. He then spoke up. I have been practicing medicine for decades, and you say that my prescription is fake. Fine, I will not help the young girl's father. No matter how much money you give me, I will not sell this prescription. Although Dr. Jia was annoyed that Xiaoran had come and spoiled his good deed, he still pretended to be angry and spoke up. He wanted to force Han Keqin to give in. But Han Keqin could not see any of this. The whole person hurriedly stopped Xiaoran. Xiaoran, just leave my business alone. Then he quickly turned his head and begged the doctor. Dr. Jia, this is my former classmate. I apologize to you on his behalf. Don't worry about it. Just sell me the prescription. I'm willing to do whatever you want. In the end, Han Keqin just burst into tears. Xiaoran looked at Han Keqin in front of him and was also anxious. He looked at Dr. Jia, who was full of anger. But Xiaoran also didn't know medicine, and there was no evidence to prove that the prescription was fake. Just as Xiaoran was anxious, a whistle sounded. Then several cars with the words Drug Regulatory Administration parked in the alley. It was the Drug Regulatory Administration who had arrived. Chapter 7 Xiaoran, how much is this meal going to cost? Seeing that the people from the drug administration were here, Dr. Jia's whole body shivered with fear. He was about to run into the room. But Xiaoran directly grabbed his arm. He was unable to escape smoothly. Although Xiaoran is a bit skinny, he is still a bit strong, especially since Xiaoran is already a big guy at 1.8 meters tall. If the wretched old man in front of him, who was less than 1.6 meters tall, were to break free like this, then Xiaoran's 20-odd years of hard work would have been for nothing. The law enforcement officer from the drug administration hurriedly came to Xiaoran. Looking at the doctor in front of him, the law enforcement officer said sternly, You old man, you haven't changed after eating prison food for a few years. Even after getting out of prison, you're still doing this kind of selling fake medicine business. The law enforcement officer could tell that he knew this doctor, and it turned out that this doctor had been in prison before. He was arrested for selling fake medicine and was locked up for 10 years. I didn't expect that after being released, he was still selling fake medicine. Dr. Jia looked at the law enforcement officers who had gathered around him, his whole face showing a look of death. And Han Keqin was also stunned when she saw so many law enforcement vehicles appear. Hearing that, the law enforcement officers were also unable to help but be stunned after revealing the true face of Dr. Jia as a fraud. Soon, Dr. Jia was handcuffed by the law enforcement officers and escorted to the law enforcement vehicle. Then a law enforcement officer came to Xiaoran. "Did you just report this?" said the law enforcement officer. "Well, yes." Xiaoran did not deny it. "How about this, give me your bank card number and we'll transfer you the reward of 50,000 yuan. We'll also hold a commendation meeting to encourage the citizens of Xiaocheng to learn from you." Xiaoran heard that there was a reward of 50,000 yuan and didn't expect such a good thing. Without the slightest hesitation, he gave the law enforcement officer his bank card number. "I've given you my card number, but forget about the commendation meeting, it's not a big deal. Besides, I still have classes to attend, so I probably won't have time to attend your commendation meeting." Xiaoran directly declined the law enforcement officer's invitation to attend the commendation meeting. "Are you kidding me? You want me to attend a commendation meeting? That's going to be on TV, in the spotlight. I just want to be left alone, to quietly make money, okay?" Xiaoran thought to himself, but he didn't dare to say what he really thought. "In that case, we won't force you. The reward will be transferred to this card." Han Keqin, who was standing nearby, looked very surprised when she heard that Xiaoran had reported Dr. Jia. "You reported him?" Xiaoran shrugged and gave a meaningful smile. He didn't deny it. Soon, Dr. Jia was gone with the sirens of the law enforcement vehicles. Only Xiaoran and Han Keqin were left at the scene. "Xiaoran, why are you in Xiaocheng? And how did you know I was here?" Han Keqin said to the tall but somewhat thin young man standing in front of her. "I work in Xiaocheng. I was just walking down the street outside when I suddenly saw you, so I followed you," Xiaoran said. "You followed me the whole time?" Han Keqin asked, puzzled. "Yes." Hearing Xiaoran's affirmative reply, Han Keqin not only did not feel the slightest bit annoyed at being followed, but actually felt a slight warmth in her heart. Especially since Xiaoran had also exposed the fraud of that Dr. Jia. If it wasn't for Xiaoran's appearance, Han Keqin didn't dare to think about the consequences. Perhaps it was because they were both in a foreign land that she was very happy to meet her former college classmate in Xiaocheng. "Then how did you know that Dr. Jia was a fraud?" Han Keqin asked doubtfully. Of course, Xiaoran couldn't just say that he had the supernatural ability to see through the value of objects. "Do you think everyone is as stupid as you?" That wretched old man, he just about wrote "I'm a liar" in big letters on his forehead. "That's why you stupid girl believed him," Xiaoran said directly. Indeed, just now, even if Dr. Jia was wearing a doctor's coat, no one would ever associate him with the profession of doctor. The more Han Keqin thought about it, the more her train of thought was diverted by Xiaoran. "Maybe I was too hasty and didn't pay close attention to these details." Han Keqin thought about this and became a little clearer. But soon, Han Keqin became sad again. "Now even the prescription is fake, what can I do about my father's illness?" After saying this, Han Keqin directly squatted on the ground and cried. Han Keqin's crying directly made Xiaoran not know how to persuade. So Xiaoran also squatted down, put his hand on Han Keqin's shoulder, helped Han Keqin up from the ground. Until Han Keqin was helped up, Han Keqin's whole body directly sank into Xiaoran's arms, crying even more sadly. She has already borne too much on her own, her father is seriously ill, she is busy working 2 jobs every day, and she almost lost her innocence to a lecherous old man. At the moment, for some reason, she felt a little sense of relief leaning on Xiaoran's chest. Xiaoran also gently placed his hand on Han Keqin's back and patted her gently. For Xiaoran, Han Keqin was not just his goddess. Xiaoran truly liked this girl from the bottom of his heart, and this liking had started since college. It was just that due to a lack of confidence and ability, Xiaoran had always buried this feeling deep in his heart. After crying for a long time, Han Keqin vented her sadness and pain. Then a blush appeared on her face, and she looked at Xiaoran a little embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back for a moment just now. I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Not at all," Xiaoran replied immediately. But the two's warm conversation was quickly interrupted by a strange noise. It was the sound of their stomachs growling. "You must be hungry." Xiaoran looked at Han Keqin and smiled. Han Keqin heard the sound coming from her stomach at the same time as Xiaoran's, and she also burst out laughing. This was the first time Han Keqin had laughed since she came to Xiamen. Han Keqin looked even more charming when she laughed, and it made Xiaoran's heart flutter. "Let's go, I'll take you to eat. Xiao Ran took Han Keqin's hand. Han Keqin was also surprised to find that she did not resist Xiao Ran's hand. She had never held hands with a boy before, even though she had kept herself pure for more than 20 years. Xiao Ran was the first man to hold her hand. What she didn't know was that he was also the first man to know her exact height, weight, and measurements. If she knew this, she wondered what she would think. Soon, Xiao Ran took Han Keqin to a famous restaurant in Jinshan district. Mirabelle Restaurant, a French restaurant with 3 Michelin stars. Mirabelle Restaurant is in a great location, right on the beach in Xiacheng. Xiao Ran, we're eating here? Han Keqin looked at the luxurious restaurant in front of her and couldn't believe it. This is too expensive, let's go somewhere else. I'm not picky about food, let's just go eat some instant noodles to fill our stomachs. Han Keqin pulled Xiao Ran and wanted to leave. She had heard of the name Milan Restaurant. It was a famous restaurant in Xiacheng, and she had heard that a meal there would cost thousands of yuan. She had heard her colleagues talking about it before, and her colleagues from the local demolition households had also come to Milan to eat. But they only came once a year, which was indeed something that Han Keqin envied for a long time. She dreamed of coming to Milan to eat that romantic French food once. Don't worry about the satay noodles, I'll pay for everything today. I can still afford to pay for a little dinner. Xiao Ran said to Han Keqin with a smile. But Han Keqin is not a gold-digging woman. They were both university classmates, and she didn't want to let Xiao Ran, who she had just met, spend a lot of money. But before Han Keqin could say anything, Xiao Ran pulled her directly into the Milan restaurant. It was already past 6 p.m. It was still light outside, and the sunset's afterglow shining on the sea and beach looked inexplicably beautiful and romantic. Eating in such an environment had always been the kind of romance Han Keqin had longed for in her dreams. Xiao Ran ordered 2 high-end steaks and a bottle of high-end red wine from the waiter. Han Keqin still couldn't help but secretly ask Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, how much will this meal cost? Looking at Han Keqin's sneaky inquiry, Xiao Ran smiled and said. It's not expensive, about 10,000 yuan with the wine. Upon hearing this, Han Keqin felt like she had been struck by lightning. Chapter 8 My problems are nothing compared to your father's illness. Just this one meal? Over 10,000 yuan? Han Keqin felt bad for her whole being. She had heard from her girlfriends that the cost of this meal was only about 1,000 yuan. But she never expected that Xiao Ran's meal with her would cost over 10,000 yuan. Han Keqin looked at Xiao Ran with a little pain in her heart and said, Xiao Ran, there's still so much wine left, can we get a refund? Why don't we get a refund on everything we can? Xiao Ran patted Han Keqin on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? This is a 3-star Michelin restaurant, how can you just get a refund? Besides, we've already had 2 glasses of wine. Han Keqin looked a little uncomfortable. Xiao Ran reassured her. Don't worry, it's just a meal, it won't bankrupt me. Xiao Ran said this, but in his heart he was thinking. Are you kidding me? A meal that costs 10,000 yuan can't possibly impoverish me. Then my room at the sailing hotel costs more than 10,000 yuan, doesn't that impoverish me? However, a dinner for 10,000 yuan is something that many wealthy people would be afraid to spend in their homes, and only Xiao Ran, who has obtained supernormal abilities, can afford such a large sum. With an income of 1 million yuan a week from scratch lottery tickets, that's 4 or 5 million yuan a month, or 50 or 60 million yuan a year. You have to know that this 50 to 60 million is net income, not turnover. A net profit of 50 to 60 million a year is equivalent to the annual profit of a small private listed company. Is this making money? This is printing money, right? Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel pleased when he thought about it. There are 7 currency printing factories in the Great Xia: Yanjing Currency Printing Factory, Donghai Currency Printing Factory, Changshan Currency Printing Factory, Chuanyu Currency Printing Factory, Lansong Currency Printing Factory, and Shenan Currency Printing Factory. And what about the other banknote printing factory? Oh, yes, here, the 7th banknote printing factory. Xiao Ran couldn't help but think of this line in his mind. It was precisely because of Han Keqin's position in Xiao Ran's heart that Xiao Ran was willing to spend a lot of money to invite Han Keqin to a candlelight dinner. Looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window, after a few glasses of red wine, and with the help of the wine, Xiao Ran and Han Keqin talked about the time they spent in college. Hey, Xiao Ran, do you know what? In your dormitory, except for you, all the other 5 guys wrote me love letters, you know? Especially that one, your monitor, Wang Fachan, even sent me a bouquet of flowers every day through someone. In the end, they didn't reach me, and the dormitory auntie threw them all out. Han Keqin was a little drunk, as if she had remembered the happy and fun things she had done in college, and said to Xiao Ran. Really? Xiao Ran was also a little surprised. He didn't realize that all 5 people in his dormitory had written love letters to Han Keqin. With the help of the alcohol, Han Keqin seemed to muster up the courage to tentatively ask Xiao Ran. You never wrote me a love letter. Say, is it because I'm not charming enough to get into your eyes? Han Keqin looked at Xiao Ran with anticipation in her eyes. Well, at that time, my mind was on my studies, not to mention the mess at home. Every year, the department's poverty alleviation scholarship goes to me, as you well know. Xiao Ran said. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Han Keqin's originally somewhat hopeful gaze instantly dimmed. Yes, at that time, you weren't interested in me. Xiao Ran just wanted to explain, but was interrupted again by Han Keqin. So you're doing well now, you can even afford Milan. Well, after graduating from university, I came here to start a business and made a little money. Xiao Ran explained, not wanting to let on that he had the ability to see through the value of things. Just as Xiao Ran was explaining, there was a sound of a text message coming from his phone. Xiao Ran opened his phone to take a look. Your savings card with the last digit 4250 has been credited with 50,000 yuan at 1952 on August 14th, and the current balance is 1,280,000 yuan. It turned out to be a text message from the bank, and the reward for reporting the fake doctor had arrived. Afterwards, Xiao Ran directly asked Han Keqin. Keqin, what's your phone number? Han Keqin also felt a tremor in her body when she heard Xiao Ran call her Keqin directly. This was the first time a man her age had called her Keqin. As soon as she heard that Xiao Ran wanted her mobile phone number, Han Keqin told him without hesitation. My number is. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Ran used the mobile phone banking function to transfer the 50,000 yuan prize money he had just won to Han Keqin's bank card. Han Keqin also enabled her phone to send alerts, and when she heard the sound of an incoming text message, she looked at the text message on her phone and was a little stunned. You transferred 50,000 yuan to me? Han Keqin was a little incredulous. This is the reward for reporting the fake doctor who sold fake medicine. I thought about it, and if I hadn't followed you all the way, I wouldn't have been able to catch him. You lured him out, and the reward should go to you. Xiao Ran said directly. But... Before Han Keqin could finish speaking, Xiao Ran interrupted her. Don't say but, and besides, you're having such a hard time right now, and I don't need the money. This bonus is yours, and you must take it from me. Han Keqin didn't say much either, just looked at Xiao Ran with a face full of emotion. She wasn't money obsessed, and from before when Xiao Ran took her into the Milan restaurant, she could tell that she didn't want to come in. It's just that she is really in a difficult situation now, when she found out that the prescription was fake. She thought about the fact that her father still needs 300,000 yuan for the treatment, and she doesn't know where to get the money. If it weren't for her father's medical needs, she would never have accepted Xiao Ran's 50,000 yuan. Before Han Keqin could finish being moved, Xiao Ran asked about Han Keqin's situation again. Does your father still need a lot of money for the treatment? Han Keqin didn't say anything, but just nodded. Afterwards, Xiao Ran directly used mobile banking to transfer another 500,000 yuan to Han Keqin. I heard from Dr. Jia that your father needs at least 300,000 yuan for this treatment, and you should have borrowed a lot of money as well. I'll transfer you 500,000 yuan first. Let's first cure your uncle's illness, and then pay back the borrowed money. Xiao Ran said. Han Keqin was shocked when she saw the text message reminder on her phone. She didn't know what to say, and she was extremely excited. But she looked at Xiao Ran with concern. But this is your money. You are just starting a business, and it is in its rising stage, so you should be even more in need of money than I am. Han Keqin said, trying to excuse herself. My problems are nothing compared to your father's illness. Of course, Xiao Ran would never admit that she hadn't started a business at all, but just went to buy scratch tickets every day. Chapter 9, If you don't contact me, I'll run away. Xiao Ran, thank you, I will definitely pay you back. Han Keqin didn't know what to say, and said gratefully. She was much happier as a whole, and now her father would finally be saved. At this moment, Xiao Ran used his supernatural powers to take a look at Han Keqin in front of him. Han Keqin, the sweet and cute university campus queen, measurements. Stop. Xiao Ran didn't want to look at the measurements again that he had already seen directly. Then he looked directly at the number behind it. Value 150,000 yuan. After borrowing the 500,000 yuan he had turned over, and the 50,000 yuan he had given as a gift, the value on Han Keqin's head had instead become smaller. Perhaps it was because the 500,000 yuan was still on Han Keqin's account. Then, when Han Keqin transferred the money to the hospital tomorrow, would the value become 450,000 yuan? Thinking about this, Xiaoran didn't continue to think about it. The two then continued eating. They ate until after 9 o'clock at night. Both had eaten almost everything. Han Keqin also said that she was full. "I'm full, and also, it's so late, and you haven't gone home yet, doesn't your girlfriend worry about you?" When she said this, Han Keqin also looked at Xiaoran carefully. "Girlfriend?" Xiaoran was a little stunned by this question. "I don't have a girlfriend. If I had a girlfriend, she would be waiting for me at home like this," Xiaoran said with a smile. I don't know if Han Keqin got the answer she wanted from Xiaoran's words. Han Keqin secretly let out a sigh of relief in her heart, and she was much happier. "A good boy like you will definitely have a good girl waiting for you at home," Han Keqin teased. "Xiaoran, where is your home? Why don't I walk you home?" The two spoke at the same time. But it seemed to be a tacit agreement. Han Keqin withdrew the words she was about to say. "Great," Han Keqin responded happily. "I live next to the Second People's Hospital in Tongan District. My father is hospitalized in the Second People's Hospital in Tongan District, and my mother is also at the hospital with my father, so I rented a house nearby." Han Keqin directly reported the address to Xiaoran. So Xiaoran stopped a taxi and the two took the taxi together to the Second People's Hospital in Tongan District. In the car, because of the small space, Han Keqin was so nervous that she was pressed against Xiaoran the whole time. After Xiaoran's rescue, coupled with being lonely and helpless in this place far from home, Han Keqin herself never thought that she would gradually develop a slight feeling for Xiaoran. As for Xiaoran, he was a little remorseful that he didn't buy a car, and had to call a taxi to take a girl home. "No, I have to go buy a car tomorrow." The idea of buying a car suddenly came to Xiaoran's mind. Soon, Xiaoran and Han Keqin arrived at the doorstep of Han Keqin's home in the taxi. They saw that Han Keqin was renting a 5-story building, and like Xiaoran, she was also renting the penthouse to save money. "Then I won't walk you up." Xiaoran felt a little remorseful as soon as he spoke. Shouldn't the plot have unfolded like this? Han Keqin asking Xiaoran if he wanted to go up and have a chat, and then the two of them having something happen in Han Keqin's bedroom? But reason prevailed over animal lust. Xiaoran, who had been a virgin for more than 20 years, desperately wanted that plot to unfold, but reason told him that he still couldn't do it. "Xiaoran, will we be in touch?" Han Keqin looked at Xiaoran with a pitiful expression, and there was even a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She was afraid that her encounter with Xiaoran would be a fleeting encounter, and that the two of them would then go their separate ways and never contact each other again. "What are you thinking? No contact? How is that possible? You still owe me 500,000 yuan. Do you want to run away with the money?" Han Keqin also suddenly perked up when reminded by Xiaoran. "Right, I still owe you 500,000 yuan. If you don't contact me, I'll run away, ha." Han Keqin also smiled, and at the moment, Han Keqin looked exceptionally charming. The whole person was wearing a uniform and stockings, and her concave and convex figure was set off by the hazy lighting, causing a burst of heat in Xiaoran's heart. He almost wanted to find an excuse to go to Han Keqin's room for a cup of tea, and then execute Han Keqin on the spot. With great difficulty, he suppressed the heat in his heart, and said to Han Keqin, "Let's contact each other by phone tomorrow. I'll pick you up after work." Upon hearing that Xiaoran was going to pick her up after work, Han Keqin let out a soft like she was hearing music from heaven. Then, in the midst of Xiaoran's shock, she kissed his lips directly. This was Han Keqin's first kiss, and it was also Xiaoran's first kiss. Before Xiaoran could react, Han Keqin ran up the stairs along the corridor. She left Xiaoran standing there, dumbfounded. At that moment, Han Keqin was in the corridor, out of sight of Xiaoran, her face red with embarrassment. Looking through the corridor window as she watched Xiaoran leave, Han Keqin returned to her room with a sense of relief. Xiaoran took another taxi and returned to the sailing hotel where he was temporarily staying. Xiaoran, who had returned to his hotel room, lay on the double bed, which was 3 meters wide. He opened his phone and checked the balance. Apart from the 500,000 yuan he had transferred to Han Keqin before dinner, the balance on his bank card was only 730,000 yuan. He had not been able to go to Yayan district today. Tomorrow, he would have to go to the lottery station in Yayan district and buy some lottery tickets, and then buy a car. Good evening. Pick up Han Keqin from work. Xiao Ran had this plan for tomorrow. Soon the night passed. Early in the morning, Xiao Ran went to the lottery station in Yayan district. With a gust of autumn wind sweeping the leaves, he selected the numbers. A total of 1 grand prize was drawn, with a prize of 200,000 yuan. 3 first prizes were drawn, with a prize of 150,000 yuan. 9 second prizes were drawn, with a prize of 90,000 yuan. 31 third prizes were drawn, with a prize of 62,000 yuan. The total prize money is 502,000 yuan. Xiao Ran is most satisfied with this trip to the lottery station in Yinan district. It is also the time when he has drawn the most prizes. Your savings card with the last digit 4250 has deposited 502,000 yuan at 10:12 on August 15, and the current balance is 1,232,000 yuan. Looking at the balance of more than 1.2 million yuan on his card, Xiao Ran left the lottery station in Yinan district contentedly. Now he had the money to buy a car, but what kind of car should he buy? Xiao Ran didn't know much about cars. But he thought about the fact that he had gained his superpowers because he had scratched someone else's BMW X1. If it was because of a BMW that I gained my superpowers, then let's go to a BMW 4S store and have a look. Xiao Ran felt that he seemed to have a connection with the BMW brand. Before going to the BMW 4S store, Xiao Ran also had to go to a clothing store to buy a suit of designer clothes. This was to avoid the embarrassment that occurred when he was at the sailing hotel before. So, Xiao Ran drove directly to the Armani store in Xiaocheng. Soon, Xiao Ran selected a suit and changed into it. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and it is true that Xiao Ran is quite handsome and has a good figure, but he doesn't know how to dress. Xiao Ran, wearing a designer suit, looked more and more satisfied with himself in the mirror. This is the one. Xiao Ran's voice had barely faded away when he spoke, and without even changing his clothes, he just cut off the label. Then he used the POS machine to transfer 20,000 yuan to the salesperson on the spot. Xiao Ran, who had changed his clothes, quickly hailed a taxi and went straight to the BMW 4S store in Xiaocheng City. Chapter 10: Buying a Car. When he arrived at the BMW 4S store in Xiamen City, it was already noon. In order to save time, Xiao Ran casually ate a few bites in the restaurant outside the BMW 4S store. After lunch, Xiao Ran went into the BMW 4S store. Unlike the situation in the sailing boat hotel before, Xiao Ran was wearing an Armani brand suit this time. When the saleswoman at the BMW 4S store saw the Armani logo on Xiao Ran's suit, her eyes lit up, and she dared not be rude. She quickly ushered Xiao Ran in. "Hello, what is your name, sir?" the saleswoman said to Xiao Ran. "Oh, my surname is Xiao." "Excuse me, Mr. Xiao, are you here to buy a car?" "Yes, I'm here to buy a car." "Do you have any cars in stock?" Xiao Ran said. Because he had to pick up Han Keqin from work in the evening, Xiao Ran only considered buying a current car, and the sooner the better. "We have the entire BMW lineup. But for current cars, at the moment, there are only 7 Series, 5 Series and X5. The sales lady introduced to Xiao Ran. "Show me." Xiao Ran said directly. "No problem, sir." Soon, Xiao Ran was taken to the underground garage of their 4S store, where all the BMW 4S store's current cars are stored. It is also to prevent damage from the sun and rain if they are left outside. Then a series of numbers appeared in front of Xiao Ran's eyes. A 2021 BMW 730Li luxury model produced last year is worth 828,000 yuan. A 2021 BMW X5 premium model produced last year is worth 840,000 yuan. A 2021 BMW 525Li luxury model produced last year, worth 428,900 yuan. Xiao Ran thought that although he was not lacking in the ability to make money, this was after all his first car. Without the sales lady's introduction, Xiao Ran used his superpower to directly view the detailed configurations of the vehicles in front of him. He finally decided on the BMW X5 premium model with seat ventilation, seat massage, and a panoramic sunroof. Of course, the deciding factor that made Xiao Ran decide to buy this BMW X5 premium model was the massage function of the seats and table. Thinking that he would have to find time to drive back to his hometown at some point. Xiao Ran's father has worked hard all his life and is not in very good health, so the massage function of the seats and table is what Xiao Ran considered for his father. In addition, Xiao Ran's hometown is in the countryside in the mountains, so he must buy a SUV with a high chassis and plenty of power. Soon, Xiaoran swiped the POS machine and transferred the payment to the 4S store. After 840,000 yuan was transferred, Xiaoran's card only had 480,000 yuan left. After completing all the formalities, Xiaoran drove the car directly to the vehicle administration office to register the license plate. Min D88888, Xiaoran looked at the license plate in front of him. He didn't know why his luck was so good. He looked again with his supernormal ability. The license plate number Min D88888 was worth 2 million yuan. Xiaoran, who had chosen the number at the vehicle administration office, couldn't help but laugh bitterly inside. You can't stop luck when it comes. I never thought that the license plate I chose for 500 yuan would be more expensive than the BMW X5 I just bought. Soon Xiaoran had the license plate. By the time Xiaoran came out of the traffic management office, it was already 5 p.m. Xiaoran used his mobile phone to dial the number that Han Keqin had given him the previous day. Keqin, what time do you get off work? Han Keqin was happy to hear Xiaoran's voice. It was as if a little bird was singing in her heart. Han Keqin had been busy at work all day, but after hearing Xiaoran's voice, the fatigue she had felt disappeared. The supervisor just told me that the team has been assigned a big project, and I have to work overtime today. I won't be able to go home until 8 p.m., Han Keqin said to Xiaoran. Han Keqin, what are you doing? The supervisor wants to see you. Xiaoran faintly heard the voice of a colleague urging Han Keqin from the phone. Xiaoran, I'll hang up now, my colleague is calling me. Okay, go. Xiaoran did not say much, but gave a soft command. Then he hung up the phone. So he drove to the vicinity of Han Keqin's company and waited for her. Xiaoran's location was only an hour's drive from Han Keqin's company, taking into account a series of irresistible factors such as traffic jams. Xiaoran could also arrive at Han Keqin's company within an hour and a half. But Xiaoran also had nothing to do, so he chose to drive there directly. He also stopped by some nearby tea restaurants to pack some food in the car. It wouldn't be until 8 p.m. when Han Keqin got off work, and by then Han Keqin's stomach would definitely be hungry. That's what Xiaoran thought. At that moment, Han Keqin was standing in the office of the company director. She saw her supervisor Yang Ming looking at her with concern. Keqin, you must be tired after a long day at work. I bought you a cup of coffee. Yang Ming finished speaking before handing Han Keqin a cup of coffee. Director Yang, thanks, I'm not thirsty. Oh, you're not thirsty, that's fine. Yang Ming said with a smile. Yang Ming has actually coveted Han Keqin's beauty for a long time. He has always wanted to find an opportunity to get Han Keqin. Yang Ming is 30 years old and has not yet married. He has been working at the company for 7 or 8 years and has reached the level of supervisor. To say that he has barely taken root in this city of Xiacheng. With a monthly salary of more than 20,000 yuan, after paying the rent of 5,100 yuan a month, there is still quite a lot left over. He felt that as long as he pursued Han Keqin, a young girl who had just graduated from university, he could easily win her over. However, since Han Keqin had joined the company more than a month ago, she had always left work early. Moreover, she left work in a hurry every time, and Yang Ming, who forced his subordinates to work overtime every day, turned a blind eye to Han Keqin's punctual departure every day. After inquiring from various sources, he learned that Han Keqin had been working 2 jobs. But today, when it was 5 o'clock, Han Keqin was not in a hurry to leave work. In fact, after she met Xiaoran, she had saved her father, so she had quit her part-time job as a convenience store clerk for the night. What's more, yesterday Xiaoran had said he would pick her up from work. So Yang Ming called Han Keqin into his office and asked his subordinate to go downstairs and buy 2 cups of coffee. Supervisor, do you need me for something? No, I'll just go work overtime. Han Keqin felt like she was sitting on pins and needles in Yang Ming's room, looking at Yang Ming's strange staring eyes. She felt very uncomfortable all over. Keqin, after you work overtime, don't go home right away. I'll treat you to a big meal. Yang Ming looked at Han Keqin with a wicked smile on his face. Yang Ming's intention was to invite Han Keqin out to dinner. In fact, he wanted to see if he could have the opportunity to get closer to Han Keqin. Chapter 11 Han Keqin's Supervisor. As Han Keqin's supervisor, it would be very easy to pursue an intern like Han Keqin, who had just graduated from university. After Han Keqin became his girlfriend, wouldn't she be at his mercy in the future? Thinking about this, Yang Ming stared at Han Keqin's hot body, especially the bust that was about to burst the professional outfit on her body. Yang Ming licked his lips, as if his mind was imagining something. Since Han Keqin joined the company, it was not the first time Yang Ming had imagined the picture of himself and Han Keqin having sex. But soon Yang Ming's fantasy was poured cold water on by Han Keqin. "Director Yang, I have a date tonight." Han Keqin looked at Yang Ming, who looked a little sinister, and although she didn't know the dirty thoughts in Yang Ming's mind, she still felt a chill. Han Keqin didn't want to agree to Director Yang's invitation, so she quickly rejected Director Yang's request. "What's more, Xiao Ran is still waiting for me to go to work." "Do you have a date? Who is the person you have a date with?" Yang Ming did not give up and continued to ask questions. Yang Ming also had questions in his mind. Han Keqin had only just arrived in Xiamen from a small town, and yet she had already made friends here? "Director Yang, I am not obliged to tell you this." Han Keqin was a little angry with Yang Ming's relentless way of talking, but the other party was after all her department head. Han Keqin also wanted to continue working at the company. After all, she still owed Xiaoran 500,000 yuan, and she wanted to earn that money back as soon as possible. So she didn't want to offend Yang Ming too much. "It was my fault. I shouldn't have asked." Yang Ming smiled apologetically. "Since we have an appointment today, let's have dinner together again next time we have time." Yang Ming laughed. "Next time?" Han Keqin's mind went blank. "I'm going to work overtime." Han Keqin felt a chill inside, and fled from Yang Ming's office. Until 8 o'clock, Han Keqin finished the work in her hands, and took the elevator to the bottom of the company building. Only Yang Ming was still there, following her all the way. "Keqin, you have an appointment with your friend, let me give you a ride?" Yang Ming kept pestering Han Keqin. But Han Keqin couldn't think of anything to say to refuse. It was really because Yang Ming had such a thick skin. Soon the two arrived at the platform in front of the company. Xiao Ran had been waiting there for a long time. Instead of waiting in the car, Xiao Ran got out of the car and walked to the front of Han Keqin's company. "Keqin, off work already?" Xiao Ran asked happily, not noticing Yang Ming, who had been following Han Keqin around and harassing her with his words. "Keqin, who is this person?" Xiao Ran looked at Yang Ming and asked Han Keqin. "Oh, this is our company supervisor." Although she was annoyed by Yang Ming's harassment, Han Keqin didn't want to blatantly offend Yang Ming or cause any trouble for Xiao Ran. So she patiently introduced him to Xiao Ran. Seeing that the person who had an appointment with Han Keqin was a man, Yang Ming was also taken aback. Then he looked up and down at Xiao Ran's attire. "An Armani suit?" Yang Ming said afterwards. "Are you Keqin's friend picking her up from work?" "Yes," Xiao Ran said lightly. Yang Ming was obviously a little surprised to hear Xiao Ran's reply. "Boyfriend," Xiao Ran added, and then pulled Han Keqin over to his side. "What? He actually said he was my boyfriend?" Han Keqin's pretty face flushed when she heard this, and she secretly delighted in her heart. Yang Ming, on the other hand, frowned when he saw Xiao Ran directly proclaiming his sovereignty. He then asked, "So how did you get here?" Xiao Ran used his superpower to look at Yang Ming, and saw a string of numbers floating above Yang Ming's head. "Yang Ming, wretched scum, worth 500,000 yuan." Xiao Ran looked at Yang Ming's wealth and the way he was trying to woo a swan, and found it a bit funny. So he started teasing him. "Oh, I came by subway." Xiao Ran pointed to the subway station not far from Han Keqin's company. "Came by subway?" Yang Ming suddenly realized that the Armani suit that Xiao Ran was wearing was a knockoff, and that it was specifically used to woo little girls like Han Keqin. In fact, the more Yang Ming thought about it, the more normal it seemed. Han Keqin was not some rich girl, so how could she know any rich boyfriends? I have to criticize you. You said that Keqin is so tired from work every day, so how come you don't know how to help her share the burden? You're not young anymore, and you're still wearing a knockoff suit." Yang Ming then reached out and patted Xiao Ran on the shoulder, speaking in a tone of authority. "You have to work hard, buddy, you're the whole car. Han Keqin is so beautiful, how can you let her take the subway with you?" Yang Ming's words were loaded with meaning, and his words were everywhere targeting and belittling Xiao Ran. Yang Ming then said directly, "Today happens to be my day to drive, where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride." "Well, thank you for your concern, sir. I will work hard." Xiao Ran inwardly sneered, but still cooperated with the current supervisor of Han Keqin in the play. "It's fine, we'll take the subway back today. Isn't that right?" Xiao Ran said to Han Keqin with a smile. Han Keqin was still immersed in the beauty of Xiao Ran calling herself her boyfriend. She was also taken aback by Xiao Ran's question. Then she nodded vigorously, her eyes showing an uncontainable happiness. Let's take the subway. Xiao Ran then said to Yang Ming. It's fine, we'll take the subway, thanks for your concern, boss. Xiao Ran, are we really taking the subway back? Han Keqin asked Xiao Ran secretly. Yes. Xiao Ran didn't want to name names either, and directly teased Han Keqin. What's wrong, is it not okay to take the subway? Ah, no. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy to take the subway too. Han Keqin hurriedly explained. But then Yang Ming still came up like a bad ghost. Bro, let's go, I'll take you and Keqin home. I just bought a car, it's over 200,000 yuan, with a massage seat. Let's go. Xiao Ran quickly stopped Yang Ming. No, let's take the subway. Don't trouble the leader. It's so hot, how can I let Keqin take the subway with you? Yang Ming interrupted Xiao Ran. Oh no, my boyfriend and I will just take the subway. Han Keqin's gaze was firm, and she obviously didn't realize that she had just called Xiao Ran her boyfriend as well. No, Shinran, you can't take the subway back. Yang Ming was still persistent. Xiao Ran was also a little upset at this point and said directly. That leader, actually I also drove here. Didn't you come by subway? Yang Ming asked. Well, it's just that my car is cheaper, I'm sorry. Sorry to show off. Xiao Ran said. It's okay, brother, I can understand. Well, which car did you drive? Yang Ming looked at the cars in the parking lot and looked around. Chapter 12. Now I'm your boyfriend, right? Brother, which car did you drive? Can I take a look? Go. Before Xiao Ran could refuse, Yang Ming walked straight in front of him. Yang Ming's heart was extremely dark at the moment, and he just wanted to see Xiao Ran make a fool of himself in front of Han Keqin. Let's see, what kind of car is he driving? Xiao Ran kept slowing down. Don't walk, don't walk. Don't walk. Just take a look, right? Leader, really, there's no need to walk any further. Xiao Ran said anxiously to Yang Ming. Yang Ming saw Xiao Ran's anxious appearance and became even more excited. Let's go take a look. Leader, you really don't need to go any further, my car is parked here. It's not a good car. Subsequently, Xiao Ran took out the key to the BMW X5 he had just bought today and pressed it. Drip. Only to see the BMW X5, which happened to be parked next to the three of them, flash its lights twice. This? Yang Ming looked at the BMW X5 not far in front of him and was so surprised that he could not speak. Let's go, then we'll get in the car. Xiao Ran said to Han Keqin next to him. Then he looked at Yang Ming, who was stunned, and said. Then we'll go first, leader. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Yang Ming looked intently at the brand new 2021 BMW X5, heard Xiao Ran's farewell, and then shook his head. It's okay, it's okay. Some other day, I'll experience that seat massage of yours. Xiao Ran smiled at Yang Ming. Yang Ming felt awkward. Xiao Ran, I'll sit in the passenger seat. Okay. Xiao Ran replied softly with a look of adoration. Then he very gentlemanly opened the car door for Han Keqin. Xiao Ran didn't sit in the driver's seat until Han Keqin got in the car. As he pulled out of the parking space, Xiao Ran rolled down the window and looked at Yang Ming, who was still in a daze and looking dejected. Don't see me off, leader. Yang Ming awkwardly touched his nose and didn't know what to say for a while. It wasn't until now that Yang Ming realized that what Xiao Ran was wearing was not some knockoff at all, but a real Armani suit. And the BMW X5 that Xiao Ran drove had a minimum configuration of more than 700,000 yuan, and the one Xiao Ran drove was obviously not the minimum configuration. With a car like this, even if Yang Ming worked hard in Xiaoqing for 7 or 8 years, even if he didn't eat or drink from the time he first started working until now, he still couldn't afford a BMW X5, not to mention that it's easy to buy a car but difficult to maintain it. He still understands this truth, and naturally, someone who can afford a BMW X5 is no ordinary person. The key is that when Yang Ming saw the license plate of the BMW X5, MIN D88888, he was even more shocked. Just the license plate alone might be more expensive than the car. At this moment, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, and he no longer had any illusions about Han Keqin. Are you kidding? With a boyfriend who wears an Armani suit and drives a BMW X5, and who is the manager of a small company, what can she possibly compete with? With such a boyfriend, Han Keqin is no longer the little intern in his eyes who can be manipulated at will. That's right, she can quit at any time, okay? Yang Ming's heart underwent a drastic change. Xiao Ran and Han Keqin naturally had no idea. At the moment, Han Keqin was sitting in the passenger seat of Xiao Ran's BMW X5, wrapped in the luxurious interior and extremely romantic mood lighting. Han Keqin felt very comfortable. She then questioned Xiao Ran. Didn't you say you took the subway? Why did you drive here? And when we had dinner yesterday, why didn't I see you driving? Han Keqin suddenly asked Xiao Ran, seeing that Xiao Ran had suddenly driven such a large SUV to pick her up. It was still an expensive BMW X5, and Han Keqin was even more curious about Xiao Ran's background. Oh, because I only bought the car today. Xiao Ran said. You only bought it today? You're not going to tell me that you bought this car specifically to pick me up from work, are you? Han Keqin asked teasingly. Yes. Xiao Ran answered directly without even thinking. Hearing Xiao Ran's reply, Han Keqin froze. You mean, you told me yesterday that you were going to pick me up? You went out and bought this car today just to pick me up from work? Xiao Ran didn't say anything, just nodded in response. Han Keqin saw this and gently patted Xiao Ran on the shoulder with her jade hands. You're crazy, buying such an expensive car just to pick me up. Even if you came to pick me up on an electric bicycle, I wouldn't mind. And even if you bought a car, you could have bought a cheaper one. In her words, Han Keqin was a little bit blaming Xiao Ran. But in fact, Han Keqin's heart was touched to the extreme at this moment. Subsequently, Han Keqin secretly asked Xiao Ran. How much did this car cost? It's not expensive, only 840,000. 840,000? Han Keqin's heart couldn't help but tremble, but no matter how she thought about it, she felt that such a huge sum of more than 800,000 yuan should not be used to buy a car. And specially buy it to pick her up and drop her off at work. You have to know that in Xiamen, where housing prices are among the highest in the country, 800,000 yuan can pay the down payment on a commercial property in Xiamen. Being able to settle down in Xiamen and have a home of your own is the dream of so many Xiamen drifters. Han Keqin's thoughts were driving Xiao Ran, who obviously had no idea. And Xiao Ran, you said you were my boyfriend, is that true? Han Keqin suddenly remembered that Xiao Ran had previously claimed to be her boyfriend in front of Yang Ming, which made her blush, but her heart was full of expectations. It's not true, Xiao Ran said jokingly. Han Keqin was a little angry when she heard Xiao Ran's reply. You're not telling the truth. Didn't you admit to yourself that I'm your boyfriend? Xiao Ran thought about before, Han Keqin also said in front of Yang Ming that he was her boyfriend. Did I? Did I say that? Han Keqin started to play the bad guy. Xiao Ran stopped driving and pulled over to the side of the road. Xiao Ran, what are you doing? Han Keqin asked, watching Xiao Ran pull over. Xiao Ran unbuckled his seatbelt and turned over, kissing Han Keqin fiercely. Han Keqin was obviously shocked by Xiao Ran's actions, but soon calmed down. She responded to Xiao Ran's kiss fiercely. Han Keqin, who had never been in a relationship before, had suddenly become more proactive than Xiao Ran. This took Xiao Ran a little by surprise, especially as Han Keqin's large, soft breasts were pushing against Xiao Ran's chest through his uniform. For a moment, Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. In this way, the two of them kissed for a long time in the car, until Han Keqin and Xiao Ran both found it difficult to breathe. The two of them reluctantly let go of each other. I'm your boyfriend now, right? Xiao Ran said to Han Keqin with a smile. Han Keqin only lowered her head and responded in a low voice. At this moment, Han Keqin was so shy that her face turned red, and she didn't dare to look directly at Xiao Ran in the driver's seat next to her. What Xiao Ran did not notice was that when Han Keqin said this sentence, the number on Han Keqin's head had already changed to 50,000 yuan. However, since Xiao Ran did not use his supernatural powers to observe, naturally, he did not notice the change in the value on Han Keqin's head. Xiao Ran also did not say much. Let's go, I'll take you home. Chapter 13, Han Keqin's mother's misunderstanding. Xiao Ran also took out the pre-packaged fast food and handed it to Han Keqin. You haven't eaten, right? Eat first. Han Keqin only felt that Xiao Ran was a big warm guy who had even considered the situation where she had worked overtime and hadn't eaten dinner. Just thinking that the Xiao Ran in front of her would be her boyfriend made Han Keqin very satisfied. Today, in this situation, my relationship with Xiao Ran as boyfriend and girlfriend should be considered officially established. Han Keqin thought to herself. Xian Ran, how is your father's condition? Xiao Ran asked the question that was on his mind. After you transferred the money to me yesterday, I transferred the treatment costs to the hospital early this morning. My father was taken into the operating room in the morning, and the operation was completed in the afternoon. So how is your father? Was the operation successful? Well, my father's surgery went very well. The doctor said that this disease is not a terminal illness, but it will cost a lot of money. And it was only because of the money you gave that the surgery could be performed in time. The doctor said that if it had been a few days later, even if the surgery was successful, there would still be many aftereffects. As for now, the doctor said that my father will slowly recover and be like any normal person in the future. Han Keqin said to Xiao Ran. Hearing this, Xiao Ran felt a little relieved. Are you kidding me? This is my future father-in-law. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I have to make my father-in-law healthy. Xiao Ran thought to himself. Well, Xiao Ran, thank you. Why are you thanking me? Xiao Ran said. Well, even if you are my boyfriend, I still have to say thank you to you. After all, we are not married, and this is not your obligation. Han Keqin said. Hearing Han Keqin's words, Xiao Ran did not refute anything. It didn't take long, and Xiao Ran had already driven Han Keqin to the rental house where Han Keqin lived. Han Keqin's company was not too far from Han Keqin's company, so it only took Xiao Ran half an hour to drive there. Xiao Ran parked the car in the parking space downstairs. Xiao Ran, I'm home, so I'll go upstairs first? Han Keqin said to Xiao Ran with reluctance. You're not inviting me upstairs? Xiao Ran said with a smile, without any other bad thoughts. Xiao Ran simply wanted to see Han Keqin's current living environment. And take a look at Han Keqin's house to see if there are any shortcomings, and then Xiao Ran can go and get them for Han Keqin. Of course, if something could happen, Xiao Ran wouldn't resist. After all, today is different from yesterday. Today, he and Han Keqin have officially established a romantic relationship, so if something happens, Xiao Ran naturally won't shy away from it. Although he has been a virgin for more than 20 years, Xiao Ran is not someone who is against premarital sex. Although Xiao Ran is now rich, it is still difficult to find a girl like Han Keqin. A girl like this, with a good figure, good looks, and a kind heart, is hard to find even with a lantern. Just kindness alone is not something that can be found with money. What's more, Han Keqin's appearance is not even inferior to those popular first-tier female stars, and she even surpasses those female stars in appearance and figure. That's why Xiao Ran also wants to take Han Keqin down and make her completely his own. Xiao Ran, I'm sorry. I can't today, my mother is in my room. My father just had a successful surgery today, and there are doctors and nurses at the hospital monitoring him at all times. My mother is coming to stay with me for the night. She hasn't had much rest at all after spending all this time at the hospital with my father. Well, since your aunt is here, I won't go up. Xiao Ran naturally did not choose to go up again when he heard that Han Keqin's mother was upstairs. Xiao Ran watched Han Keqin go upstairs from downstairs until Han Keqin's figure disappeared in the hallway. Xiao Ran then drove off in the BMW X5 he had just bought today. As soon as Han Keqin went upstairs, she saw her mother sitting upright and waiting for her by her bed. Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? Han Keqin was a little surprised to see that her mother had not gone to bed yet at such a late hour, and had been waiting up for her with the lights on. Well, I couldn't sleep. Although Han Keqin's mother Rebirth was over 40 years old, she was not bad looking. If she were 20 years younger, it would be obvious that Rebirth is also a complete beauty. Naturally, Han Keqin has inherited her mother's appearance, and she has even surpassed her. I saw Rebirth staring at Han Keqin with a serious expression. This morning when you transferred money, your father was anxious to see a doctor, so I didn't ask any questions. But now, you should tell your mother the truth, right? Tell me where you got that money. And, just now, I saw from the window, who is the person who sent you back? Rebirth had been waiting by the window for her daughter to come home from work. She saw her daughter being sent home in a luxury car, and Xiao Ran did not get out of the car. Rebirth did not see the man's face clearly either. Han Keqin did not expect that her mother had been waiting for her to come back, and had obviously misunderstood her. Why are you not saying anything? Keqin, I know that your father is very important to both of us. But if you sell your body and soul for the 500,000 yuan treatment fee, even if your father is cured, do you think he will feel at ease? Yi Keqin said sternly to Han Keqin. Yi Keqin and Han Keqin's father, Han Zhenglong, were both state-owned enterprise employees. More than 10 years ago, due to poor management, they and other state-owned enterprise employees were bought out and retired early. Although the family's financial situation was a bit difficult, the Han family's family values had always been very strict. Otherwise, Han Keqin would not have been single until the age of 23. Hearing her mother's words, Han Keqin realized that her mother had misunderstood her and thought that she had sold her body to an outside boss. But it was obvious that no one could come up with 500,000 yuan overnight. "Oh, Mom. It's not what you think," Han Keqin anxiously explained to her mother. "Then tell me, who is the man who brought you back? And did the man who drove you back give you the 500,000 yuan?" Yi Keqin asked. "Mom, it's really not what you think. He gave me the money. But your daughter is not someone's mistress. He was my college classmate. I never expected to run into him here." Hearing Han Keqin say that the man who drove her back was her college classmate, and looking at Han Keqin's appearance again, Yi Keqin finally eased up, not convinced that she was lying. Her furrowed eyebrows gradually relaxed. Chapter 14, My Parents Want to Meet You. Is he really a classmate from your university? Well, Han Keqin didn't deny it. Then why did he give you money? Yi Keqin asked. Han Keqin didn't answer for a long time. Then she said, "Mom, he's my boyfriend now." "What? You actually have a boyfriend?" Han Keqin said she was in a relationship with the boy who had driven her home. And when Han Keqin's father's medical expenses were all paid by this boy. Yi Keqin was even more surprised. "What's your classmate's name?" "Mom, his name is Xiaoran." "So his family is very wealthy? And he can just pull out so much money?" Yi Keqin asked, afraid that her daughter had found a rich second generation. Those second-generation rich kids didn't have a good image in Yi Keqin's eyes. Yi Keqin's views were as traditional as Han Zhenglong, Han Keqin's father. She felt that although those rich second generation were rich, most of them were bad guys who toyed with girls' bodies and feelings. After all, even if they were rich, it was their parents who had worked hard to make the money, not them. If Han Keqin was dating a rich second generation, Yi Keqin would never accept it. "Mom, he's not a rich second generation." Han Keqin seemed to read her mother's mind and explained to Yi Keqin. Not only is he not a second generation rich man, but his family is not well off either. Back in college, he was a well-known poor student in our department, and every year the National Poverty Alleviation Scholarship went to him. Hearing Han Keqin say this, Yi Keqin felt slightly relieved. If his family is not well off, then how did he come up with so much money? Yi Keqin was still a little worried when she thought about it, afraid that Xiaoran's money came from an improper source. He came to Xiaqing right after graduating from university, and it seems that he started a business and set up some small businesses on his own. Han Keqin explained. "Mom, there's more. If I hadn't met Xiaoran, I would have been cheated yesterday." Han Keqin was afraid that Yi Keqin would worry, so she didn't tell her about the fake Chinese medicine doctor who wanted her to pay with her body in exchange for the prescription. Cheated? Yes, you don't know, it was that so-called miracle doctor recommended by that patient in Dad's ward, Zhang. His prescription was fake, and he was a fake doctor. If Xiaoran hadn't called to report it, we would still be in the dark. Thinking about this, Yi Keqin also felt a wave of fear, and that Zhang had already been discharged from the hospital a long time ago. If Han Zhenglong had any mishaps from taking that fake prescription, it would be impossible to find anyone to talk to. Moreover, the person who reported the fake doctor was awarded a 50,000 yuan bonus, saying that it was because of me that they were able to do it, and they transferred the 50,000 yuan to me. Han Keqin added. Upon hearing this, Yi Keqin suddenly had a lot of good feelings for Xiaoran. But then she thought about it again. Han Keqin had only met Xiaoran yesterday, and although they were college classmates, the relationship had been established too quickly. "Oh, Mom. Don't worry. Han Keqin, in that case, I don't oppose you dating Xiaoran. But you shouldn't have kept your parents in the dark about it. Since your father is recovering well, you should bring Xiaoran over tomorrow so we can thank him properly. We can also keep an eye on things for you." Han Keqin was overjoyed to hear Yi Keqin approve of her relationship with Xiaoran. "Mom, thank you," Han Keqin said affectionately, putting her arms around Yi Keqin's neck. "Come on, you're a big girl, you're acting like a child. You have to work tomorrow, so get some rest." I'm going to visit your father in the hospital tomorrow, so I won't wake you up. I'll cook you breakfast, and you can eat it by yourself. Yi Keqin pushed her daughter away and said. Well. Han Keqin nodded obediently. Soon Han Keqin went to the bathroom to take a shower and get ready for bed. Lying in bed, Han Keqin was still thinking about the fact that she and Xiao Ran had established a couple relationship today. She was so happy that she couldn't sleep. What a silly child. Yi Keqin looked at Han Keqin's happy face and shook her head too. She was more and more curious about the boy named Xiao Ran. As for Xiao Ran, he also returned to the sailing hotel early in the day in the BMW X5 he had just bought. Xiao Ran parked the BMW X5 in front of the hotel. A dedicated waiter took Xiao Ran's keys and drove Xiao Ran's car into the hotel's exclusive parking lot and parked it. After getting to know each other over the past few days, the hotel staff all knew that Xiao Ran was a VIP customer of the hotel. The service for Xiao Ran was even more attentive. At the moment, Xiao Ran, who was lying on the big bed, was thinking about Han Keqin. Xiao Ran never dreamed that the former university campus beauty would become his girlfriend today. Then Xiao Ran began to think about making money again. There were still 3 days to go this week, and the major lottery ticket stations in Xiamen City would not receive a new batch of scratch tickets until next week. How was he going to spend those 3 days? Xiao Ran still didn't have a good plan in mind. At that moment, the phone rang. Xiao Ran saw the text message prompt, which said "Dear wife." Without delay, Xiao Ran quickly unlocked the screen of his phone to check the text message. Yes, after establishing a relationship with Han Keqin, Xiao Ran had privately changed Han Keqin's contact information to wife. Although they were still just dating, Xiao Ran was already planning to marry her. Xiao Ran, are you there? Still calling me Xiao Ran? No. Call me husband. I'm not going to call you that, we're not married. Then call me darling. I'm not used to it yet, I can't say it. You'll get used to it after you keep calling it. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Just call it first. Han Keqin looked at the text message sent by Xiao Ran and hesitated for a moment before sending a voice message directly. Honey, do you miss me? Xiao Ran was also taken aback when he heard the voice message sent by Han Keqin, and his heart was much happier. What do you think? I can't wait to grab you right now and watch you fall asleep. Xiao Ran also sent a voice message in reply. Han Keqin got under the covers, lowered the volume, and carefully opened the voice message. She was afraid of waking Yi Keqin. Han Keqin felt very satisfied when she listened to the voice message from Xiao Ran. But then she chose to send a text message. Honey, my mom is here, so let's text. Han Keqin was already on edge after just a little teasing via voice message. Okay, honey. Honey, let's get down to business. I told my mom about us. What do you think? Did your mom agree? Well, my mom agreed. But she said she wants to bring you to meet them tomorrow. They feel we're moving a bit too fast. They want to check on me personally. You have to behave yourself and not embarrass me. Don't worry, honey, I'll definitely behave myself. Okay, honey, I just wanted to tell you this. You need to get ready. It's getting late, and I have to go to work tomorrow. I'm going to go to bed early, so you should too. Okay, honey, good night. Okay, honey, good night. After sending Han Keqin a good night, Xiao Ran put down his phone. Chapter 15. My company is called Jiangnan Leather. It was soon the next day. 8 a.m. Xiao Ran was waiting for Han Keqin downstairs in his BMW X5 early in the morning. Yi Keqin was a little worried about Han Zhenlong, who was still in the hospital. It was still dark when she went to the hospital before Xiao Ran arrived. Han Keqin also washed up briefly and ate the breakfast that Yi Keqin had made for her. After changing into a professional suit, Han Keqin carefully examined herself in the full-length mirror in the room. Since her father's illness had been cured, the stone in Han Keqin's heart had fallen to the ground. She had also established a romantic relationship with Xiao Ran. At this time, Han Keqin no longer looked as downcast as before, lamenting the injustice of fate all day long. Instead, her whole heart was filled with sunshine, and she felt that the heavens were looking after her. Perhaps it was because she had been under so much pressure that she had been unable to sleep all night before. Han Keqin felt that her complexion was now a lot better than before. Looking at her figure and appearance, Han Keqin tried to adjust the parts of herself that didn't look good. She now felt like she had been reborn, and naturally wanted to approach each day with a brand new attitude. Hang in there, Han Keqin. Han Keqin clenched her fists and patted herself on the back in the mirror. Then she grabbed her bag and headed downstairs. When she arrived downstairs, she immediately saw Xiaoran standing in front of his BMW X5. "Xiaoran, you've been waiting here for me?" Han Keqin had not asked Xiaoran to pick her up from work. Even when Xiaoran picked her up from work last night, it was Xiaoran who took the initiative. She had originally thought that picking her up like that yesterday would only happen once in a while. But she never expected that Xiaoran would choose to wait for her downstairs by himself. This really surprised her. "Call me Xiaoran again? What did you call me yesterday?" Xiaoran smiled, opened his arms wide, and gestured towards Han Keqin. Han Keqin happily threw herself into Xiaoran's arms and whispered, "Dear, be good, today I'll take you to work." Han Keqin nodded obediently. Then Xiaoran let go of Han Keqin in his arms and opened the car door for her gentlemanly. Han Keqin naturally got into the passenger seat. After that, Xiaoran drove and took Han Keqin to work. Since the roads in Xiaocheng were often congested, and it was the rush hour, Xiaoran and Han Keqin got stuck in traffic for a while before they arrived at Han Keqin's company. "Honey, you don't need to drive me to work every day. You have your own things to do too." Han Keqin was afraid that because she was being driven to and from work, it would affect Xiaoran. "It's fine. I'll be your personal driver from now on, if you want," Xiaoran said. Although it sounded warm, Han Keqin felt that something was wrong. Han Keqin remembered what her mother had said yesterday. According to Xiaoran, someone who is still starting a company shouldn't have so much time. The people Han Keqin knows who are starting a business are always very busy. But she was about to be late, and she didn't have time to ask. She had to hurry and say to Xiaoran, "Honey, my dad has recovered quite a bit today, let's go see him tonight." Hearing Han Keqin's words, of course Xiaoran didn't refuse. He nodded and agreed. Seeing that Xiaoran had agreed, Han Keqin hurriedly got out of the car and ran towards the company building. Xiaoran had nothing to do all day, after all, he didn't lack money now, and he didn't know where to go. So he wandered around the neighborhood. In the evening, Han Keqin took Xiaoran to the Second People's Hospital to Han Junlong's ward. Before they came, Xiaoran bought a lot of fruit and supplements. "Hello, Auntie and Uncle, I'm Han Keqin's boyfriend." As soon as Xiaoran entered the room, he introduced himself to Han Junlong, who was lying on the bed, and Yi Yaqian, who was sitting next to him. "Ah, it's Xiaoran. Come on, sit down," Han Junlong said, seeing that his daughter had brought Xiaoran with her. "Okay, Uncle." Xiaoran then placed the tonic and fruit he was holding next to Han Junlong's bed. He found a place to sit down. Yi Yaqian, on the other hand, secretly looked up and down at Xiaoran. There seemed to be a hint of satisfaction in her expression. At least in terms of appearance and temperament, Xiaoran's figure, coupled with the designer suit, made him look very elegant. "Xiaoran, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what this old man of mine would have done." Yi Yaqian thanked Xiaoran directly. "Uncle and Aunt, these are things I should do. And now that I'm with Keqin, your business is of course my business. I also feel that I, as a junior, haven't done enough." Seeing Xiaoran's polite tone, there was not a trace of arrogance in his words like those of the rich. Han Junlong and Yi Yaqian were both very happy. Looking at Xiaoran in front of him, the future son-in-law, they were more and more satisfied. "Xiaoran, there is something I've always wanted to ask. I don't know if it will offend you." "Oh, no, you can ask me anything, Uncle," Xiaoran said. "Well, I'll just ask then." Han Junlong didn't beat around the bush. "Xiaoran, what kind of work are you doing in Xiaocheng?" As soon as he heard Han Junlong's question, Xiaoran became slightly nervous. He couldn't say that he was buying scratchers. So Xiaoran said, "I'm starting my own business and have opened a small company." Xiaoran used the words he had previously used to deal with Han Keqin to deal with Han Junlong. "So, Xiaoran, what kind of company do you run?" Hearing Han Junlong's words, Xiaoran was a little panicked. He didn't expect Han Junlong to do this. "Yes, dear, even I don't know what kind of business you're in." At this time, Han Keqin spoke. Even Han Keqin looked at Xiaoran with a curious face. At the same time, Yi Yaqian also looked at him with curiosity. Xiaoran, on the other hand, awkwardly rubbed his head. After thinking for a moment, he quickly reported the industry in which the company he worked for was engaged. Oh, I'm in the leather business, and I own a small company. Leather business? Han Zhenglong was a little surprised to find that the company his daughter worked for also dealt in leather. That's a bit of a coincidence, because the company Xiao Ran works for also deals in leather. Xiao Ran had a bad feeling when he heard that Han Keqin worked for a leather company. When he had driven Han Keqin to work before, he had been too busy to pay attention to what her company did. Honey, you're not serious, you work in the leather business too? Han Keqin was also taken aback. What's the name of your company? Maybe I'll recognize it. Xiao Ran's head suddenly went blank. The leather industry in Xiaocheng was not very developed, and there were only a few leather companies. If he just randomly named one, he was afraid that it would be easily recognized. The name of my company is Jiangnan Leather Company. Xiao Ran said with a stiff upper lip. When he said Jiangnan Leather Company, it was as if the words were being squeezed out one by one. Chapter 16. Back to Jiangnan Leather Company. So Jiangnan Leather Company is yours? Han Keqin's mouth hung open in surprise. There are only a few leather companies in Xiaocheng, and although Jiangnan Leather is not the biggest, it is not small in scale. Well, yes. Xiao Ran nodded awkwardly. Xiao Ran, when I get better, would it be convenient for me to visit your company? I want to see your company. Han Zhenglong said. Xiao Ran was about to decline. Han Keqin also spoke up. Yes, dear, our company also deals in leather. I'm interning at the company, but the older employees there are reluctant to teach me sincerely. When my father is discharged from the hospital, I'll also take a leave of absence and go to your company with my father to take a look, and ask the business elites at your company for advice. Before Xiao Ran could refuse, Han Keqin came in with a face full of excitement. Okay. Seeing Han Keqin's expression, Xiao Ran also knew that he could no longer refuse, otherwise it would arouse their suspicions even more. Then, after you are discharged from the hospital, I will take you to my company to have a look. Xiao Ran said. But in his heart, he was extremely anxious. Where can I show you the whole company? Xiao Ran thought to himself. The doctor said that I will be discharged from the hospital next Wednesday. Since it is better to choose a day that coincides with the date, then let's go to your place next Wednesday to have a look. Han Zhenglong said. Then I'll also ask for a day off from work in advance. Han Keqin said excitedly. Next Wednesday? Xiao Ran's face stiffened. This is a bit too fast. Okay then. Xiao Ran then briefly sat in Han Zhenglong's hospital room before getting up to leave. Then, uncle, I won't disturb you anymore. Han Zhenglong saw that Xiao Ran was leaving and hurriedly said to Han Keqin. Keqin, you go and see your boyfriend off. Well. Hearing her father's command, Han Keqin led Xiao Ran out of the ward. My dear, it's okay. I didn't realize that you and I were in the same business. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask me. Xiao Ran said awkwardly, thinking about how he had hastily introduced himself as the boss of Jiangnan Leather Company. In fact, the Jiangnan Leather Company where Xiao Ran used to work was also founded not long ago in Xiaocheng. Han Keqin did not know the details of Jiangnan Leather Company, but she just knew that there was such a company in the same industry. If Han Keqin investigated carefully, she would definitely find a flaw. However, Han Keqin did not think like this. First, it is generally difficult for young girls in love to think about problems, and second, Han Keqin trusted Xiao Ran very much. Moreover, she was going to visit Xiao Ran's company next Wednesday, so Han Keqin did not have any suspicions. Only Xiao Ran kept getting headaches. If that didn't work, he could pay some people to go back to his old workplace and act with him. If they didn't cooperate, there was always the worst option, which was to rent an office building and hire some actors to help him out. Xiao Ran's mind raced through several ideas. Han Keqin then accompanied Xiao Ran to where Xiao Ran had parked. My dear, my mother is at the hospital with my father today. No one will be at my place tonight. Han Keqin said coyly to Xiao Ran. She wrapped her arms around him, and he immediately felt a reaction in his body. This little vixen. Xiao Ran thought to himself. But since he had to think about how to deal with Han Keqin's family, Xiao Ran didn't choose to go to Han Keqin's rental house to take a look. He just wanted to go back to the hotel first and think about a response. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future once they got past this hurdle. Keqin, I have some work to do at the company today, so I need to go back first. It's getting late, so I'll take you back and let you rest. Xiao Ran said directly. Han Keqin was a little disappointed, but she didn't doubt him. Okay, promise me that you'll take care of your health and not work too late. Han Keqin reminded him. I know. You should go to bed early too when you get back. Xiaoran petted Han Keqin's little head with a look of adoration. Okay. Han Keqin nodded obediently. So, Xiaoran drove Han Keqin back to her place. He then returned to the sailing hotel alone. Once back at the sailing hotel, Xiaoran paced around the room. He was a little anxious. It wasn't impossible to go back to his former colleagues and act with them. But just the other day, he offended his manager. If he goes back, it's not certain that his colleagues will agree to go along with the charade. Never mind, I'll go and take a look tomorrow. Xiaoran didn't think about it any further, washed up briefly, and went to bed. The next day, Xiaoran did the same as the previous 2 days and drove Han Keqin to work. Then he drove to his old company. When he arrived at the company building, Xiaoran saw a familiar figure, Wei Yu. Wei Yu was a colleague from one of Xiaoran's departments. Wei Yu joined the company a few years before Xiaoran, and his abilities were absolutely top-notch in their department. As the business elite of the procurement team, he could negotiate 1.5 million for the company for every 2 million worth of raw materials. However, Wei Yu now looked much more decadent, and didn't look at all like the business elite of the procurement department he once was. Wei Yu also saw Xiaoran, but when he saw Xiaoran's designer suit and the BMW X5 with the license plate NIN D88888 next to him, Wei Yu's entire body went numb. Xiaoran, just the other day I heard that you quit your job. At the time I was wondering, you usually work so hard and diligently, why did you suddenly quit? And this outfit of yours? Where did you make your fortune? Wei Yu was surprised to see Xiaoran, but he still asked. I bought some lottery tickets and won some money. Xiaoran said apologetically. Who are you trying to fool? You can't win the lottery that easily. And I've never seen you buy a lottery ticket before. By the way, why did you come back this time? Wei Yu said. Well, to see you old colleagues. What are you doing here? I need to talk to you about something. Let's go upstairs and talk. Xiaoran said. Alas, there's no need to go up, Xiaoran. Something's happened at the company. Upon hearing that something had happened at the company, Xiaoran was shocked. What happened? Xiaoran asked. Alas, it's hard to say. You go up and see for yourself. I have things to do here, so I won't go up with you. Wei Yu answered before leaving. As he was leaving, Xiaoran then saw that the bag on Wei Yu's back was full of Wei Yu's personal belongings from the company. Seeing Wei Yu's dispirited back, Xiaoran took the elevator to the 15th floor alone. The entire 15th floor of Huacheng building was rented by Xiaoran's former company, Jiangnan Leather Company, for office use. Jiangnan Leather Company's office is located on the island of Xiamen City, and renting an entire floor of office space is not too expensive. This is mainly where the purchasing department, sales department, finance department, and general manager's office of Jiangnan Leather Company are located. Jiangnan Leather Company also has a production department, Jiangnan Leather Factory, located in the suburbs outside the island of Xiamen City. Because land prices are cheaper there, and the production department, Jiangnan Leather Factory, occupies a lot more land than the office space, it had to be located in the suburbs outside the island. Chapter 17, Company Shares, I'll buy them. As he rode the elevator, Xiaoran had a strange feeling. Soon, the elevator arrived on the 15th floor. Before Xiaoran even got out of the elevator, he heard a loud noise outside. Huang He, you son of a bitch, you cheated us of our hard-earned money. After getting out of the elevator, Xiaoran saw that the entire front door of the company was closed. The entire corridor was packed with people. At a glance, there were more than 100 people packed into this not-so-big corridor. These were Xiaoran's former colleagues, and there were about 40 people who worked on this 15th floor. The remaining 60-odd people were production workers at Jiangnan Leather Factory. At this time, the company's door was covered in graffiti and a white banner was hung. A man in his 50s was holding a loudspeaker and shouting, Wang Baiyan He, give us back our hard-earned money. As soon as the man finished speaking, the 100 or so people in the corridor also shouted loudly, Give us back our hard-earned money. Xiaoran looked at this scene in a state of shock. He asked a colleague, What's going on? Xiaoran didn't expect that just a few days after he had left, Jiangnan Leather Company had already become like this. The employee was also taken aback when he saw it was Xiaoran. Xiaoran? Didn't you already leave? Why are you back? The employee asked. Well, I forgot to take something, so I came back to take a look. Xiaoran said. What's going on? What's going on? Alas, can't you tell? The boss ran away. That son of a bitch, Huang He, was out eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. He owed a lot of gambling debts. He took his sister-in-law abroad, and when he left, he even sold all the office equipment in the company and the production lines in the factory. Whenever that employee talks about Huang He, his eyes burst with uncontrollable anger. Xiaoran, you're lucky, you haven't been here long, you're only an intern, and your wages are paid on time. We weren't as lucky. You don't know, the company signed a confidentiality agreement with all the employees. We weren't allowed to ask each other about wages. It wasn't until today, when Huang Yi had an accident, that we realized that everyone has been owed wages for more than half a year. Take me for example, the company hasn't paid me since February this year, saying that it would be paid in one lump sum at the end of the year. Unexpectedly, I didn't get the money, and the person ran away. The employee was crying. I have worked for more than half a year, but haven't received a penny. I have borrowed money to get by in my family. I even borrowed money to pay for my daughter's tuition fees back home. As he spoke, the employee almost burst into tears. A grown man, crushed by reality, could barely hold on. Xiaoran looked at him and felt sorry for him. He then grabbed the lead man, Zhang Bo, who was shouting through a loudspeaker. Zhang Bo, whose name was Zhang Wanfu, was the oldest person in Xiaoran's company. He was the department manager of both the finance department and the sales department. He had been deeply involved in the leather industry for decades, and in terms of experience, no one there could compare to him. What's the current situation of the company? Xiaoran asked. Alas, you have to know that Huang Yi has run away, and the company is now just an empty shell. What's more, the company's shares have been mortgaged to the bank, and the auction will start next Monday. The auction will start? Yes, the price is 3 million. Zhang Bo said to Xiaoran. Then if the auction of the shares is successful, won't your wages be settled? Xiaoran said reassuringly to Zhang Bo. Alas, you're thinking too simply. You have to know that our small company, when it was operating normally, was only worth 10 million yuan. Not to mention that all the valuable equipment in the factory has been sold by that bastard Huang He. The only thing of value in the company now is the land and the factory buildings on it. The land and factory buildings are worth 8 million yuan, but the company still has an external debt of 10 million yuan. If you buy the company's shares, it seems that you have made a profit by getting the land and factory buildings worth 8 million yuan. But buying the shares also means taking on the debts. In particular, of the 10 million yuan, more than 2 million is our wages as employees, and more than 8 million is the money owed to suppliers and the gambling debts borrowed by Huang He in the company's name. The company is now just an empty shell. Which fool would want to take it over? Although we know that this is useless, we have no choice. Even if it's useless, we still have to block it here. Everyone here, there are several people and their families waiting for our wages to live. Zhang Bo sighed. The equity is priced at 3 million? Xiaoran felt a little excited. He felt that he seemed to have a way out. That is to buy this Jiangnan leather company. Although Xiaoran does not have 3 million right now, starting next week, Xiaoran can go to Xiaoqing again to sweep the scratch lottery. And Xiaoran is not afraid of the 10 million debt. Not to mention that the land and factory buildings can still be sold for 8 million. Even if the land and factory buildings are not sold, Xiaoran is completely capable of paying it off. 10 million is only a matter of a month or two for Xiaoran. It is worth it to spend 10 million to buy a reasonable and legal identity. Not to mention that it can be used to deal with Han Keqin's family. In the future, even if his family members ask, he will be able to have a reasonable explanation. He thought about going back to his hometown during the New Year holidays, and the villagers asking him what he had done to get rich. He could just say that he was the boss of Jiangnan Leather Factory. Thinking about this, Xiaoran had already decided to buy the shares of Jiangnan Leather Company. Xiaoran didn't know how to run a business, so it would be fine just to sit there. If it could turn a crisis into safety and normal operations could bring Xiaoran more benefits, he would be happy to accept it. After all, Scratch One only came out once a week, and Xiaoran still wanted to start some other side businesses. Don't get excited about that, Zhang Bo. Xiaoran said to Zhang Bo, comforting him. Then he looked at the others in the corridor. Don't be sad about that. I'll buy the shares of Jiangnan Leather Company. When the funds are in place, I'll give you all your wages first. When Xiao Ran spoke, the whole room fell silent. Buy the shares? Are you kidding? You must be out of your mind to buy the company's shares. Some employees in the production department who didn't know Xiao Ran questioned him. Those who knew Xiao Ran were even more suspicious. Isn't this the former intern of the company? What are you talking about? But then, after someone saw the Armani suit on Xiao Ran and then saw the BMW keyring around his waist, they all became silent. Judging from the way Xiao Ran was dressed, even buying a knockoff would cost thousands of dollars, and of course if it were the real thing, it would cost tens of thousands. Chapter 18, The Unlucky Chun Erpeo. At this point, even if everyone no longer believed in Xiao Ran, there was nothing they could do. Xiao Ran, if you can really acquire the equity and revitalize these assets so that we employees can get paid, then I thank you on behalf of my entire family, and we will all fully support and cooperate with you during the acquisition process. Zhang Bo gestured for everyone to be quiet, and was the first to stand up and support Xiao Ran. Don't worry, Zhang Bo, I'm not lying to you. Not only will I buy the company's shares, I will also revitalize the company and get you all back to work. And I promise you, no matter what happens to Jiangnan Leather in the future, as long as I, Xiao Ran, don't go bankrupt, I will never let it close down. Xiao Ran said to the crowd. Hearing Xiao Ran say this, the employees present all let go of their suspicions. Instead, they felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Xiao Ran. Mr. Xiao, don't worry. If you can really bring the company back to life and get us all our jobs back, I'll work my butt off for you. At this time, a worker from the production department said loudly to Xiao Ran. This worker also did not call Xiao Ran by his name, but directly addressed him as Mr. Xiao. Yes, Mr. Xiao, as long as you let us all keep our jobs, we will all fully support you. Before, they were ordinary workers in the production department, and if they lost their jobs, they would have some difficulty finding another one. Now the person speaking is a white-collar worker in the office building. At this point, the company, whether it is the production department or the headquarters, whether it is blue-collar or white-collar, has decided to work hard with Xiao Ran. And just then, a sound came from inside the tightly closed company gate. Someone heard the sound inside and used a tool to directly pry open the door lock that locked the door. Before Xiao Ran appeared, they were going to break down the door and go in, taking away some things that could be moved to use as wages. However, just now Xiao Ran had said that he wanted to buy the company's shares and do his best to keep the company running normally. They no longer had the idea of going through the company's things. But as soon as they heard some noise inside, some good-hearted people still wanted to go in and see what was going on. They saw that the door lock had been picked, and several burly workers from the production department immediately rushed in. Then a loud noise came from inside the door. Good for you, Chen Erpeo, you dare to show up here? Then the workers dragged someone out of the company. The man's face was directly covered in a blue bruise, and he looked very panicked when he saw everyone. One of the workers who had just rushed in couldn't help but start fighting, and this person was Chen Erpeo, the manager of the purchasing department who had previously bullied Xiao Ran. Chen Erpeo, how dare you show up here? Kill him, he's no good either. Someone at the scene began to yell angrily. Don't hit me, this really has nothing to do with me, I'm also a victim. The main reason why everyone was gnashing their teeth at him was that Chen Erpeo was the cousin of the wife of the company's former boss, Huang He. This was also the reason why Chen Erpeo, who had never studied much since childhood, was able to become Xiao Ran's superior. At this time, Chen Erpeo also secretly cursed his bad luck. In fact, he had also been entrusted by Huang He with 6 months' salary, which had not been paid. Later, when Huang He had an accident, he had gone to see his cousin, Huang He's wife. But Huang He's wife was also having a miserable time, because Huang He had left his wife and child behind and run off to a foreign country with her younger sister. Having experienced bankruptcy and betrayal from a loved one after the other, Huang He's wife had neither the mood nor the energy to help Chen Erpeo demand his wages. Chen Erpeo, who had sought help from his cousin to no avail, then went to the company to see if there was anything of value that he could take. Just as Chen Erpeo was looking for something valuable to take with him when he ran away, he met these employees who had come together to collect their debts. Naturally, he was then blocked inside. When the company was running normally, Chen Erpeo had not hesitated to bully other employees by taking advantage of his status as Huang He's relative, and naturally had offended many people. Subsequently, many people went up and started to punch and kick Chen Erpeo. Xiao Ran, no, President Xiao, I really had nothing to do with Huang He running away. Can you say something nice for me? I didn't take a single penny of Huang He's money, and he screwed me over. Chen Erpeo was beaten into a ball by the crowd, wailing while begging Xiao Ran for mercy. He had heard Xiao Ran's offer to buy the company when he was hiding in there. As for why Xiao Ran was so rich now, he couldn't figure it out. But why Xiao Ran had dared to confront him directly and then resign, he did understand a little. Xiao Ran is now rich, and he is not someone he can afford to offend. Forget it, Huang He has already run away. If he and Huang He were together, they would have run away long ago and would not be trapped here. Xiao Ran persuaded the crowd. In fact, Xiao Ran also thought about it. This Chen Erpeo only liked to bully people on weekdays because of his status as Huang He's relative, but it just made people do more work so that he could take the credit. He didn't commit any major mistakes of principle. Another reason is that Chen Erpeo has been with Huang He for so many years. Although he doesn't like to work, he still knows a lot about the leather industry. As soon as Xiao Ran spoke, the others naturally stopped beating Chen Erpeo. Chen Erpeo just held onto Xiao Ran's leg tightly, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, you are wise and valiant, and Jiangnan Leather Company will definitely go beyond Xiaoqing and become a national and even global leader under your leadership. Chen Erpeo kept flattering Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran ignored him again, and the image of Chen Erpeo once flattering his cousin kept popping up in his mind. Huang Yi fell for Chen Erpeo's tricks, but Xiao Ran didn't. Then Xiao Ran got straight to business. Take me to the production department and let me see how things are going over there. As soon as Xiao Ran said that, Zhang Bo immediately came forward. Mr. Xiao, I know the place quite well, I'll take you there. And me too, Mr. Xiao, I want to go too. Chen Erpeo, who was currently hugging Xiao Ran's thigh, also volunteered. Without the two of them having to say anything, Xiao Ran also wanted to take the two of them to have a look. The two of them, one is the company's most senior veteran employee, and the other is the employee who was closest to the former boss Huang He. It would naturally be perfect to let the two of them take him to the production department to have a look. So let's not wait here any longer. Go home and spend more time with your families. I'll ask Zhang Bo and Chen Erpeo to show me around the production department. In a few days, you'll all be waiting for my good news. Xiao Ran said to everyone. Yes, President Xiao. Xiao Ran had already said everything, so naturally, the others did not choose to continue waiting here. They gradually dispersed. After everyone had left, Xiao Ran said to Zhang Bo and Chen Erpeo. Let's go. Chapter 19 Not worth 2 million? So, Zhang Bo and Chen Erpeo followed Xiao Ran to get ready to set off. After Xiao Ran took them in his BMW X5, Zhang Bo really realized that Xiao Ran was really capable of acquiring Jiangnan Leather Company. Chen Erpeo, on the other hand, was shocked. He didn't know why Xiao Ran had become so rich after just a few days. But thinking that Xiao Ran might really become the boss of Jiangnan Leather Company, then he had to curry favor with him. His own ruthless cousin, Huang Yi, had already run away, and with his level of education, where was he going to find a job like that? Jiangnan Leather Company mainly produces leather, that is, PU synthetic leather manufacturing, which is currently the raw material for some furniture, bags, and leather shoes on the market. As a raw material manufacturing company, Jiangnan Leather Company does not manufacture those downstream products. The production department of Jiangnan Leather Company is located in the suburbs on the other side of the island. Xiao Ran and the others spent 2 hours driving to their destination. Rather than being a suburb, the location of Jiangnan Leather Factory is more like the countryside. Xiao Ran arrived outside the island, until he was out of the Xiaoqing city area. He drove a long way before arriving at Jiangnan Leather Factory. Looking further from Jiangnan Leather Factory, there were only a few scattered houses. In Xiamen, where land is at a premium, the factories that can be rented or built in the industrial park are all large companies. Or high-tech companies and some industries supported by the government. And it is already considered very good for a company like Jiangnan Leather Company to be able to find such a piece of land outside the city to build a factory. When Xiao Ran arrived at the gate of the Jiangnan Leather Factory, he didn't see a single figure. It was a completely different scene from the usual scene of many large trucks entering and leaving to load. There was only an old security guard in the security room at the gate. The gate was sealed by the court. The car slowly pulled up to the platform in front of the factory gate. Xiao Ran quickly looked through the car window and took a good look at the Jiangnan Leather Factory he was about to acquire. Jiangnan Leather Company, Limited, worth 20 million yuan. What? 20 million yuan? Not worth 2 million? Xiao Ran was a little surprised. Just now, listening to Zhang Bo's introduction, he had heard that the factory building and land here were worth a maximum of 8 million yuan only. Counting the 10 million yuan in debt, the value of this Jiangnan Leather Company should be 2 million yuan. What kind of person is this? I don't know if people are not allowed in here. At this time, a sound interrupted Xiao Ran's thoughts. That person was the security guard who was guarding the factory here. He saw Xiao Ran's car from afar and thought that it was some riff-raff outside trying to steal things from the factory. Although there was nothing of value in the factory, there was still some scrap metal and other things that could be sold for a few thousand yuan. When he saw Zhang Bo get out of the car, the guard's tone softened. He hurriedly came up to greet them. Manager Zhang, what brings you here? It's like this, I'm showing the new boss around the factory. Zhang Bo directly explained the purpose of his visit to the security guard. New boss? You mean our leather factory has a new boss? The security guard was also taken aback by what Zhang Bo said, but then he became happy. If someone has taken over, it means that the factory may not close down. After all, he has been a security guard at the factory for most of his life, and he has more or less developed a slight attachment to the factory, so naturally he doesn't want it to close down. Yes, that's right. Let me introduce you. This is our general manager Xiao. Zhang Bo introduced the security guard to Xiao Ran. General manager Xiao? The security guard looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Sir, I was here once before. Xiao Ran admired these loyal employees. In this day and age, everyone sees the company they work for as a stepping stone, jumping from one place to the next. Not many people like Zhang Bo and the security guard in front of him have spent most of their lives working for the same company. Xiao Ran reminded with a smile that he had been in this production department once before when he was an intern under Chen Erpeo. That time, Xiao Ran rode his electric bicycle until almost 10 o'clock at night before returning to his accommodation. This production department is indeed a bit far from the city. Mr. Xiao, we want to go in and take a look at the factory. Before Zhang Bo could continue, Chen Erpeo jumped at the chance to be helpful and spoke condescendingly to the security guard. Okay. The security guard was still in a daze from hearing that Xiao Ran was going to buy the factory, and didn't pay attention to Chen Erpeo's tone. Moreover, Chen Erpeo had always been like this when he was the purchasing manager. The security guard was used to it. Without hesitation, he led Xiao Ran and the others into the factory through the back door. Once they entered the factory, Xiao Ran took a closer look around. He had only been here once before, so he hadn't really had a chance to take in the layout and appearance of the factory. This time, he observed it very carefully, because after all, it would be his in the future. The entire factory didn't take up much space, only 40 mu. 20 mu of it was taken up by 2 production workshops and a warehouse, as well as a flat area for loading and unloading trucks. The other 20 mu was planted with some trees and wasn't being developed. Xiao Ran went into the workshop and took a look. Sure enough, the production workshop had already been emptied, and there was not a single piece of production equipment inside. Then Xiao Ran went to the warehouse to take a look. There was indeed a batch of synthetic leather in the warehouse. These were the last batch of goods produced by the company, and they had not been sold yet. The owner, Huang He, had already had an accident. Xiao Ran looked closely. 120 tons of inferior synthetic leather, worth 2 million yuan. Xiao Ran frowned as he looked at the inferior leather in front of him. These are all made of inferior PU that Huang Hahua bought at low prices. The harmful substances in them all exceed market standards by a wide margin. No company would want such raw materials, but Huang Hahua bought them at a low price and made such a batch of goods. Chen Erpeo explained to Xiao Ran. How do you know? Xiao Ran looked curiously at Chen Erpeo. Chen Erpeo was a little embarrassed. Huang Hahua personally asked me to purchase the inferior PU used to produce this batch of goods. None of the employees in the company's purchasing department let them handle it. At that time, I knew that Huang He, that son of a bitch, would sooner or later get into trouble. I didn't think it would actually happen. Chen Erpeo cursed his former brother-in-law Huang He without mercy. With this leather, if it is made into clothes, bags, and worn on people, something is bound to happen. Chen Erpeo said, then revealing a look of gnashing his teeth, as if he was at odds with the evil, heartless boss. Chapter 20, Participate in the Auction. After saying that, Chen Erpeo did not forget to flatter Xiao Ran and said, no matter what company is in the hands of Huang He, it will collapse. Only a young and capable person like you, President Xiao, can make the company bigger and stronger. After spending a month with Xiao Ran, Chen Erpeo knew Xiao Ran's personality very well. Chen Erpeo was best at flattering different people with different words to their liking. Xiao Ran watched Chen Erpeo's sycophantic appearance. He thought that although Chen Erpeo liked to sneak around and do things by halves, passing the work on to others, he was still very good at sucking up and taking advantage of every opportunity. It was really not a bad idea to let Chen Erpeo do sales. In the past, when Huang He put him in the purchasing department, it was a waste of talent. There was a reason why Huang He had put him in the purchasing department in the past. After all, the purchasing department had relatively few performance assessments, and the position of purchasing manager had a lot of kickbacks. At Chen Erpeo's repeated requests, Huang He gave Chen Erpeo this fat job in the company. After all, it's better to keep the fat water in the field. Of course, Chen Erpeo had no idea what Xiao Ran was thinking. That's all for today. Sir, you'll have to work hard and take good care of the factory for me, Xiao Ran said to the security guard after wandering around for more than half an hour. Don't worry, Xiao Zong, as long as I'm here, not even a blade of grass will be harmed in this factory. The security guard saluted Xiao Ran. Sir was once retired from the War Department. Sir then whistled a few times in the distance. Then, 5 fierce Rottweilers, each as tall as a man, came running from afar. They obediently came to the security guard's side. They may seem obedient to the guard, but if any outsider comes, they will probably be bitten to death. Mr. Xiao, until the factory is running smoothly, I won't keep these dogs on a leash. If anyone dares to come and do some sneaky things, they deserve to be bitten to death. Xiao Ran looked at these fierce Rottweilers and was fine with them, but Chen Erpeo felt timid when he saw these dogs. Although he had often been to the factory before and seen these Rottweilers, every time he passed by, Chen Erpeo avoided walking past them. Well, I can rest assured leaving the factory to you. Then we'll go back first, Xiao Ran said, and led Zhang Bo and Chen Erpeo out of the factory and into the BMW X5 that Xiao Ran had driven. The security guard escorted them to the factory gate. Have a good day, sir. Soon Xiao Ran's car left the area where the factory was located and drove towards the city. Until they returned to the island. Zhang Bo, where do you want to get off? Xiao Ran asked. President Xiao, you can just drop me off at the company. You're going to buy the company, so I'll help you with the preparations. A lot of things at the company need to be rearranged, Zhang Bo said. President Xiao, me too, Chen Erpeo interrupted. Xiao Ran ignored Chen Erpeo and drove both of them to the bottom floor of the company. Then, Xiao Ran gave his phone number to the two of them. In the next few days, I will go raise the funds. If you two have any problems, just call me. I will place a bid at the auction on Monday, Xiao Ran said. Okay, Mr. Xiao. Then Zhang Bo and Chen Erpeo, the former department managers of the company, bid Xiao Ran farewell and walked towards the top floor of the company. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, went to pick up Han Keqin from work as usual. And so it was until Monday. Xiao Ran drove his BMW X5 to lottery stations in all 5 districts of Xiamen City. Since he was driving this time, he didn't need to take the subway, transfer, or walk. Xiao Ran quickly collected the new batch of scratch-off lottery tickets from the 5 districts and redeemed the prizes on the spot. Your savings card with the last digit 4250 has been credited with 2,510,000 yuan at 13:53 on August 18, and the current balance is 3,342,000 yuan. Xiao Ran was afraid that the scratch card prizes issued by the 5 lottery stations in Xiaoqing City were not enough, so he drove to the neighboring Zhengqing City yesterday to buy scratch cards, and won a prize of 350,000 yuan. However, Zhengqing City is not comparable to Xiaoqing City. Zhengqing is only a third-tier city, with only 2 people working at the lottery station, and the lottery station does not get as many goods as Xiaoqing City. Xiao Ran looked at the text message reminder on his phone and knew that his funds were all in place. All that was left was to wait for the evening's equity auction of Jiangnan Leather Company. In the evening, Xiao Ran took Han Keqin out to dinner again, and then drove back to the sailing boat hotel, where he opened the laptop he had just bought. He logged into online banking and went to the equity auction website. The auction of Jiangnan Leather Company's equity lasted 12 hours, starting at 9 p.m. and ending at 9 a.m. the next morning. It was already 10:30 p.m., and Xiao Ran looked at the computer's auction website for a general introduction to Jiangnan Leather Company and the auction situation. Jiangnan Leather Company, Limited has a registered capital of 3 million yuan. This auction will sell 3 million shares, accounting for 100% of the company's total shares. The starting price is 3 million yuan, with each bid not less than 10,000 yuan, and a deposit of 1 million yuan is required to participate in the auction. The company's introduction page also details the assets and liabilities of Jiangnan Leather Company. The auction has been going on for an hour and a half. There are more than 10,000 people watching, but no one has paid the deposit to participate in the auction. For a company with negative assets like Jiangnan Leather Factory, no one would dare to bid, even if you were giving someone 1,000,000 yuan. Moreover, the leather industry has declined significantly in recent years. Nowadays, as the living standards of the Chinese people have risen, their consumption levels are naturally very different from what they once were. People prefer buying leather goods made from real leather, which has caused a huge impact on the market for artificial leather. Even without this incident involving Huang He, artificial leather is not as popular as it once was. Xiao Ran looked at the words 0 people participating in the auction. Without hesitation, he registered an account. Then he clicked on the link to participate in the auction. The participation price was 3.01 million yuan. After that, he logged into the online banking interface and quickly paid the 1 million yuan deposit. At this time, what Xiao Ran didn't know was that the internet had exploded. Holy shit, someone actually bid on the shares of Jiangnan Leather. This person must be out of his mind. A company like Jiangnan Leather, and someone spent 3 million yuan to buy it? I wouldn't take it if it was given to me. Xiamen is not only full of rich people, but also full of idiots. Most of these people on the internet go to auction sites to see if they can bid on some foreclosed cars or foreclosed houses. When they see the auction link for Jiangnan Leather Company, they just click in to see what's going on. But what these idiots don't know is that after paying the deposit, Xiao Ran fell fast asleep. Under normal circumstances, no one would fight with him for the equity of Jiangnan Leather Company. Even if someone does, Xiao Ran still has time to increase the price the next day. Chapter 21. Who said the company's factory building and land were only worth 8 million? The next day, after sending Han Keqin to work, Xiao Ran turned on his phone and waited. At 9 a.m., Xiao Ran used his phone to view the auction interface. Sure enough, he was the only one participating in the auction. In the end, Xiao Ran acquired the entire equity of Jiangnan Leather Company, Limited for 3.01 million. So Xiao Ran opened the laptop he had brought with him, logged into the online banking system and transferred the remaining 2 million yuan to the auction website. Your savings card with the last 4 digits 4,250 transferred 2 million yuan to the Xiamen City Equity Exchange Center at 9:23 on August 19, with a current balance of 332,000 yuan. Soon, a text message from the bank notifying him of the deduction appeared on Xiao Ran's phone. Since Xiao Ran had registered his identity information when registering on the auction website. Subsequently, Xiao Ran only needed to go to the Equity Trading Center and transfer the equity of Jiangnan Leather Company. Xiao Ran then called Zhang Wanfu and Chen Erpeo again. Zhang Wanfu was Zhang Bo's real name. It's done? Zhang Wanfu asked over the phone. Well, Zhang Bo, I've already won the bid for the equity. That's great. Even over the phone, Zhang Wanfu's voice trembled with excitement. In fact, Zhang Wanfu had been using his mobile phone to open the auction website and check the progress of the auction for the shares of Jiangnan Leather Company. Even if Xiao Ran hadn't called, Zhang Wanfu would already know the result of the auction. Now I'll go through the procedures for the share transaction. You and Chen Erpeo go to the company and wait for me, and notify all the employees of the company in the meantime. Yes, Mr. Xiao, we'll wait for you at the company. Also, you're in charge of contacting the company's creditors and asking them to come to the company together. Okay, Mr. Xiao. After Xiao Ran had finished giving his orders, he drove straight to the Equity Trading Center. After spending some time going through the formalities, the equity of Jiangnan Leather Company, Limited was successfully transferred to Xiao Ran's name. The legal representative of the company was also changed from Huang He to Xiao Ran's name. On the way out of the Equity Trading Center, Xiao Ran went to the bank again and withdrew 300,000 yuan out of the remaining 332,000 yuan on his bank card. This was the compensation that Xiao Ran intended to pay to the old employees of these companies first. Although these things were caused by Huang He, Xiao Ran still had to do something for these employees. The first reason was that Xiao Ran wanted to win over the hearts of the people, and the second reason was that Xiao Ran did not lack money in the future because of his superpower of seeing through the value of everything. And the 300,000 yuan was only compensation for the employees, not the wages that had been owed to them for most of the year. Xiao Ran planned to wait until the lottery draw the following week to make up for the employees' wages for most of the year. Soon, Xiao Ran arrived at the company in a car with a handbag full of cash. After Xiao Ran arrived at the company, Zhang Wanfu and the others were already waiting there. There was also a group of suppliers who had been owed money by Huang He and Huang He's creditors. Xiao Ran asked someone to invite the group of creditors into the company's conference room. The creditors' meeting began. Are you the new owner of Jiangnan Leather Company? At the meeting, a supplier directly said to Xiao Ran. If not, why did I invite you all here? Xiao Ran said. Since you have now taken over Jiangnan Leather Company, you have to pay me the 2 million in goods. The supplier who spoke was the biggest creditor of Jiangnan Leather Company. Everyone, don't worry, since I have taken over the equity of Jiangnan Leather Company, I will be responsible to you all. However, the company cannot pay everyone what it owes them yet. If you trust me, I will settle all the payments and loans owed to you within a month. Xiao Ran said. Why? Your Jiangnan Leather Company has already owed me payments for half a year. I want my money now, otherwise your broken company will never be able to open for business again. Yes, Boss Xiao, since you have taken over Jiangnan Leather Company, you must repay our money, otherwise we will no longer supply you with raw materials in the future. Mr. Xiao, to put it bluntly, if you can't pay it back, just sell the damn company. Your factory and land in the countryside are still worth a little money. One supplier looked down on Xiao Ran's words. Mr. Xiao, to be honest, Jiangnan Leather Company is now an empty shell. You've lost out buying it for 3 million. Huang He already sold everything, didn't you know that? The biggest creditor of Jiangnan Leather Company, the middle-aged boss, looked at Xiao Ran sympathetically and said. At this time, one of the suppliers interrupted the biggest creditor of Jiangnan Leather Company. Mr. Wang, how can you say that? What do you mean by a shell company? At least Boss Xiao has the spirit of Lei Feng. For 3 million, he bought a shell company and then sold the factory building and land for 8 million. Isn't that just enough to pay off the debt owed to us? This is called sacrificing oneself to illuminate others. Isn't it touching? Having said that, all the creditors burst into laughter. They didn't say a word about the wages that Jiangnan Leather Company still owed those employees. They only cared about their own interests and didn't care about the lives of those employees. Although legally, the wages of employees should be paid first after the factory building and land are disposed of. But these bosses have reached this position, and none of them don't have some connections in their hands. They have the means to get back the money that belongs to them. At this time, Zhang Wanfu, who was accompanying Xiao Ran in the meeting room, and the company's management heard these words from the suppliers and their faces also changed. They looked at Xiao Ran nervously. After all, the company owed these creditors 8 million yuan and owed these employees 2 million yuan in wages, and the remaining assets of the company would only be worth 8 million yuan if disposed of. So even if the company's assets were disposed of, one of the two parties would definitely be damaged as a result. And the employees, as the disadvantaged group, would most likely suffer the most. The suppliers all thought that this young man, Xiao Ran, was too young to understand the market and went ahead with the acquisition and became the boss of the company. The employees of the company were a little worried that Xiao Ran would eventually sell the company. After all, continuing to operate the company might be a bottomless pit, and it would take a lot of money to get it back to normal. At this time, Xiao Ran just gave a faint smile and gave Zhang Wanfu a wink, indicating that he should put his mind at ease. Who said I was going to sell the company's land and factory? Who says I don't plan to continue operating? And who says the company's factory and land are only worth 8 million? Xiao Ran's face wore a hint of amusement as he looked at all the creditors present. Chapter 22, New Plans for Xiacheng. Xiao Ran had his reasons for saying this. On his way to the company, a message had been pushed to his phone. The location of Jiangnan Leather Factory had been designated as the third high-tech industrial park in Xiacheng Huahai High-Tech Industrial Park. Xiacheng would focus on developing that area in the future. Don't you all pay attention to the latest news in Xiacheng? Xiao Ran said. Suddenly, the suppliers present received a phone call from their subordinates. Xiamen City is about to develop its third high-tech industrial park, which will be located outside the island and cover an area of 1,200 mu. This third high-tech industrial park, named Huahai High-Tech Industrial Park, will become one of the main sources of tax revenue for Xiamen City outside the island. It will enjoy various support policies of Xiamen City. I just got a message from my subordinate that Xiamen City is going to develop its third high-tech industrial park. What? How come I haven't heard anything about this big deal? Then, a boss called his familiar official. Alas, Boss Zhang, don't ask me, I just got the news too. The plan for this third high-tech industrial park was drawn up by the provincial government. When Boss Zhang heard the words of his friend in the Xiamen City Municipal Affairs Department, he was also shocked. In fact, what made Xiao Ran fearless was not the news about Xiamen City's plan that he received before coming to the company. Before buying the shares of Jiangnan Leather Company, he had already made a site inspection. And using his extrasensory perception, he could see that the factory buildings and land of Jiangnan Leather Factory were worth 20 million. At first, Xiao Ran was skeptical that there might be a mistake with his extrasensory perception. But now he understood completely. In fact, when Xiao Ran inspected the site that day, Minnan Province had already drawn up the construction plan for the Huahai High-Tech Industrial Park in Xiaoqing City. However, the secrecy work was done well, and even the people in the Xiamen City Municipal Affairs Department did not know before it was announced. Once the plan for the Huahai High-Tech Industrial Park was announced, the value of the area where Jiangnan Leather Company was located, which was almost at the edge of the city, suddenly increased several times. Take Jiangnan Leather Company's land as an example. Without counting the factory on the ground, it is worth at least 28 million yuan, and with the factory on the ground, it is worth 30 million yuan. Leaving aside the 10 million in debt to be repaid, the net worth is 20 million. In other words, Xiao Ran's deal not only bought him a stake in Jiangnan Leather Company, but also netted him 17 million. In just a few days, Xiao Ran's 3 million investment has gained almost 6 times its return. After everyone learned about the plans for the Huanghai High-Tech Industrial Park in Xiaoqing City, the attitude of the suppliers gradually softened as well. They had previously thought that Xiao Ran was a fool, spending 3 million yuan to buy a company that was on the verge of collapse and had negative assets. But now it seemed that Xiao Ran's move was not at all unwise. The debt collectors present were all shrewd people. Although Xiao Ran relied on those eyes that could see through the value of everything to make this investment. You have to understand that many of them have acquaintances in the Xiamen city government, and none of them have heard of the construction of the Huahai High-Tech Industrial Park. If they had heard of such news, they might have spent even more money to take over the shares of Jiangnan Leather Company. This also shows the strength of Xiao Ran. What exactly is the background of this Xiao Ran, that he can even know such news in advance? At this moment, the biggest creditor of Jiangnan Leather Company, Boss Wang, had a question flash through his mind. No matter what, this Xiao Ran cannot be offended. Mr. Wang subjectively included Xiao Ran on the list of people he needed to befriend. Mr. Xiao, everything is a misunderstanding. I have to say, I really admire your vision and courage. Mr. Wang's tone became completely opposite. Mr. Xiao, your company has just been acquired, and I can understand that you are short on funds. Mr. Xiao, in that case, I am not in a hurry for the debt your company owes me, as long as it is settled within 6 months. In addition, we are willing to continue to cooperate with your company. Mr. Wang said. Mr. Wang was not sure how to deal with a mysterious person like Xiao Ran. Although he also had tens of millions of assets, he was the one with the most assets among all the owners who came to demand payment. He also knew some people in the municipal government, but those he knew were all low-level officials in the Xiamen City municipal government. And tens of millions of dollars in a big city like Xiamen City was not even considered a small boss. After all, there were still so many large enterprises and listed companies in Xiamen City. Seeing Boss Wang's position, the other creditors also expressed their positions, saying that they were not in a hurry for Jiangnan Leather Company to repay their debts. It would not be too late to repay them once the company's finances turn around. In fact, they were not afraid of Jiangnan Leather Company not repaying their debts. The land and factory buildings of the company's production department had already increased several times, and they were more than enough to repay their debts. Xiao Ran saw that these creditors had eased their attitudes and had all expressed their positions. Xiao Ran would not deliberately provoke these creditors anymore. After all, these were suppliers, and business would still have to be done in the future. So, Xiao Ran continued. Don't worry, in less than half a year, within a month, I will repay your money, and I will also pay you an additional 10% interest, which is considered to be the interest for the half-year's delay in payment. Xiao Ran said. The bosses present all secretly praised Xiao Ran's attitude. 10% interest for half a year, that's several times higher than bank interest. They obviously still made a profit. President Xiao, you really are young and capable, and have courage. I'm making President Xiao a friend. Mr. Wang spoke first, secretly amazed at Xiao Ran's approach. He thought that Xiao Ran was someone he could befriend. These bosses like to befriend people who are courageous, have credibility, and are generous. It is not clear whether Xiao Ran has credibility, but they are willing to make friends with him because of his boldness and generosity. Thank you all for your love. Xiao Ran thanked the creditors present with a fist salute. After a brief exchange of pleasantries about business, the meeting was over, and Xiao Ran asked Zhang Wanfu and Chen Erpeo to see the bosses off. Afterwards, Xiao Ran had the meeting room cleaned up a bit and removed the tea that had been prepared for the bosses. He also asked Zhang Wanfu to call the Starfish Hotel near the building where the company was located. Zhang Wanfu was told to rent a large conference room and book 10 tables of food. The company did not have a large conference room of that kind, so Xiao Ran chose to hold the staff meeting at the nearby Starfish Hotel. Chapter 23, Wei Yu, who has repeatedly hit a wall. The 10 tables of food were for a dinner to be held after the meeting for all the employees. By about 6:30 p.m., the conference room at the Starfish Hotel was already full of Jiangnan Leather Company employees. Zhang Wanfu had already brought all the employees there before, and even those who had previously left the company did not participate in the commotion and were looking for work again, were all called back by Zhang Wanfu's phone call. Among these people was Wei Yu, who had met Xiao Ran before. Wei Yu was a little incredulous when he received Zhang Wanfu's call. He didn't expect someone to take over the company's equity. He had been busy running around the job market these past few days, and had not asked for his salary like the other employees. After all, the boss had run away, so where would he ask for his salary? So he gave up and focused entirely on finding a job. But finding a job was like hitting a brick wall everywhere. It wasn't that he wasn't capable, but there weren't many leather companies in Xiaoqing City. Wei Yu is almost 28 years old now. If he wants to continue looking for a job, he can only look for industries that he has not been exposed to. This means that everything has to start over again, and Wei Yu can be said to be no different from those recent college graduates when it comes to work. And the employment situation is not optimistic at the moment. With the same lack of experience, those companies prefer to hire those recent college graduates. After all, they are young and ask for low wages. So Wei Yu has been repeatedly rejected these days. Just when everyone had not yet arrived, Wei Yu's phone rang. Wei Yu hurriedly went out to answer the phone before the meeting started. The call was from Wei Yu's girlfriend. Wei Yu, I heard about what happened at your company. My mother said you are now unemployed and your job is unstable. So she objects to us being together. I think we should break up? Hearing the cold voice of his girlfriend on the other end of the line, Wei Yu's heart felt a chill. He and his girlfriend had been together for 10 years and had been college classmates. The two had also come from a small town together to work in Xiamen. He had thought that his career would flourish and that after saving some money he could return to his hometown and marry his girlfriend. He had never expected such a turn of events. Yao Yao, please give me another chance. Our company has already been taken over by a new boss. Soon we employees can go back to work. I will make good money and let you live a good life in the future. Wei Yu prayed to his girlfriend. Stop talking nonsense. My father already inquired about your company. The boss has run away, and the company is in debt. Who would believe there is a new boss taking over? It's time. Don't lie to me anymore. The price of a house in my hometown is now 5,000 yuan per square meter. Even if you buy a small 90 square meter apartment, it will cost 450,000 yuan. Can you afford it? You've been working for so many years, and you've always just been an employee. People your age can already be a manager. What about you? You're unemployed, and you're not even qualified for entry-level positions. Wei Yu's girlfriend Meng Yao was raining abuse on him over the phone. Yao Yao, please give me another chance. Yao Yao, who are you talking to? Wei Yu vaguely heard a man's voice coming from the other end of the line, next to his girlfriend. As Wei Yu pleaded with his girlfriend again, the sound of the phone being hung up came from the other end. The moment he hung up the phone, Wei Yu's heart felt like it was being torn apart. In fact, Wei Yu's girlfriend, Meng Yao, was only of average appearance and from an average family, but the two had been together for 10 years after all. The fact that their 10 years of relationship could be broken off like this hit Wei Yu hard, and he couldn't accept it. Meng Yao, on the other hand, was in a cheap hotel room with a young man in his late 20s. Yao Yao, who were you just talking to on the phone? Oh, it was just my ex. No, my ex-boyfriend. Meng Yao said, looking at the young man with a somewhat wretched appearance who had just come out of the bathroom. This young man was 3 years younger than Meng Yao and was a new intern at Meng Yao's company. He had been assigned to Meng Yao for mentoring. Oh, it's your ex-boyfriend who just lost his job. Can you not mention him? He's all grown up, but he's still a mess. He's even worse off than you. Meng Yao said. Although you're still an employee and your salary isn't high, at least you still have a job. When we go back for the Mid-Autumn Festival, I'll introduce you to my parents, so you have to behave. And in the future, you have to work harder. Before you turn 30, you have to at least become a manager and support me. Do you hear me? Yes, my queen. Meng Yao's new boyfriend immediately responded. He then embraced Meng Yao and went to bed, and then a burst of rapid male and female panting sounds came from the room. As for Wei Yu, he returned to the meeting room with a face ashen as death. In fact, Wei Yu's people are very good. They also took care of Xiao Ran at work before, and when they saw that Xiao Ran usually had so much workload, they would take the initiative to help Xiao Ran share the workload. They would also invite Xiao Ran to eat lunchboxes and so on during the week. He is also very capable, and if Chen Erpeo did not take credit for the work, Wei Yu would at least be able to take charge of the department. Before coming here, Zhang Bo was in a hurry to notify the others, so he just told him to come over and said that the company's shares had been acquired. But he did not tell him who the new owner of the company was. Before coming here, he was also apprehensive and did not hold out much hope. After all, even if there was a new boss taking over, there would definitely be major changes in personnel, and it was still an unknown whether they, the former employees, would be retained and who would be retained specifically. In this way, Wei Yu sat in the middle row. Zhang Wanfu sat in the front row, and Chen Erbo also had the nerve to sit with Zhang Wanfu, without any sense of unnaturalness at all. This made some employees who did not get along with Chen Erbo hateful. Soon, Xiao Ran arrived in the conference room and took his seat on the podium. When Wei Yu saw the figure on the stage, he was stunned. He rubbed his eyes hard, convinced that he was not mistaken. The new boss is Xiao Ran? Wei Yu then whispered to his colleague next to him. Xiao Ran is our new boss? Really? You didn't know? The colleague also looked at Wei Yu with confusion. After getting the answer he wanted, Wei Yu was stunned. He never expected that the intern who had just graduated from university in his department had suddenly become the boss of the company. However, Wei Yu's previous anxiety also eased. He was afraid that the new boss would selectively retain some employees, while the others would still have to face unemployment. Especially for middle-aged people who lose their jobs, the blow would be very great for these employees. And just now Meng Yao's breakup with him had also been slightly diluted by the fact that he was immersed in the fact that Xiao Ran was the new boss. Soon, Xiao Ran said to everyone, I called everyone here today for a meeting to announce a few things. The first thing is that the company will be reopened for business immediately. The management needs to be redrafted. Xiao Ran said to everyone. And the people present also listened very much to Xiao Ran's words. When the new boss came to power, naturally the management had to be redrafted. And this should be the first major event. The company's finance manager will continue to be Zhang Wanfu, and the position of sales manager will also be temporarily taken over by Zhang Wanfu. There was no dissent from the crowd regarding Xiao Ran's appointment of the finance manager. Prior to this, Zhang Wanfu had been the dual role of finance manager and sales manager. The production manager will be Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun was also the company's former production manager. As for the purchasing manager, Xiao Ran said this and looked down at the audience, as if looking for something. Chen Erpeo, on the other hand, was full of excitement. The department managers in front of him were all the original managers, and there had been no major changes. It was his turn to be the purchasing manager. But just as Xiao Ran scanned the audience, he spoke directly. The purchasing manager will be Wei Yu. After hearing Xiao Ran's words, Chen Erpeo felt as if he had turned to stone. He had indeed not been able to get the position of manager. Chen Erpeo almost fainted with anger. After hearing that Wei Yu would be the manager of the purchasing department instead of Chen Erpeo, many employees began to gloat. This made Chen Erpeo, who usually liked to bully other employees. Everyone was also very convinced that Wei Yu should be the manager of the purchasing department. Although Wei Yu was only 28 years old, which was relatively young compared to other employees in managerial positions, he was the most capable person in the entire purchasing department. If Chen Erpeo had not used his relationship with Huang Yi to hold on to the position of purchasing manager, Wei Yu would have been promoted long ago. What? Promote me to manager of the purchasing department? Wei Yu looked at Xiao Ran on the stage, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 24: The Hidden Value of Chen Erpeo and Others. At this moment, Wei Yu felt a surge of gratitude in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. She had worked for the company for so many years, and had always been just a small employee. She never imagined that after Xiao Ran became the boss, he would directly promote her to manager of the purchasing department. Wei Yu looked at Xiao Ran, her eyes full of gratitude. The position had risen from that of an ordinary employee to manager, so the salary had also increased a great deal. Before, Wei Yu's monthly income was only about 6,000 yuan, and after deducting the rent and living expenses in Xiamen, there wasn't much left. What's more, Wei Yu had spent a lot of money on Meng Yao over the years. Although Meng Yao came from a normal family, she liked to compare herself with other girls. Whenever she saw a colleague with something, she would badger Wei Yu to buy it for her. Wei Yu really loved this girlfriend he had been with for 10 years. So as long as Meng Yao asked for it, Wei Yu would buy it for her. It can be said that a large part of Wei Yu's monthly income is spent on Meng Yao. After being promoted to manager by Xiao Ran this time, the monthly salary of a manager is 20,000 yuan per month, not including bonuses and benefits. If you add it all up, the annual income of a department manager is roughly 300,000 yuan. Such a high income means that Wei Yu's income for more than a year can buy a house in his hometown. The employees in the meeting room, except for the depressed Chen Erpeo, all gave a voice of congratulations. Congratulations, Manager Wei. Xiao Ran also smiled and said to Wei Yu. Afterwards, Xiao Ran made arrangements for the remaining employees. Overall, there were not many changes to the personnel after Xiao Ran acquired the company. Everyone basically returned to the positions they were good at, with only minor adjustments made in places where Xiao Ran felt there were problems. After everyone had been arranged, only Chen Erpeo was left. At this time, Chen Erpeo's face was extremely difficult to see. He wondered if Xiao Ran was still angry with him for having bullied him in the past and was therefore not going to keep him on. Just as Chen Erpeo was feeling depressed, Xiao Ran spoke. Chen Erpeo, let me ask you, do you still want to work for the company? Yes. Chen Erpeo answered without hesitation. For someone like him with no qualifications and no longer related to the boss, where else could he find a job? Besides, Chen Erpeo is over 30 years old, and he has a wife and a daughter who is in elementary school at home. Okay, I can arrange a job for you. You can go to the sales department. How much money you can make and how much development you can have in the future depends on your own abilities and performance. Xiao Ran actually wanted to do this a long time ago. One is that Xiao Ran believes that Chen Erpeo, apart from bullying people, should be good at dealing with customers and can make customers happy. The other reason is that the sales department is a place where results speak for themselves, and it is also a good opportunity to change Chen Erpeo's previous habit of playing it safe. An even more important reason is that Xiao Ran sees Chen Erpeo's value. The same is true of the previous appointments of Zhang Wanfu and Wei Yu. Zhang Wanfu, an old hand in the leather industry with extensive qualifications and experience, has extremely rich financial and sales experience, a loyalty rating of 9 stars, a current value of 800,000, and a hidden value of 10 million. Wei Yu, who is engaged in the leather industry, is a hard worker in the purchasing department of Jiangnan Leather Company. His loyalty is rated at 9 stars, his current value is 20,000, and his hidden value is 20 million. Chen Erpeo has been engaged in the leather industry for many years. He is extremely good at sucking up to people and is a good manager of internal affairs. He is also a good salesperson. His loyalty is rated at 5 stars, his current value is 300,000, and his hidden value is 50 million. Xiao Ran unexpectedly discovered that in addition to being able to see through people's identity information and current value, his superpower now has the additional attributes of hidden value and loyalty. Could it be that his superpower is still being developed? The first superpower to awaken was not the final version. Xiao Ran thought about the beginning, when he could only see the general attributes and current value of an object. But then he could see Han Keqin's identity and measurements. Now he can see the hidden value and loyalty of Zhang Wanfu, Wei Yu, and others. In any case, the continuous development of this superpower should be a good thing. Through the superpower, Zhang Wanfu, Wei Yu, and Chen Erpeo have the highest value among all employees. Apart from these three, the highest hidden value among the remaining employees is only Lu Jianjun, the manager of the production department. However, Lu Jianjun's hidden value is only 1 million, which is worlds apart from Zhang Wanfu and the others. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, has arranged for all of these employees with high hidden value to serve as executives. Chen Erpeo's hidden value is the highest of everyone, so even though Chen Erpeo's previous impression on Xiao Ran was not good, Xiao Ran still chose to continue to retain him. But looking at his loyalty of only 5 stars, he will only be assigned to be an ordinary staff member in the sales department for now. Xiao Ran thought that thanks to his own superpowers, he might save a lot of trouble in the future. Chen Erpeo was still a little happy when he heard Xiao Ran's arrangement. Although he had not got the position of department manager before, Xiao Ran still left him a job. However, in the future, he needs to change his ways and work hard. After arranging the personnel work, Xiaoran also explained to the employees in the meeting room about the fact that Han Keqin's family would come to the company to have a look tomorrow. In short, this is the situation. This matter is very important, and don't let me down tomorrow, any of you, Xiaoran said to the crowd. Obviously, this was Xiaoran's real goal, and the acquisition of the company was just something that Xiaoran happened to do. After hearing Xiaoran's orders, the employees present were all puzzled, but they did not dare to say anything. They were even more afraid of falling off the chain tomorrow, and they all expressed their willingness to cooperate with Xiaoran's performance. After all, Xiaoran was now their boss, and his employees, who would dare offend their boss? At the end of the meeting, Xiaoran took out 300,000 in cash. Zhang Wanfu and Wei Yu came up, and the 300,000 yuan was divided among all the employees. I will also pay off the wages owed to you within a month. This 300,000 yuan is considered as an extra compensation to you, Xiaoran said. Extra compensation? Everyone was taken aback when they heard Xiaoran's words. They didn't expect Xiaoran to take out 300,000 yuan as extra compensation for the employees. Most bosses nowadays only care about themselves, and there are not many like Xiaoran anymore. This made everyone think that Xiaoran was a good boss, and Xiaoran's image in the hearts of his employees rose considerably. 300,000 yuan is not much, but it should temporarily alleviate your current financial situation. If there are still difficulties at home, you can tell me in private, and I will help you solve them, Xiaoran added. However, no employees went to contact Xiaoran in private. With the 300,000 yuan and Xiaoran's promise to settle wages within a month, no one had any pressing difficulties for the time being. Afterwards, Xiaoran arranged for all the employees of the company to go to the banquet that had already been set up in the hotel to eat. After the meeting, everyone started going home. Zhang Wanfu and Wei Yu, however, chose to work overtime. As managers, they wanted to go to the company to see if there were any areas that had not been considered. After all, Xiaoran's girlfriend's family was coming to the company the next day. Xiaoran, on the other hand, drove back to the sailing boat hotel. After all the running around these past few days, Xiaoran was already feeling very tired. At this moment, he finally let out a sigh of relief. In order to deal with Han Keqin and Han Keqin's family, he had surprisingly acquired his former company in just a few days. He had also put the company's affairs in order. It had to be said that Xiaoran still had some ability in management. Although, the land of Jiangnan Leather Factory had increased several times due to the establishment of Huahai High-Tech Industrial Park, the company still had a piece of land that had not been developed and utilized. Xiaoran planned to sell the unused land. Currently, there is a total of 10 million in debt, including employee wages. The company also needs funds to restart operations, and at least the production line needs to be purchased again. Although Xiaoran can make money by buying scratch tickets, he thought about it and decided to sell the land first. After all, it takes a certain amount of time to buy scratch tickets. As the most economically developed city in Minnan Province, Xiaoxing has a much larger purchase volume than other small cities in Minnan Province. The bonuses in Jiangcheng last time were far less than those in Xiaoxing. Xiaoran never wanted to owe anyone money, especially not the wages of his employees. Xiaoran roughly estimated that the 20 mu plot of land could sell for at least 15 million. After deducting the 10 million used to pay off the company's debts and settle the wages of the workers, there would be 5 million left. Purchasing the production line would cost 3 million, leaving 2 million for working capital. That would allow the company to function normally. Just then, Han Keqin called. Honey, have you arranged for tomorrow? I've already taken a day off from work. Han Keqin's voice came over the phone. Don't worry, everything is arranged. You and your aunt and uncle can just come over tomorrow, Xiaoran said to Han Keqin. Hearing that Xiaoran had everything arranged, Han Keqin felt relieved. Then go to bed early, don't stay up late. I know, my dear wife. I hate it. Chapter 25, Tonight, you're in for it. The next day was the day Han Zhenglong was officially discharged from the hospital. Xiaoran drove to the Second People's Hospital of Tonggan District, Xiamen City early. Han Keqin had taken the day off work and the rented house was next to the hospital. So she arrived even earlier than Xiaoran. In fact, 2 days ago, Han Zhenglong's body had already recovered almost completely. However, the hospital needed to observe him for 2 more days as a precaution. Today, Han Zhenglong was no longer as weak as he was after the surgery. He could already move normally. Xiao Ran, you have worked hard. Han Zhenglong said. Uncle, you are too kind. Xiao Ran said, but he didn't really mean it. How could it not be hard work? In order to reassure Han Keqin's parents that their daughter was dating him, Xiao Ran had bought out the entire Jiangnan leather company. Let's go then, Han Zhenglong said. Han Zhenglong then got into the passenger seat of Xiao Ran's car. Han Keqin and Yi Yaqian sat in the back. The BMW X5 had a lot of space, so even though Han Keqin and Yi Yaqian were sitting in the back, they were not uncomfortable at all. Soon, Xiao Ran brought the Han Keqin family to the company's office space. They saw Zhang Wanfu and Wei Yu waiting downstairs early. In addition to Zhang Wanfu and Wei Yu, Chen Erpeo was also behind the two. As soon as Xiao Ran saw Chen Erpeo, he shook his head with a wry smile. He thought to himself, wherever there is an opportunity to show off, there is Chen Erpeo. As soon as Xiao Ran and the others got out of the car, Xiao Ran introduced them to Han Zhenglong and his family. This is Zhang Bo, he is the manager of our company's finance and sales departments. Xiao Ran pointed at Zhang Wanfu and introduced him to Han Zhenglong. Zhang Bo has more than 10 years of experience in finance and sales. If you want to learn something, just ask Zhang Bo. Xiao Ran called Han Keqin. In front of his elders, he was not quite comfortable calling Han Keqin his wife directly. Han Keqin gave Xiao Ran a white look. Xiao Ran just smiled awkwardly. He then introduced Wei Yu and Chen Erpeo to the Han family. After the introductions were over, Xiao Ran took Han Zhenglong and the others to the company's office space. When they arrived on the floor where the company was located, Han Zhenglong saw the large characters Jiangnan Leather Company, Limited directly. After entering the company, the group found that there was everything they needed, and the reception was being handled by the receptionist. The company's office space covered a total of 500 square meters, with more than 10 large and small offices and meeting rooms. The company's internal environment now had everything, including desks and computers. At the moment, Jiangnan Leather Company, Limited is even more formal than before. Subsequently, Xiao Ran led the Han family to his office, which is also the chairman's office. There was a huge desk by the wall of the office, and there was also a set of the latest Apple computers on the desk. Behind the desk was a huge landscape painting. In front of the desk was a set of mahogany square tables and mahogany sofas. A set of exquisite tea sets was placed on the table surface of the square table. Even Xiao Ran was stunned as soon as he entered the office. Yesterday, he had handed over all the money left in his card to Zhang Wanfu and Wei Yu. He never expected them to furnish the office so well. Xiao Ran had only asked them to decorate it casually. Although this style of decoration is not within the aesthetic range of young people, Zhang Wanfu carefully decorated it. As he has to deal with those bosses, the office must be decorated in a Chinese style. After all, most of the bosses nowadays are mainly middle-aged people. Of course, Han Zhenglong was also very satisfied when he saw all this. Although he was not the chairman of this company, looking at the decorations, Han Zhenglong secretly marveled, thinking that Xiao Ran had very good taste. After all, you can roughly tell a person's character from the layout of an office. People who work in an office with this style must also have a steady and dignified personality. Just as Han Zhenglong and his family were sitting down, Chen Erpeo also came out to show off. Chen Erpeo quickly boiled the water in the office and made tea for everyone. Xiao Ran saw all this and thought that Chen Erpeo was quite sensible. Chen Erpeo's performance, on the other hand, seemed effortless. It was as if Chen Erpeo had been Xiao Ran's subordinate for many years. After all, every boss has one or more employees under them who know how to flatter and are considerate. Zhang Wanfu also introduced his work experience over the years to Han Keqin. Han Keqin was secretly amazed to hear this, and didn't realize that there was still so much for her to learn in her work. Soon, Xiao Ran gave Han Zhenglong an overview of the company. Han Zhenglong had come this time just to see what industry Xiao Ran was in, not to dig into Xiao Ran's past. After seeing that Xiao Ran was indeed in the leather industry, Han Zhenglong also felt relieved. At least Xiao Ran is not engaged in any illegal business or borderline businesses like bars or bathhouses. When Xiao Ran asked Han Zhenglong if he wanted to go to the factory on the other side of the island to take a look, Han Zhenglong shook his head, indicating that there was no need to go again. And Xiao Ran didn't insist after seeing Han Zhenglong turn him down. After all, the factory hadn't purchased the production line yet. It would be a hassle to make up excuses and so on. At noon, Xiao Ran arranged for Han Zhenglong and the others to have lunch together. Then he drove them back. After Han Zhanglong and the others went to the house rented by Han Keqin, Xiao Ran was about to leave. Then he saw Han Keqin coming down the stairs. "What's wrong, honey?" Xiao Ran asked, a little puzzled. "What do you think? My father was just discharged from the hospital today, and I only have a single room there, so I left it for my parents to live in. Now, I have nowhere to live. They want me to find a hotel on my own." Han Keqin gave Xiao Ran a shy glance. "What about you?" Xiao Ran said in surprise. Then he looked at Han Keqin's graceful figure, which could not be hidden by her loose casual clothes, and couldn't help but swallow. Looking at Xiao Ran's burning gaze, Han Keqin's pretty face became even more red. "I'm a girl, where am I going to find a hotel? Besides, it's not safe for me to stay in a hotel alone. Tonight, I'll stay at your place." Having said that, Han Keqin buried her head even deeper, afraid to look at Xiao Ran. "You're really getting off easy. Don't get any funny ideas tonight." Hearing Han Keqin's coy words, Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel a rush of heat inside. "Wife, don't worry, I definitely won't get any funny ideas," Xiao Ran said with a solemn oath. Chapter 26 Reward You Well. Soon, Xiao Ran brought Han Keqin to the place where he was temporarily staying. Looking at the sailing boat hotel in front of him, Han Keqin was full of surprise. "Honey, is this where you live?" Han Keqin asked. "Yes, where else would I live? Before I met you, I was always alone, so I didn't buy a house. It's pretty good to live here, it's only 3 million a year. It's more cost-effective than buying a house," Xiao Ran said with a smile. "Cheaper than buying a house? Buying a house is more cost-effective, isn't it? You can buy a house in Xiaqing for a year's rent," Han Keqin said. However, she and Xiao Ran had different understandings. She thought that the price of a house on Xiaqing Island was 51,000 yuan per square meter, so 3.6 million yuan could buy a house of 70-80 square meters. Of course, if you want to buy outside the island, you can buy a house of 100 square meters. In Xiao Ran's opinion, the presidential suite he lives in is a luxurious, large one-bedroom apartment of 100 square meters. But the yacht hotel is in the heart of Xiamen City, in the best location with the best sea view. To buy an apartment in the same twin towers, that would cost 200,000 yuan per square meter, so 20 million yuan for 100 square meters. The key is that there are no apartments of 100 square meters in the twin towers, the smallest units are all 200 square meter large flats. In other words, Xiao Ran would have to pay 40 million even if he wanted to buy the smallest apartment. And that's not including the property fees, the maid, and the renovations. The money it would take to buy a house could last you more than 10 years at the Burj Al Arab. But Xiao Ran thought about it, and he was single before. If he and Han Keqin got married in the future, living in hotels all the time wouldn't be an option. It was time to consider buying a house. Xiao Ran didn't say much, and took Han Keqin directly to the presidential suite on the 88th floor by elevator. After all, he knew exactly what the topic of the day was. Before coming, he also called the hotel. He asked the hotel to decorate his room nicely. When Xiao Ran and Han Keqin opened the door and took a look, Han Keqin was immediately stunned by the sight before her. She saw that, in the luxurious presidential suite, 99 candles had been arranged in the shape of a heart in front of the window. Rose petals were scattered all over the room. The bed and bathtub were also covered in rose petals. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows with the unbeatable sea view, there was a Western-style dining table. On the table were red wine, candles, and exquisite Western food. Han Keqin felt as if she were dreaming as she looked at everything in front of her. Even in her dreams, she had never dreamed of such a romantic scene. As soon as he entered the room, Xiao Ran embraced Han Keqin in his arms. He kissed Han Keqin forcefully. "Boo," you said, "no messing around," Han Keqin said indistinctly as she was kissed by Xiao Ran. "We're doing this properly, not messing around," Xiao Ran said, arguing. Then he began to undress Han Keqin. Han Keqin's huge bust was released in its entirety. Soon, the two of them collapsed directly onto the bed. For a long time, Han Keqin and Xiao Ran lay in the bathtub, using the warm water to wash away the tiredness of the day. "Honey, seriously, right now I feel like I'm still dreaming. I never thought I'd be so lucky to meet you," Han Keqin said to Xiao Ran. "If you hadn't shown up that day, I might have been defiled by that old man. Maybe I would still be living with a huge debt." And maybe after my father's illness was cured, I wouldn't be able to hold on and would choose to end my life and leave this world. When Han Keqin said all this, Xiao Ran was silent. Yes, if he hadn't shown up, Han Keqin's life would have been miserable. But Xiao Ran still said, "There is no such thing as maybe. It was fate that you met me. Since you have met me, I will never let you get hurt again." Xiao Ran said resolutely. "Really?" Han Keqin looked at Xiao Ran lovingly. "Really?" At that moment, Xiao Ran was more serious than ever. After hearing Xiao Ran's reply, Han Keqin was so moved that she almost burst into tears. But Han Keqin still held back. "Even if what you said was a lie, if you were just trying to trick me, I'm still very happy. Just having you say that makes me feel like I haven't lived a meaningless life." Han Keqin said. "Don't say that. To have you as my wife is a blessing I cultivated in my past life." Xiao Ran said from the bottom of his heart. He also only has the current life because he possesses supernormal abilities. Before this, to be able to have a beautiful, kind, and hot-bodied beauty like Han Keqin as his wife, that was something Xiao Ran never dared to dream of. "You're so smooth." Han Keqin gave Xiao Ran a white look. "But I like it." Han Keqin smiled. "I'll reward you well today." "How?" Xiao Ran was a little curious when he heard Han Keqin say she wanted to reward him. Han Keqin just lowered her head without saying anything. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, was full of emotion. "Honey, where did you learn that?" "Don't get the wrong idea, I heard it from my roommates in the dormitory before." "Don't you guys like this?" "My roommates' boyfriends all like it when they do this." "You don't like it?" Han Keqin said curiously. "I like it." Xiao Ran just blurted out 2 words, and then he couldn't say anything else. After a long time, Xiao Ran held Han Keqin in his arms and lay on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next day, Xiao Ran woke Han Keqin up early. Because Han Keqin still had to go to work that day. "This little demon." Xiao Ran looked at Han Keqin, who was still sleeping at the moment, and couldn't help but say something when he remembered yesterday's scene. Then, Xiao Ran woke Han Keqin up. He sent Han Keqin to work. What excited Xiao Ran was that Han Zhanglong and Yi Yaqian would be staying in Xiaocheng for 2 more days before returning to their hometown. In other words, Han Keqin would still be living with him for 2 more nights. No, what's the point of living together for 2 more nights when Han Zhanglong and Yi Yaqian are gone? He must return Han Keqin's rental room. Let her move in with him. Xiao Ran thought about this, and then remembered the scene from yesterday, and his heart couldn't help but become excited. His mind was already filling in the blanks of the future good life. After sending Han Keqin to work, Xiao Ran went to Jiangnan Leather Company. His primary goal now was to sell the 20 acres of unused land at the leather factory. He asked Zhang Wanfu to take charge of this matter. Zhang Wanfu did not disappoint Xiao Ran, and soon contacted a buyer for the land. Xiao Ran was pleasantly surprised to find that the buyer was an overseas Chinese who offered 17 million yuan directly, as if afraid that someone else would snatch it away. This was 2 million yuan higher than Xiao Ran's expected price of 15 million. After all, the location of the leather factory has now been designated as the Huahai High-Tech Industrial Park, and companies that settle there can better enjoy some of Xiaocheng's policies. Plus, Xiaocheng will focus on developing that area in the future, and various supporting facilities will be built more comprehensively. Right now, the land there is in demand, so naturally it will be snapped up. Chapter 27 Yunlan Luggage Company. The overseas Chinese businessman was also very decisive, and within 1 day, 17 million yuan was transferred into the company's account. The company's account had 17 million yuan in cash. Xiao Ran also told Zhang Wanfu to quickly settle the 8 million yuan in goods and the 2 million yuan in employee wages. He also contacted the equipment manufacturer and spent 5 million yuan to order 5 state-of-the-art production lines. 2 million yuan was left as working capital. Soon, Jiangnan Leather Factory began to operate again. After Jiangnan Leather Factory resumed operations, Xiao Ran also let go of his worries. These days, Han Zhanglong and Yi Yaqian also insisted on returning to their hometown after being repeatedly persuaded by Xiao Ran and Han Keqin. They did not want to continue to stay in Xiaocheng, for fear of disturbing Xiao Ran and their work. Moreover, Han Keqin's grandparents still needed them to take care of them at home. Seeing this, Xiao Ran and Han Keqin did not try to persuade them to stay. Xiao Ran also thought that one day he would find an opportunity to go back to his hometown and take a look. Another half-month passed, and after half a month of operation, Jiangnan Leather Factory was also back on track. Xiao Ran had previously seen through the hidden value of Zhang Wanfu and Wei Yu, and it gradually became apparent in this half-month. The company was managed in an orderly manner by the two of them. In particular, Chen Erpeo's ability to fawn and change with the wind has also been maximized in the sales department. In just half a month, Chen Erpeo has already landed a 20 million contract. This 20 million contract, which Chen Erpeo alone has landed, will take Jiangnan Leather Factory 3 months to produce and will bring the company a profit of 10 million. This made Xiao Ran very satisfied. After all, Jiangnan Leather Company had just started to get on the right track, and such a large order was also very important for the company. Xiao Ran also increasingly felt that this Chen Erpeo's hidden value seemed to be worth 50 million. Xiao Ran increasingly felt that this superpower of his seemed to be very useful. If he didn't have it, he was afraid that he would have kicked Chen Erpeo out of the company a long time ago. However, at present, Chen Erpeo's loyalty only had 5 stars. It is far less loyal than Zhang Wanfu and Wei Yu, who have a loyalty rating of 9 stars and are ready to sacrifice their lives for the company. Xiao Ran thought that he still needed to find an opportunity to use both carrot and stick to increase Chen Erpeo's loyalty. The company is able to operate normally and support itself, so Xiao Ran doesn't have to worry about anything else. In addition, Zhang Wanfu and Wei Yu are also very capable, and the company is now operating even more smoothly than before when he was here. Over the past 2 weeks, Xiao Ran has been busy running around lottery stations in various cities in Minnan province. 12 million yuan, Xiao Ran is very satisfied with the account balance displayed on the mobile banking app on his phone. If you want to buy a house, it's still a little short. The house Xiao Ran wants to buy is obviously not an ordinary house, if it's just an ordinary house. Even if the housing prices in Xia City are so high that they can rank among the top 5 in the country, Xiao Ran's current 12 million yuan is more than enough. For the time being, I'll put off buying a house. Xiao Ran thought to himself. If only I could make another investment like the acquisition of Jiangnan Leather Company. The acquisition of Jiangnan Leather Company had made Xiao Ran a fortune. And Han Keqin had also moved out of the small apartment she had previously rented and moved in with Xiao Ran in the presidential suite of the sailing boat hotel. At the moment, an Audi S6L pulled up outside Han Keqin's company. 2 young men got out of the car. One of them was older, in his 30s, wearing a suit. The other was in his late 20s or early 30s, dressed in a colorful and trendy manner, wearing green sunglasses. You better behave yourself today. Our company has received a big order this time, and there is a huge demand for leather. Don't do what you did last time, falling for the sales lady and threatening people with the contract. The man in his 30s wearing a suit is named Li Feng, and the younger-looking young man is called Zhao Wei, Li Feng's cousin. Li Feng currently works as the purchasing manager at Zhao Wei's family company, Yunlan Luggage Company. Yunlan Luggage Company is mainly engaged in luggage manufacturing and is also a company in Xiaocheng. Although it is not very large in scale, they received a large order some time ago, so they are sourcing leather for manufacturing luggage. This time, they were here to negotiate with Han Keqin's company. Sometimes, this cousin Zhao Wei is also a big headache. I remember last time, Zhao Wei saw that the salesperson at the other company was pretty, and he ended up drugging her and sleeping with her. In the end, the saleswoman complained to the company, and Zhao Wei's father, Zhao Xiong, the chairman of Yunlan Suitcase Company, stepped in and gave the woman 200,000 yuan, and the matter was dropped. For this purchase, Li Feng originally did not intend to bring Zhao Wei, but Zhao Xiong arranged for the uneducated Zhao Wei to be by his side, and told him to teach Zhao Wei a few things so that Zhao Wei could take over the company smoothly in the future. It was only then that Li Feng brought Zhao Wei along to learn more about the business with him. But his cousin, who usually just knows how to flirt with girls, has never shown any interest in learning things. I see, what a nag. Forget about what happened last time. She was just a saleswoman. Does she really think she can blame me for sleeping with her after I drugged her? Zhao Wei thought his cousin was a bit of a nag. He thought about all the female drifters in Xiamen who came to Xiamen City, and they were already lucky to be slept with by him. After all, his father gave the woman 200,000 yuan last time. For female drifters like them, how many years would it take to save 200,000 yuan? But that woman was really something last time. Let's see if there's a chance to go see her again next time. I wonder if this company has any pretty young ladies. Zhao Wei thought to himself, obviously taking Li Feng's words as wind. Every time Li Feng was talking business, he was off hunting for women. And relying on his family background, he had also played with many women. However, Zhao Xiong only had him as a son, so even if something happened, Zhao Xiong would pay to settle it. So far, he hasn't encountered any major problems, which has made him even more carefree. Then, Zhao Wei glanced at Li Feng again, thinking to himself. It's fine to say that you're my cousin, but to put it bluntly, you're just a dog in my family, so what's there to be proud of? When I take over the company in the future, you'll see. Zhao Wei has always looked down on his cousin, who comes from an ordinary family, especially since he always lectures him like an older brother. He thought to himself. Li Feng obviously didn't know this. Let's go up. Li Feng didn't say anything more, and said to Zhao Wei. Soon, the two took the elevator to the floor where Han Keqin's company was located. Chapter 28 Shameless Zhao Wei. As soon as he arrived at the floor above Han Keqin's company, Li Feng took Zhao Wei to the office of the head of the sales department of Han Keqin's company. Yang Ming, who was previously Han Keqin's supervisor, hurriedly welcomed Li Feng in when he saw him arrive. Although Yang Ming was also the head of the sales department of Changhan Leather Company, the other party was Yunlan Luggage Company. In other words, they were a downstream enterprise. Yunlan Luggage Company was obviously there to bring Yang Ming orders and results, so naturally Yang Ming did not dare to be the least bit negligent. So, Manager Li, who is this? Yang Ming was also taken aback when he saw the young man in the strange clothes next to him, who looked quite wretched. This person didn't look like someone who had been in the workplace for a long time. Oh, Manager Yang, let me introduce you. This is our company's director Zhao's son, Zhao Wei. Li Feng quickly introduced Yang Ming. He also hoped that Zhao Wei would get to know more of his company's business partners, so that he wouldn't have to worry about it in the future. As soon as he heard that the other party was the son of the chairman of Yunlan Luggage Company, Yang Ming was even more afraid to be the least bit negligent. He quickly extended his hand to Zhao Wei. The other party is the son of the boss of Yunlan Company. Even though he and Li Feng are here talking about this and that, he knows his own worth. No matter how good their titles sound, at best they are just high-level wage earners, and they are incomparable to these real bosses or the boss's sons and daughters. Zhao Wei looked at Yang Ming, said nothing, and did not even reach out to shake Yang Ming's hand. He just looked at Yang Ming with disdain, and then looked away to look around. A high-level employee, I'm not interested in knowing him. Zhao Wei said this, whether intentionally or not. Yang Ming was very embarrassed, but he had to continue to greet him with a smile. Li Feng had already informed him before he arrived. This time Yunlan Luggage Company has received a large order. It needs to order raw materials worth 5 million from Changhan Leather Company. This order can bring Changhan Company a profit of 2 million. And if this order is concluded, Yang Ming's personal commission can reach 100,000. So naturally Yang Ming dare not be negligent. 100,000 yuan in commission can already catch up with Yang Ming's 6-month income. At this moment, Han Keqin knocked on the door. Han Keqin was the person Yang Ming had asked to take charge of the deal with Yunlan Luggage Company. Although Han Keqin had not been in the company for long, her abilities were outstanding. She was quite a bit better than the other senior employees in her department. That was why Yang Ming had asked Han Keqin to take charge of the deal with Yunlan Luggage Company. After the last time Xiao Ran came to pick up Han Keqin and caused a fuss, Yang Ming had no more thoughts for Han Keqin. After all, Han Keqin had such a rich boyfriend. Naturally, she looked down on herself. Come in. Yang Ming said to Han Keqin outside the door. And saw Han Keqin walk in with a document. This is the document with the detailed parameters of the leather that Yunlan Luggage Company wants to purchase this time. Han Keqin has spent a lot of effort organizing it. Yang Ming saw Han Keqin come in and introduced her to Li Feng and Zhao Wei. Manager Li, President Zhao, this is our company's Han Keqin. She will be in charge of your purchase orders this time. Li Feng just greeted Han Keqin symbolically. As for Zhao Wei, he could see Han Keqin coming in. Zhao Wei's gaze never left Han Keqin. It was as if a wolf that had been starving for a month saw a fat lamb. His whole body was filled with an uncontainable desire. He could not believe that there was such a beautiful woman working at this company. Zhao Wei suddenly felt that the female salesperson he had drugged before was also quite attractive, but compared to Han Keqin in front of him, she was nothing. If Han Keqin was a phoenix in the sky, then the female salesperson before him was at most a pheasant running around on the ground. Han Keqin felt uncomfortable when she was stared at by Zhao Wei's lecherous gaze. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. Han Keqin had wanted to take this opportunity to make a good impression. This was her first time being in charge of a project, although the order was placed by Yang Ming and she was just assigned to follow it up. However, when she saw the lecherous young man in front of her named Zhao Wei, Han Keqin's brows furrowed slightly. Han Keqin, this is Manager Li and President Zhao from Yunlan Luggage Company. They are our company's major clients, so I'll leave them in your hands. You have to do well. Yang Ming could see what Zhao Wei was thinking, so he said deliberately. With such a big order, he didn't want the slightest mistake. Subsequently, Han Keqin still plucked up her courage and took Zhao Wei and the others on a tour of the company and introduced the company's products. It was just that from time to time Zhao Wei's words revealed a frivolous air. Miss Han, I wonder if you could do me the honor tonight? Let's have dinner together so we can discuss the contract. After listening to Han Keqin's general introduction to the products of Changhong Company, Zhao Wei spoke directly. He hadn't listened to a single word of Han Keqin's previous introduction. It could even be said that after meeting Han Keqin, that was the sentence he really wanted to say. Li Feng was also a little helpless. Well, Mr. Zhao, dinner is not necessary. I have some things to do tonight. Han Keqin said in a slightly resentful manner. Zhao Wei's heart was slightly angry. How could he not see Han Keqin's excuse? He thought to himself that there was no woman he couldn't get. What's more, although the woman in front of him was beautiful, she was just a saleswoman at Changhong Company. Miss Han, it's just dinner. Besides, if there's something urgent, we can just do it tomorrow. What's more important than our contract? Zhao Wei's words were slightly frivolous. Instead of talking about the contract between the companies, he was talking about the contract between him and Han Keqin. He was also implicitly threatening Han Keqin, meaning that if Han Keqin didn't have dinner with him as he requested, then the deal would probably fall through. In the workplace, there are often many improper unspoken rules in the relationship between buyers and sellers. Many female employees are willing to accept such unspoken rules in order to achieve results. This has given rise to many scumbags like Zhao Wei, except that Zhao Wei is the son of the boss of Yunlan Luggage Company, so his arrogance is even stronger. Zhao Wei has also threatened and slept with many good-looking women. If Han Keqin had met Xiao Ran before, she might have been scared by these threats. But now she doesn't care. Mr. Zhao, let me be frank. I have already introduced the product to you very clearly, and I have also explained the terms of the contract. If you still have any questions or if there is anything you do not understand, you can come to our company, and I, as well as Director Yang, will be happy to answer them for you. I don't think we need to discuss the contract in private. Han Keqin said with an unhappy expression. Zhao Wei was also taken aback when he heard these words. Since Han Keqin didn't know much about human relations, he felt that he needed to teach Han Keqin a lesson. I see, Miss Han. By the way, Miss Han, I just looked at the products you introduced to us, and some of them don't quite meet the standards. They don't quite meet the material requirements of our Yunlan Luggage Company. Zhao Wei said in a strange tone. Hearing Zhao Wei's words, Li Feng's expression also changed. Previously, Zhao Wei just harassed the female employees of the cooperating company as usual. But this time was different. It was now the peak season for luggage and bags, and due to the strategic transformation of overseas luggage and bag giants, which had shut down some production lines, a large number of overseas orders had flowed into the country. This had also caused many luggage and bag companies to be producing at full capacity, and these downstream orders had also greatly stimulated the upstream leather production. Yunlan Luggage Company has also received a large order and is in a hurry to get the leather to start production. There are only a few leather companies in Xiaoqing, and I heard that they are all operating at full capacity, leaving no spare production lines to produce leather for other companies. In particular, Jiangnan Leather Company, Limited has leather orders scheduled until 6 months later, and there is simply no spare capacity. In the past, it didn't matter if Zhao Wei spoiled a contract like this, but now, if he does, Yunlan Luggage Company will likely be in a difficult situation due to a lack of raw materials. Zhao Wei, don't be willful. Li Feng reminded him. But Zhao Wei doesn't know any of this. All he sees are beautiful women. His mind is filled with obscene things all day long. Li Feng, you're just a dog working for our family. Do you really think Yunlan Company is named Li? Hearing Li Feng's discouragement, Zhao Wei was also angry, feeling that Li Feng was trying to ruin his good things. Li Feng was so angered by Zhao Wei that his face turned from green to white, and he was about to explode with anger. This was also the first time Zhao Wei had cursed out the words in his heart. Perhaps it was because he saw that Han Keqin was too beautiful, much more beautiful than all the women he had played with before. Zhao Wei really didn't want this opportunity to be spoiled by Li Feng, so in a panic he cursed out what he had always wanted to say. You're good, Zhao Wei. I don't care about your family's business in the future. Whatever. Zhao Wei spoke indifferently. Li Feng was so angry that he didn't care about Zhao Wei and just left Changhong Company. President Zhao, if you want to forcibly believe that there is a problem with our company's products, then you can communicate with our production department. You can negotiate with them about what parameters are needed. Of course, if you really don't need our products, then we also regret it. Han Keqin saw Zhao Wei's threatening tone before, and she was not intimidated at all. Subsequently, Han Keqin left a message and then also directly left the scene. Han Keqin did not want to see someone like Zhao Wei, who was shameless enough to want to secretly seduce himself, for a moment. Chapter 29, I want you to be the general manager of our Jiangnan company. Only Zhao Wei was left fuming on the spot. Yang Ming, knowing the situation, quickly left the office and went to the meeting room where Han Keqin had previously introduced Zhao Wei to their products. However, when Yang Ming arrived, the meeting room was empty. Not only was Han Keqin or Li Feng there, but Zhao Wei was also not in the meeting room. Yang Ming then looked around the company again but couldn't find Zhao Wei. He quickly called Zhao Wei. President Zhao, what's wrong? Why did you leave without saying a word? Yang Ming anxiously asked Zhao Wei. President Zhao, are you dissatisfied with our products? Yang Ming, don't fucking mention our products to me. You and your Changhong company can forget about this order. Zhao Wei angrily yelled at Yang Ming. Hearing Zhao Wei's words, Yang Ming became anxious. This order from Yunlan Luggage Company was related to his personal performance and bonus. Well, Mr. Zhao, what's wrong? Tell me, and I promise to give you a satisfactory explanation. Yang Ming said. Zhao Wei heard Yang Ming's words. There was nothing to hide. He said to Yang Ming. It's not that I'm not satisfied with your products. It's just that the salesperson in charge of dealing with us today, Han Keqin, is a bit ignorant. I just asked her to discuss the contract with me tonight, but she refused. Yang Ming understood when he heard Zhao Wei's words. It seems that Zhao Wei had seen that Han Keqin was pretty and wanted to take advantage of her, but Han Keqin had rejected him. Mr. Zhao, this salesperson has only been with our company for a short time, and I apologize for her. Also, if you have some free time, I'll invite you to the best bathhouse in Xiamen. There are plenty of beautiful women there. There's no need to argue with a new employee like us. Yang Ming also spoke politely to Zhao Wei. If it were before, he would have forced Han Keqin to discuss the contract with Zhao Wei in private. But now that he has seen Xiao Ran's financial power, he knows that for Han Keqin, her current job is also dispensable. After all, a BMW X5 costs nearly $1 million, even if it is not considered too expensive. But if you add in Xiao Ran's BMW X5 license plate, it is worth at least $3 million. You can afford to buy a Bentley. Even Zhao Wei's father, Zhao Xiong, may not be able to afford such a car. The most important thing is that Xiao Ran is still very young. How can someone so young be able to play with such a car without Yang Ming being jealous? Yunlan Company is not a big company either. To be honest, the leather industry in Xiacheng is not well developed, nor is it a pillar industry in Xiacheng. Whether it is a company that produces artificial leather like Changhong, or a company that produces bags and suitcases like Yunlan, the market value is only worth 10 to 20 million, and annual sales are only 30 to 40 million. The actual net profit that goes to the boss is not much. Compared to those pillar industries in Xiacheng, it is too different. Just take the real estate industry, where any mediocre company can achieve a market value of hundreds of millions. From a certain perspective, Yang Ming found Zhao Wei's snobbish behavior amusing. Putting on airs aside, the key is that the family's strength is not very impressive. Usually, he likes to hang out with those shaman drifters to find a sense of existence. He is far inferior to those real princelings in Xiamen. Yang Ming, don't give me any bullshit. I'm putting it here, tonight, no matter what you think of it. Let that employee of your company named Han Keqin come and keep me company for a night. I'll pretend that nothing happened today. Otherwise, forget about any cooperation between our company, Yunlan, and yours, Changhong. Zhao Wei angrily cursed Yang Ming and hung up the phone. What a jerk, really taking himself seriously. Yang Ming also cursed after hearing Zhao Wei hang up on him. However, Yang Ming still wanted to try to contact Han Keqin to see if she was willing to go. Yang Ming then called Han Keqin. Han Keqin, I heard that the order fell through today. What did you do to offend Zhao Wei? Can you go and apologize to Zhao Wei? This order is very important to our company. Manager Yang, there's no need to apologize. I'll come tomorrow to complete the resignation procedures. Han Keqin didn't even think about it. She would rather be unemployed than continue working at Changhong. Not only was it easy to be sexually harassed in sales, but the people at Changhong were no good. Not only did they want to sexually harass their subordinates, they would also push their colleagues into the fire for their own interests. In fact, after being harassed by Yang Ming last time, Han Keqin had wanted to quit. After a long time, Han Keqin returned to the sailing hotel. Xiao Ran saw Han Keqin return to the hotel angrily and asked, "What's wrong today? Aren't you still off work?" Xiao Ran looked at the time, which was only 3 p.m., and asked curiously, "Stop it, today a really disgusting client came to our company." Han Keqin said to Xiao Ran, "Oh, what kind of client made my wife so angry?" Xiao Ran quickly came over and hugged Han Keqin to comfort her. Han Keqin then told Xiao Ran everything about Yunlan Company coming to the company to discuss the contract. Xiao Ran had already felt a little upset when he thought that Han Keqin had been bullied. When he heard Han Keqin say that the client wanted to threaten Han Keqin by taking advantage of the order and wanted to secretly take advantage of Han Keqin, he was filled with rage. What a Yunlan Company, what a Zhao Wei. Xiao Ran thought to himself, and made a note of the company. Then you don't need to go to work tomorrow. You'd better come and work for our own company, Xiao Ran said. In fact, Xiao Ran had long wanted Han Keqin to come and work for Jiangnan Leather Company. After all, Changhong Company was someone else's company, and there were many wretched colleagues like Yang Ming. Naturally, Xiao Ran didn't want Han Keqin to be bullied there. It was just that although Jiangnan Leather Company had been acquired before, the company was still just an empty shell. Now that the company's production line had been repurchased and there were production orders, it's time for Han Keqin to come work for her company. So what can I do at your company? Han Keqin was naturally very happy to hear Xiao Ran ask her to work for Jiangnan Leather Company. However, she was still afraid of holding Xiao Ran back. Just give me a small clerk's job, Han Keqin said with a smile. Small clerk? Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh when she heard Han Keqin's words. What for? That has to be the chairman's wife, Xiao Ran said with a smile. Xiao Ran, I'm serious. Kuxin, then I won't kid you either. I want you to be the general manager of our Jiangnan company. Chapter 30. You ungrateful brat, you want to get your old man killed. General manager? Han Keqin exclaimed in surprise. Yes, general manager. Xiao Ran actually had his own ideas. He had supernatural powers, and acquiring Jiangnan Leather Company was only his first stop. In the future, he will have to go a long way and build a large business layout. If he has to worry about everything, he won't be able to do it all. So he wants Han Keqin to be the general manager and be in charge of all operations of Jiangnan Leather Company. Even if Han Keqin's qualifications are not good enough now, with the assistance of Zhang Wanfu, Wei Yu, Chun Erpeo, and others, it will not be difficult to properly plan and develop Jiangnan Leather Company. Xiao Ran, are you kidding? I haven't even been officially transferred to Changhong Company yet, and you're saying you want to give me the position of general manager of Jiangnan Leather Company? Han Keqin also didn't quite believe it. After all, Jiangnan Leather Company was the entirety of Xiao Ran's career. At least that was the case within her understanding. But the serious look on her face as she looked at Xiao Ran didn't seem like she was lying. Then you're not afraid that I'm not capable enough and will ruin your company? Don't say that. Even if you ruin it, it's fine if you just sell it, Xiao Ran said with a smile. Okay, this matter is settled. Tomorrow I will have someone help you go to Changhong to handle the resignation. You don't need to go there in person. Take a few days to rest and adjust, and in a few days I will take you to the company. Let the company's employees get to know the boss's wife. Xiao Ran made the decision and did not allow Han Keqin to refuse anymore. Subsequently, Xiao Ran called Wei Yu again and asked him to help Han Keqin go through the resignation process tomorrow. Wei Yu now does whatever Xiao Ran tells him to do. Not to mention helping his boss's girlfriend with her resignation. If he were asked to go through fire and water, he wouldn't refuse. Xiao Ran is practically a second parent to this young man who has been frustrated and unable to achieve anything in Xiamen for many years. The next day, Wei Yu helped Han Keqin resign early in the morning. Yang Ming was also taken aback when he saw that Han Keqin didn't come in person, but Wei Yu. Wei Yu is now the purchasing manager of Jiangnan Leather Company, and Yang Ming also knows him. After all, they are in the same industry, and Jiangnan Leather Company is now in the limelight, having received an order of 20 million yuan from a large luggage company in Zhejiang province. That is several times the 5 million yuan order from Yunlan Company. The profit margin is as high as 50%, which is even greater than the profit margin given by Yunlan Company. This made Changhong Company very envious, but who could let Changhong Company's current production capacity of only 2 old production lines not keep up? It can be said that the current Jiangnan Leather Company is more popular than the company when Huang He was there, and I don't know how much. Yang Ming, as the manager of Changhong Company, also had a general understanding of the management structure of this reborn Jiangnan Leather Company. That manager Wei, may I ask? Yang Ming asked politely, seeing Wei Yu, who had come to help Han Keqin with her resignation. After all, they were in the same business, and although the two companies were in a competitive relationship, they still could not afford to offend each other. Who knew if Changhong ever closed down or laid off staff, Yang Ming might jump ship to a competitor. Manager Yang, do you have any questions? Wei Yu asked curiously after helping Han Keqin with her resignation, seeing Yang Ming come over to ask. Well, who is Han Keqin to you? Why did you have to come in person to help her with the exit procedures? Yang Ming asked directly and to the point. Oh, you mean Miss Han? That's our boss's wife. Our boss asked me to come and help the boss's wife with the exit procedures. Wei Yu said. What? You mean Han Keqin is your boss's wife? Yang Ming was stunned when he heard Wei Yu's words. Although Jiangnan Leather Company was on the verge of collapse before, its production line was now far more advanced, its supply chain was more complete, and its order status was far superior to that of Changhong. More importantly, the salaries of Jiangnan Leather Company's employees were also far higher than those of Changhong. For example, a manager at Jiangnan Leather Company could earn 300,000 yuan per year, while Changhong was only willing to pay 200,000 yuan per year. This made Yang Ming very envious of Wei Yu. Yang Ming never would have guessed that Xiao Ran, whom he had targeted to embarrass, was the boss of Jiangnan Leather Company. Thinking that he had offended Han Keqin and even more so Xiao Ran, Yang Ming regretted it. He had recently been thinking about jumping ship from Changhong Leather Company to Jiangnan Leather Company. Don't look at the current boom in orders. Once the boom is over, Jiangnan Leather Company will definitely have the means to suppress Changhong Leather Company. With the current strength of Changhong Leather Company, it is far from being a match for Jiangnan Leather Company. By then, if Changhong Leather Company collapses, naturally he will also lose his job. So he is also considering his own escape route. But after thinking that the owner of Jiangnan Leather Company is Xiao Ran, and Han Keqin is the proprietress of Jiangnan Leather Company, Yang Ming's intestines are about to turn green with regret. He knows that once Changhong Leather Company collapses, he would face unemployment and start all over again. Moreover, he would no longer be able to establish a foothold in the leather industry in Xiacheng, which meant that all his hard work over the years would be ruined. Wei Yu also stopped chatting with Yang Ming. He had a lot of work to do at his company. He simply said goodbye to Yang Ming and left Changhong Leather Company. After Wei Yu left Changhong Leather Company, Director Yang, did you ignore what I said yesterday? Zhao Wei had hoped that Yang Ming would find a way to get Han Keqin to apologize to him and discuss the contract. But after waiting all night, Zhao Wei never heard from Han Keqin. So he angrily called Yang Ming. Director Yang, since you didn't fulfill the conditions I set out yesterday, then our cooperation can only be terminated. After careful consideration, our company, Yunlan, still feels that your products do not meet our company's requirements. Zhao Wei said directly, breaking the contract. Han Keqin had already left the company. Yang Ming did not hide this from Zhao Wei. What? You mean that the beautiful woman from yesterday has already left the company? Zhao Wei could not believe it. He had previously thought about coming back to pressure Yang Ming and Han Keqin some more. But he did not expect Han Keqin to just leave the company. But before Zhao Wei could react, Yang Ming said with a sneer. President Zhao, in fact, you don't need to terminate the cooperation. Our Changhong has also decided not to cooperate with you. After all, our production capacity is limited. Please ask your Yunlan company to find someone else. Before Zhao Wei could say anything, Yang Ming hung up the phone directly. This brain-dead idiot. Yang Ming cursed. At this time, all he could think about was a woman. Yang Ming also felt that he had met such an idiot. Although he had lost his commission, the industry was still in a boom. While Zhao Wei was losing this single order, their sales department had already secured many orders, just not the ones Yang Ming had personally marketed. The commission was only slightly less, and compared to the Yunlan company that Yang Ming had personally contacted, the commission was more than half less. What Zhao Wei didn't know was that after the collapse of his cooperation with Changhong this time, Changhong quickly received orders from other companies. At present, all the artificial leather companies in Xiaoqing are operating at full capacity, and Yunlan Company has fallen into the dilemma of being unable to obtain raw materials. However, he does not know about the economic ups and downs, and still exploits the upstream company in the same way as he did when he was a downstream company. After the cooperation between Yunlan and Changhong Company fell through, Zhao Wei's father Zhao Xiong quickly called Zhao Wei. "You ungrateful son, you have ruined Changhong Company's order, you want to get your old man killed." As soon as Zhao Wei answered the phone, Zhao Xiong's angry shouting came through the line. Chapter 31, We don't have the capacity, but we have the goods. Dad, it's just an order, right? Is it that big a deal? There are more than just Changhong that make artificial leather in Xiaoqing. Zhao Wei said calmly, not taking the collapse of the negotiations for this order seriously at all. We went there with money, and those artificial leather companies won't let go of the money, will they? You ungrateful brat. Zhao Xiong was furious when he heard Zhao Wei's words. Now, go quickly to Changhong Company and apologize to them, and make sure they spare some of their production capacity for us to produce artificial leather. Zhao Xiong angrily scolded Zhao Wei. Okay, Dad, don't worry, leave this to me. Zhao Wei directly gave his father a guarantee. You just rest at home, Zhao Wei said. Then he hung up the phone. Zhao Xiong over there also felt relieved when he heard his son agree. He had already personally spoken to the boss of Changhong Company on the phone. With their many years of friendship and a lot of persuasion, the boss of Changhong Company also agreed. He claimed that as long as Zhao Wei came to apologize, they would be willing to continue to provide Yunlan Luggage Company with artificial leather. Zhao Xiong was also worried sick about Zhao Wei. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to get some results for his son so that he could smoothly take over the position of general manager of the company, Zhao Xiong would have personally handled all of this himself a long time ago. Because Zhao Wei was used to being arrogant at the company, if he were to be made general manager directly, I'm afraid that many people would not be convinced, and some people who had a bad relationship with Zhao Wei might even quit and jump ship directly. For example, Zhao Wei's cousin, Li Feng, was already preparing to quit and jump ship. What Zhao Xiong didn't expect was that Zhao Wei had no intention of going back to Changhong. He had just turned down an order from Changhong and was now apologizing at the door. Zhao Wei could not lose face in this situation. Instead, he called an employee who had a good relationship with the company. Zhang Hao, it's Zhao Wei. Zhang Hao was at work, but when he heard it was Zhao Wei, he immediately did not dare to neglect it. It's you, Mr. Zhao, is there anything you want me to do? As soon as Zhang Hao heard Zhao Wei's phone number, he knew that Zhao Wei was looking for him. He always did his best to do what Zhao Wei told him to do, especially when he got insider information. Zhao Wei planned to directly promote Zhao Wei to general manager, thinking about his relationship with Zhao Wei, and naturally his position would also rise at that time. It's like this, can you help me find out which other companies in Xiaoqing make artificial leather? Help me contact them and see if there is any company with spare production capacity. And, you can't let anyone in the company know about this, Zhao Wei said. I want to surprise my dad and show him that I just don't want to do it, but if I have to, I can do it better than anyone else. After hearing Zhao Wei's instructions, Zhang Hao quickly pulled up the addresses and contact information of all the companies in Xiaoqing that produced artificial leather, except for Changhong Company. Then, Zhang Hao called each one of them. However, after dialing the phone numbers of several artificial leather companies, the other party said that they could no longer accept orders. If they really needed artificial leather, they would have to wait until their production capacity became idle 2 months later. In the end, Zhang Hao was also anxious. Finally, looking at the contact information of Jiangnan Leather Company, he called the other party. That contact information was Chen Erpeo's phone number. At this time, Chen Erpeo was reporting his work to Xiao Ran. In fact, Xiao Ran was also very satisfied with the results that Chen Erpeo had achieved in the sales department. After this order is completed, I will give you a personal commission of 300,000. Xiao Ran looked at the work that Chen Erpeo reported and was very satisfied. After all, Chen Erpeo alone had obtained a 20 million contract. A personal commission of 300,000? Even Chen Erpeo was stunned. As an ordinary staff member in the sales department, he only received a guaranteed monthly salary of 4,000 yuan. With a single order, he gets a commission of 300,000 yuan, which is equivalent to the annual salary of a department manager like Wei Yu. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, I will definitely work harder in the future. Xiao Ran used his superpower to take another look at Chen Erpeo. Chen Erpeo, loyalty rating 6 stars. Other information remains the same, but the loyalty rating has increased by 1 star. At first, Chen Erpeo complained a bit about Xiao Ran removing him from his manager position and making him an ordinary salesperson in the sales department. But at this moment, he felt that sales seemed like a good fit for him. Thinking about those customers, which one of them was not charmed by him at the drinking table and finally won over? Just then, Chen Erpeo's mobile phone rang. President Xiao, I'm sorry, I need to take this call. After getting Xiao Ran's permission, Chen Erpeo quickly answered the phone. The caller was Zhang Hao from Yunlan Luggage Company. This is Yunlan Luggage Company. Is this Chen Erpeo from Jiangnan Leather Company? Yes, speaking. What is it? Zhang Hao quickly told Chen Erpeo the reason for the call. To Zhang Hao's disappointment, Chen Erpeo also made it clear that Jiangnan Leather Company no longer had any spare capacity. After hanging up, Chen Erpeo continued to report to Xiao Ran. Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry, but someone from Yunlan Luggage Company just called me to ask if our company still has any spare production capacity. Upon hearing the name Yunlan Luggage Company, Xiao Ran's eyes narrowed. You mean Yunlan Luggage Company? Seeing Xiao Ran's change in expression, Chen Erpeo was also taken aback. Yes, Mr. Xiao, it's the local Yunlan Luggage Company in Xicheng. They want us to produce for them, but we no longer have any production capacity. Chen Erpeo said. We don't have the capacity, but we have the stock. Xiao Ran, not knowing whether on purpose or not, reminded Chen Erpeo. Chen Erpeo was at a loss when he heard the word stock. But then he thought about it, and there was indeed a stock of goods still in the warehouse. It was the 120 tons of low-quality PU synthetic leather that Huang He had previously purchased at a low price. Mr. Xiao, you mean the ones in the warehouse? Chen Erpeo asked. Chen Erpeo also didn't know why Xiao Ran was prompting him to have those 120 tons of inferior PU leather. But then he thought about it and knew that this Yunlan Luggage Company must have offended Xiao Ran somewhere. Sell this stock to Yunlan Luggage Company. I don't care what method you use. Xiao Ran said. And, when selling this stock leather, you cannot use our company name. Chen Erpeo, who was still in a state of surprise, dared not refuse when he heard Xiao Ran's orders. Cannot use the company name? Then how do we sell it? Chen Erpeo was a little puzzled. They pay the money, we deliver the goods, it's best not to sign a contract, it depends on your own abilities. Chen Erpeo immediately understood as soon as Xiao Ran pointed it out. For this kind of spot transaction, it is indeed not necessary to go through the formality of a contract like a production order. You can set the price yourself, and half of the money you make after selling it will go to you. If this works out, the position of sales manager will be yours. Xiao Ran promised. Although he was not a ruthless person, the other party had actually bullied his wife, so naturally Xiao Ran could not stand it. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's promise, Chen Erpeo, who had been a little hesitant at first, immediately became excited. His loyalty rating immediately rose from 6 stars to 7 stars. Half of the profits from the sale would go to him. If the leather was sold at market price, the 120 tons of PU leather could fetch 3 million, and he would get 1.5 million. In addition, Xiao Ran promised that if he did a good job, the position of sales manager would be his. If he succeeded, he would have power and money. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, for this batch of goods, not to mention selling it to Yunlan Luggage Company, I can make it look alive even if it's dead. Go ahead, get to work, and I'll be waiting for good news. Xiao Ran spoke indifferently. After Chen Erpeo left Xiao Ran's office, he immediately called Zhang Hao, who had just called. Yunlan Luggage Company? I just looked at the situation here at our company, and we still have a batch of goods. Chapter 32, Zhao Wei is a fool who knows nothing. You still have a batch of goods? Zhang Hao was suddenly overjoyed when he heard Chen Erpeo's words. Yes, we still have a batch of goods. You can come to our company to take a look. Chen Erpeo said without blushing. Zhang Hao had not held out much hope, but after hearing Chen Erpeo's words, he did not hesitate. Manager Chen, don't worry, we'll be right there. After talking to Chen Erpeo, Zhang Hao called Zhao Wei again. Mr. Zhao, I've just got in touch with them. Jiangnan Leather Company still has a batch of goods in stock. What's more, they're in stock. Zhang Hao said excitedly in the conversation with Zhao Wei. In stock? That's great. Zhao Wei was also very happy, thinking to himself that he wouldn't have to go to Changhong Company to apologize. In Zhao Wei's opinion, saving face was more important than anything else. Not only is it in stock, there is no need to wait for the other company to produce. Once we get the goods, we can immediately put them into production, which will greatly speed up the delivery and the return of capital. Zhao Wei thought to himself, and once I get this stock back, I'll see who can say anything. Especially that Li Feng, even if he is my cousin, even if he is leaving, I'll make him apologize properly. Zhao Wei said. Tonight, oh no, now. Now you take me to Jiangnan Leather Company. I want to go and pick up this shipment myself. Zhao Wei said excitedly to Zhang Hao. Subsequently, Zhang Hao drove the car and took Zhao Wei to Jiangnan Leather Company. The two met Chen Erpeo at the company and, after making their intentions clear to Chen Erpeo, took them to the goods in the underground warehouse of a building. This batch of goods had long been pulled out of the factory by Chen Erpeo's men. Although this batch of artificial leather is low-quality leather, its appearance is not much different from that of high-quality leather. It is difficult to tell the difference with the naked eye, and the difference in composition can only be discovered by laboratory testing. Only people with supernatural powers like Xiao Ran, who can see through things, and people in the know like Chen Erpeo, know this. This batch of low-quality PU leather is not suitable for producing bags. After looking at the leather, Zhao Wei immediately made the decision to take the goods. Well, Mr. Zhao, don't worry. We settle payment for this batch of goods immediately. We pay first, and you deliver the goods. Chen Erpeo said. Immediate payment? Zhao Wei frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a transaction method. Isn't the usual transaction procedure to first draw up a contract, and then have the company's finance department make the payment? And then pick up the goods? Chen Erpeo saw Zhao Wei's hesitation and quickly added. Mr. Zhao, this batch of goods was produced in the factory before. It was produced when Huang He was here, and our new boss doesn't know about these goods. I secretly produced them. Zhao Wei was a bit hesitant when he heard Chen Erpeo say this. You mean you stole this? Hey, how can you call it stealing? Huang He owed me a lot of money, and I was just looking to see if there was anything valuable in the factory. I happened to see this batch of goods in the warehouse, so I naturally took it out to pay off the debt. Although Zhao Wei was a little hesitant about Chen Erpeo's words, he didn't doubt them. After all, if Chen Erpeo hadn't stolen the goods, why would he have brought them to such a place to look at the goods instead of just taking them directly to the factory? You say that you stole these goods and you dare to sell them to us? Zhao Wei said a little discontentedly. Mr. Zhao, we both want what we want. And, Mr. Zhao, although this batch of goods was stolen, if you don't want it, you won't be able to find it again in this city. Chen Erpeo saw Zhao Wei's discontent and quickly explained the situation to him. Zhao Wei, who had been a little dissatisfied, also felt that this was indeed the situation after thinking about it carefully. Mr. Zhao, don't hesitate anymore, I'm also in a hurry to sell this batch of goods. In that case, this batch of goods has not cost much after all. I will sell it to you at half the market price, how about that? Chen Erpeo continued. Zhao Wei, who had been hesitant, was about to exclaim when he heard Chen Erpeo say that he would sell it to him at half the market price. Half the market price, that's 1.5 million. Zhao Wei said, a little incredulously. Well, Mr. Zhao, I will sell it to you for 1.5 million. But let's get one thing straight, the money has to be paid in full, and no one can know about this. Chen Erpeo said. If you don't want it, there are a lot of people out there who want this shipment. Chen Erpeo continued to entice. Yes, of course I want it. Who said I didn't want it? As soon as Zhao Wei finished speaking, he immediately told Zhang how to transfer the 1.5 million on Zhao Wei's card to Chen Erpeo. For this transaction, Zhao Wei planned to use his own money to pay in advance. When he returned to Yunlan Luggage Company, he would report the transaction to the finance department for reimbursement at a price of 4 million. Zhao Wei was obviously very happy with the price of 1.5 million. Although the goods were only worth 3 million, at this critical juncture, even if you spent 4 million, you might not be able to get the goods. What's more, the same amount of artificial leather from Changhong Company had an asking price of 5 million, and he had only spent 1.5 million to get the goods. If he reported back that it was 4 million, not only would the rest of the company be impressed, he would also get a 2.5 million kickback. Zhao Wei was very happy when he thought about it. After receiving the payment, Chen Erpeo contacted 2 large trucks to load the 120 tons of artificial PU leather. He followed Zhao Wei's car back to Yunlan Luggage Company. As soon as Zhao Wei left, Chen Erpeo immediately called Xiaoran. "Boss, it's done." Chen Erpeo reported excitedly to Xiaoran. "It's done so smoothly?" Xiaoran was a little disbelieving. At first, he had only mentioned it casually. After all, it was not certain whether the deal would go through. And even if it did, he didn't expect it to be so quick. That Zhao Wei is just a fool, a rookie who knows nothing. After I slightly tricked him, he didn't even suspect anything and paid on the spot. Chen Erpeo reported in detail to Xiaoran that he would soon sell the batch of inferior leather to Zhao Wei for 1.5 million. With this guy's IQ, if he takes over Yunlan Company in the future, Yunlan Company will be in trouble. Not just in trouble, it's already in trouble. Xiaoran added. When the time comes, after their goods are produced, go complain to the Quality Supervision Department about their use of inferior leather. And find me some media to report on this properly. Xiaoran said. Boss, don't worry, I'll take care of it. And, boss, what you promised me before. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. 1 million will be transferred to your card tonight. Tomorrow, you report to the sales department, and I'll personally announce your personnel appointment. Xiaoran was actually quite satisfied with Chen Erpeo's performance, and on top of half of that sales figure, he gave Chen Erpeo an additional 250,000. He went from 750,000 directly to 1 million. The main reason was that Chen Erpeo did not blindly seek high prices and lure with low prices, which is what led to the plan going so smoothly. As soon as Chen Erpeo heard that Xiaoran had raised the offer to 1 million, he admired Xiaoran even more. Thank you, boss. Chen Erpeo kept thanking him on the phone. Chapter 33. This car is not expensive, a mobility scooter. After talking to Chen Erpeo, Xiaoran also felt relieved. Then, Xiaoran thought that before Han Keqin took up her position at the company, he still had to buy Han Keqin a mobility scooter. By the way, buy some clothes for Shinran. Xiaoran thought to himself. The next day, Han Keqin was still asleep. Han Keqin was facing Xiaoran, with a pair of snow-white arms sticking out of the quilt and one beautiful leg hanging outside the quilt. Xiaoran got up a little earlier. Last night, as usual, he had a fierce battle with Han Keqin until the early morning. Xiaoran didn't know how many times they had done it. Since Han Keqin moved in with him and had sex, Han Keqin has become more and more active, and every night she keeps Xiaoran up late. So much so that Xiaoran now has dark circles under his eyes. This little vixen. If this continues, what if my eyes become useless and I lose my superpowers? Xiaoran feels that he should still exercise some restraint when he is with Han Keqin. But despite thinking this every time Han Keqin provokes him, Xiaoran becomes unable to bear it. Xiaoran looked at Han Keqin, who was sleeping at the moment, and then looked at the time, which was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Little lazybones, get up quickly. Xiaoran reached out and gave Han Keqin's perky but a firm slap. Ouch, why did you hit me? Han Keqin rubbed her drowsy eyes and looked at Xiaoran in puzzlement. Let me sleep a little longer. Little lazybones, look at the time, it's still early. Xiaoran said. I just want to sleep. You tossed and turned so much last night that I didn't get a good night's sleep. Han Keqin said coquettishly. Since leaving Changhong Company, Han Keqin hasn't been in a hurry to report to work at Jiangnan Leather Company. These past few days, she has tossed and turned every night, and slept in late in the morning. You're still talking about it, who tossed and turned who? Xiaoran said helplessly. Get up quickly, we have some important business today. What's the big deal? Buying you a car. Xiaoran said. Buying me a car? Han Keqin jumped out of bed at the mere mention of Xiaoran buying her a car. Yes, you're going to be the general manager, you can't still take the subway to work. But you're still here, you can take someone with you. Han Keqin said. Keqin, do you know why I want you to be the general manager this time? Xiaoran said. Why? Han Keqin looked puzzled. Now that Jiangnan Leather Company is on the right track, I don't need to worry about it anymore. I plan to hand over the company to you for full management, and I want to start some other side businesses. Xiaoran said. Other side businesses? Although Han Keqin was puzzled, she felt from Xiaoran's words that Xiaoran was still very motivated. In particular, there is already Jiangnan Leather Company. Although it is not a large company, according to the current operating conditions of Jiangnan Leather Company, it is enough for the two of them to have a worry-free life for a lifetime. My dear, no matter what you want to do, I will support you. Han Keqin said immediately. So what are we waiting for? Let's go look at cars. You are not allowed to buy me an expensive car, do you hear me? Han Keqin reminded Xiao Ran, feeling that Xiao Ran was going to do some other business. Still, it needs capital, and if you buy a car that is too expensive, then it will be a huge expense. Don't worry, just buy a car for transportation. Xiao Ran gave Han Keqin a knowing smile, looking like I understand you. But it wasn't until Han Keqin followed Xiao Ran to the forest shop that Han Keqin directly regretted it. Didn't I say not to buy an expensive car? Han Keqin looked at the Porsche Panamera in the forest shop in front of her and became a little angry. This car is not expensive, it's just a car. Xiao Ran said indifferently. He didn't feel that a car costing over $1,000,000 was expensive. Han Keqin didn't know what to say. With the previous BMW X5 and today's Panamera, it felt as if Xiao Ran had bought these cars almost entirely for himself. Together, that's almost 3,000,000 yuan, which is enough to buy a 60 square meter apartment in Xiaocheng. Han Keqin felt a little sad when she thought that Xiao Ran and she still didn't have a home in Xiaocheng. But she didn't want to mention it to Xiao Ran. After all, a house is much more expensive than a car. Although she really wanted to have a home, it might be a heavy burden for Xiao Ran, who is currently starting a business. Soon, Xiao Ran used his credit card to pay the full price and bought the red Parramatta. The saleswoman, who had been explaining the car to Xiao Ran, was in disbelief and a little surprised, but she helped Xiao Ran complete all the necessary paperwork. After Xiao Ran left, the saleswomen in the store discussed him. Gosh, who is that guy? He was only in the store for a few minutes, and he bought a Parramatta straight away. One of the saleswomen said to her colleague who had just served Xiao Ran. If Wei Yu had been there, he would have recognized her as his ex-girlfriend, Meng Yao, who had dumped him. You mean him? He didn't just order it a few minutes ago. He called our store a week ago to make a reservation, and the store manager asked me to serve him. He just came to pick up the car today, and he bought it for his girlfriend. Speaking of which, Meng Yao and the other female sales looked at the backs of Xiao Ran and Han Keqin as they left with envy. If only I could have a boyfriend like that. One female salesperson said. You wish. Look at his girlfriend, and then look at you. If I were him, and I had a girlfriend who was prettier than a movie star, I would buy her a Panamera too. If I had a girlfriend like you, I would buy you a subway card. The female salesperson who had previously received Xiao Ran said. Damn it, Lu, if you only buy me a subway card, I'll buy you a bus ticket. The female salesperson who was being teased by the female salesperson who was serving Xiao Ran jokingly said. Alas, what does that person do? You haven't said yet. I'm not really sure either, but I think he's the boss of Jiangnan Leather Company. The female salesperson said. What? Jiangnan Leather Company? Meng Yao, who was standing behind them without saying anything, looked at them teasing each other, and when she heard this name, she was a little unnerved. You mean Jiangnan Leather Company? Didn't that company go bankrupt? The boss even ran away. The other saleswomen looked at Meng Yao in disbelief after seeing her shocked expression. You know that company? Well, my ex-boyfriend worked there. Meng Yao said. That company hasn't gone bankrupt, otherwise how would he have the money to buy his girlfriend a car? Subsequently, the saleswomen who had gathered to watch the show dispersed, each going about their own business. Meng Yao was left alone, staring blankly. Then she quickly used her mobile phone to look up information about Jiangnan Leather Company. Sure enough, information about the change of ownership of Jiangnan Leather Company could be easily found online. In fact, after Meng Yao and Wei Yu broke up, Meng Yao was a few years older than her current boyfriend. So there was always a gap between the two of them. The boyfriend was interning under Meng Yao, but after just a few months, he became a bit impatient with the work. So he spent the whole day at home, doing nothing, eating Meng Yao's food and living in Meng Yao's house. Whenever Meng Yao did something he didn't like, he would go to Meng Yao's company and cause trouble. Meng Yao was a bit overwhelmed, and finally resigned and came to work as a salesperson in this forest shop. Although there is not much room for advancement in sales, the money earned is more than what she earned in her previous company. After all, she had a good-for-nothing boyfriend at home waiting to be fed. At the moment, Meng Yao really regretted it a little. Subsequently, Meng Yao relied on the information on the internet and called Jiangnan Leather Company. Hello, this is Jiangnan Leather Company, Ltd. May I help you? As soon as Meng Yao dialed the phone, the pleasant voice of the receptionist at Jiangnan Leather Company came from the other end. Well, I want to find Wei Yu. Is he still in your company? Meng Yao asked tentatively. Oh, you're looking for our manager Wei. Hold on a second, I'll connect you to manager Wei's office. Meng Yao was stunned. She didn't expect Wei Yu to not only still be working at Jiangnan Leather Company, but also to have become a manager, judging by the tone of the person on the other end of the line. Hello, who's this? Wei Yu's voice came from the other end of the line. Wei Yu, it's Meng Yao. Do we still have a chance? Meng Yao still found the courage to say this. After hearing Meng Yao's words, Wei Yu was obviously stunned. I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. Thinking of Meng Yao's previous ruthlessness, Wei Yu coldly replied and then hung up the phone directly. It's not because Wei Yu is ruthless, but from the moment of the previous breakup, the previous Wei Yu had already died. The current Wei Yu is the new life given by Xiao Ran, and he has also figured it out. Love and whatnot are all empty. You need money to have love. Without money, where does love come from? Nothing is real without money. Moreover, he has vowed to help Xiao Ran continue to do so. He wants to help Xiao Ran make Jiangnan Leather Company bigger and stronger. He will not have any spare energy to deal with that pale and fleeting love. Chapter 34, A Man with a Hidden Value of 100 Million. After leaving the Porsche 4S store, Xiao Ran took Han Keqin to the largest shopping mall in Xiamen, Tianhan Shopping Mall. Soon, Xiao Ran took Han Keqin to luxury brands such as LV and Armani, and spent more than 1 million yuan to buy more than 20 sets of designer clothes and more than 10 designer bags. Xiao Ran, don't buy so much. Han Keqin looked at the clothes and bags Xiao Ran had bought and felt a little sad. Don't feel sad about the money, I can earn it. It's not about the money, even if you made me general manager. There's no need to buy so many clothes and bags. Han Keqin said a little reproachfully. Before, she felt that Xiao Ran had bought her a luxury car for over 1 million yuan, and Han Keqin was already very sad. She didn't expect to spend over 1 million yuan just buying clothes. But Han Keqin had just tried on every outfit. They were indeed all very nice. Even Xiao Ran, who was standing nearby, looked a little stunned. Therefore, as long as Xiao Ran thought it looked good, he just used his credit card to buy it. You don't know that to see if a man is capable, you have to see if his wife is pretty? Xiao Ran said with a smile. If you dress badly and go out, people will think I'm not capable, so who would dare do business with me? Is that really the case? Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Han Keqin didn't quite believe it, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. If she dressed shabbily, it would indeed make others look down on Xiao Ran. Thinking about this, Han Keqin naturally accepted it in her heart. Suddenly, Xiao Ran seemed to have discovered something. Keqin, wait a minute. You drive yourself back, I have something to do. I'll put the things in your car later. Xiao Ran said. Han Keqin was a little puzzled, but seeing the look on Xiao Ran's face, it seemed that he really had something urgent. So she agreed. Then come back early. Han Keqin knew that Xiao Ran had something to do, but she didn't ask anymore. Yes, I will. Xiao Ran patted Han Keqin's head. Soon, Xiao Ran put all the things he had just bought in Han Keqin's trunk. What made Xiao Ran so anxious was that he had just seen someone in the crowd. Wu Xing, current value 300,000, hidden value 10 million. This was the highest hidden value Xiao Ran had seen since the last time he was able to see it. So Xiao Ran was very shocked. Soon Xiao Ran chased after that person. Xiao Ran wanted to see what kind of person it was, with a current value of only 300,000 but a hidden value of 100 million. After just following him for a few hundred meters, Xiao Ran suddenly realized that he had lost the person. Looking towards where the person had originally been, he suddenly realized that it was already empty. Suddenly, Xiao Ran felt a chill at his neck. A hand reached up from behind and touched Xiao Ran's neck. At this moment, Xiao Ran felt a chill from behind. A huge sense of killing intent spread in the air behind him. Xiao Ran's back was already soaked with sweat, and the hand placed on Xiao Ran's neck. It was as if with just a slight force, it could kill Xiao Ran directly. Xiao Ran has never felt so close to death in his entire life. It was the Wu Xing that Xiao Ran saw before. I have no ill intent. Although Xiao Ran's back was cold, he still forced himself to calm down. And said to the person behind him. Then why are you following me? Wu Xing was also very surprised that the Xiao Ran in front of him would follow him. But it looked like just an ordinary person, not someone sent by the organization to kill him. What he didn't know was that Xiao Ran had followed him out of curiosity after seeing the long string of numbers above his head. Xiaoran was also planning to start some other business, so he started paying attention to people in the crowd whose current value was very low or even negative, but whose hidden value was high. After all, for Xiaoran, there is no shortage of funds for starting a business, but there is still a shortage of talent with high hidden value. Before, Xiaoran just gave a general glance and then planned to follow this person. But it wasn't until he followed him that Xiaoran realized that this person was not that simple. And this person's hidden value definitely does not lie in any special abilities in business or scientific research. It's a bit of a long story. Can we go somewhere else to talk about it? If you think I have any bad intentions, you can end it at any time. Xiaoran was very nervous, but he still said with a forced smile. He also regretted that he had not read the information about this person more carefully before rashly following him. He never expected that his stalking would be discovered by this person. After hearing Xiaoran's words, Wu Xing also let go of the hand he had just placed on Xiaoran's neck. It was not that he trusted Xiaoran, but he could tell that Xiaoran was just an ordinary person and posed no threat to him. Follow me. Wu Xing said this and left the place. Xiaoran naturally did not dare to delay and hurriedly followed. Soon the two arrived in a bar. There were all kinds of people in the bar. Xiaoran ordered the most expensive bottle of wine from the waiter. Pour a glass for Wu Xing. While pouring the wine, Xiaoran used his superpower again and finally saw the other person's detailed information. Wu Xing, the ace killer of the International Killer Organization ASL, ranked 17th in the global killer rankings. Because his wife and daughter were killed, he chose to withdraw from the ASL organization and track down the murderer. Because he withdrew from the ASL organization without authorization, he was hunted by the ASL organization. Now, you tell me why you are following me. If your answer does not satisfy me, I guarantee you will not see tomorrow's sun. Wu Xing said coldly. I can help you find the real murderer who killed your wife and daughter. Xiaoran was not at all afraid of Wu Xing's threats. After reading Wu Xing's message, Xiaoran spoke confidently. What? You said you can help me find the murderer of my wife and daughter? Even Wu Xing, the world's 17th ranked assassin, a killing machine who had been calm his entire life, was not calm at the moment. In order to avoid being hunted by the organization, he had chosen to return to the country, because this was a place where the organization's tentacles could not reach. However, Wu Xing had never forgotten to find the real murderer of his wife and daughter. In his life, Wu Xing has assassinated so many people that he has made many enemies. There are countless people who want him and his family dead. Do you know what you're saying? Veins on Wu Xing's forehead have already bulged. I know what I'm saying. Let me repeat it again. I can help you find the murderer of your wife and daughter. Xiaoran said. Why should I believe you? Wu Xing said. Chapter 35, Finding the Real Murderer. Your name is Wu Xing, you are 33 years old, and your birthday is May 18th, right? Xiaoran looked at the information on Wu Xing's head and spoke directly. What? How did you know that? Wu Xing looked incredulous. No one knew his birthday or age except for his dead wife and daughter. He was shocked that this strange young man in front of him could accurately tell his private information. He was abandoned by his parents immediately after birth and grew up in the orphanage in Honghe City. At the age of 13, he smuggled himself to Hong Kong with a companion, who drowned to death. At the age of 16, he was selected by the overseas organization ASL in Hong Kong City. The ASL organization spent a huge sum of money training him, and you have not wasted the ASL organization's training. In just 10 years, you have become the #1 killer in the ASL organization, and ranked 17th in the world's killer rankings. When you were 27 years old, you met the woman you loved while on a mission abroad. And you had a daughter. And you did all this behind the organization's back. Even if you hid it well, you never thought that one day your wife and daughter would be found by your enemies. By the time you returned to your wife and daughter, it was already too late. When he said this, Xiaoran clearly saw Wu Xing's face faintly turning blue, and his gaze revealed a murderous intent. Although Xiaoran was a little scared, he still continued to speak. After that, you looked everywhere for your enemy, but you couldn't find him. Instead, the organization found out that you had married and had children behind their backs. Subsequently, the ASL organization sent someone to hunt you down. In the end, you decided to escape back to your home country, your motherland, to hide from the hunters and secretly investigate. From Xiaoran's words just now, Wu Xing already knew that Xiaoran must not be an ordinary person. What happened before he smuggled himself into Shangjiang City can be said that no one knows. Not even his dead wife and daughter. How do you know all this? Wu Xing took a moment to compose himself before asking Xiao Ran. You may not believe it if I tell you. I have the ability to see through everyone and everything. Xiao Ran said. Although I don't believe it myself, it is something that really happened. So you can trust me completely. Xiao Ran said. What do you want from me? Wu Xing is not stupid, and he went straight to the point. The young man in front of him obviously wanted to help him find the murderer, although Wu Xing did not understand Xiao Ran's abilities. But from just now, Xiao Ran accurately described everything that had happened to him since he was a child, and he began to believe a little. As someone who had served in an extraterritorial killer organization for many years, he had seen a lot of strange things. Although he has never seen anyone with special abilities like Xiao Ran before. But compared to ordinary people, he still believes in such things more. After all, many foreign countries have religious beliefs and believe in them without doubt. I need you to work for me, Xiao Ran said lightly. A man with a hidden value of 100 million naturally will not let go of Xiao Ran. Then you will be disappointed. When my wife and daughter died, I already vowed never to do this killer business again. Wu Xing said. Who said I want you to work for me and be a killer for me? And I can't start a killer organization in the country. Xiao Ran shook his head and said with a smile. So what do you want me to do for you? Wu Xing asked. I plan to set up a bodyguard company and I need someone like you. At that time, you will be the head instructor of the bodyguard company. The annual salary is 1 million, and as the company's business continues to expand, your salary will also gradually increase. In addition, when you return from your revenge, you will surely need a stable job. Xiao Ran looked at the current value of 300,000 yuan above Wu Xing's head and said, Okay, I promise. Wu Xing heard that Xiao Ran only asked him to be the chief instructor of the bodyguard company and immediately agreed. After all, he had only been a killer outside the territory. But in the country, even if he had the skills to kill, it would still be a bit difficult to find a high-paying and stable job. As long as you can help me find the murderer, I am willing to work for you, Wu Xing said. That's a deal. Xiao Ran saw that Wu Xing had agreed so readily, and his heart also relaxed. As the atmosphere eased, the murderous intent that Xiao Ran had just felt gradually disappeared. At first, Xiao Ran was only attracted to the values on Wu Xing's body. The idea of starting a bodyguard company was just a whim, based on Wu Xing's identity and abilities. And for Xiao Ran, starting a bodyguard company as his second company was also more than appropriate. After all, in this era, apart from money, safety is the most important thing. If Xiao Ran is to build a huge business empire, then naturally safety is indispensable. In Xiaoqing City, whenever those big companies and big families hire many bodyguards to protect their safety, instead of waiting until later and spending money to hire bodyguards to protect their lives and property, it is better to directly set up a bodyguard company at the beginning of your career. What's more, there is such a hidden value of 100 million yuan in Wu Xing who can help me. What can you do to help me find the murderer? Wu Xing asked at this time. Do you still have information on everyone you have assassinated? Xiao Ran asked. I still know some people's information. But I don't have the identities of the minions I assassinated before, Wu Xing said. That's enough, Xiao Ran replied. Wu Xing has been in the business for more than 10 years and has assassinated countless people. However, there aren't many big bosses with high status, and there are only a dozen or so. And being able to investigate Wu Xing and his wife and daughter without the ASL organization knowing, and not leaving any clues afterwards, he is no longer a small person. Let's go somewhere else first. I need a computer to check some information. Soon, Xiao Ran took Wu Xing to his BMW X5. The laptop Xiao Ran bought earlier was placed on the BMW X5. Provide me with all the information you can remember about the people you have assassinated before, Xiao Ran said to Wu Xing. Okay. Wu Xing nodded. He quickly provided Xiao Ran with all the information he could remember about the people he had assassinated. Because before returning to his country, Wu Xing had already begun investigating the people he had assassinated before. So he quickly provided the identity information of more than a dozen people he had assassinated. Deputy Director of the Foreign Affairs Department of the Tumen Kingdom Powell. Chairman of the Orf National Shipbuilding Company Kyle. Naya Country Mafia No. 2 Jeff. Cherry Blossom Country Kyoto Heat President Ono Taro. Xiao Ran looked at the people provided by Wu Xing. They were in politics and business, but all of them were big shots in their respective countries. Xiao Ran was also shocked. This is really a killer. Xiao Ran wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After obtaining the information on these people provided by Wu Xing, Xiao Ran used the internet to search for all the information on these people's children, brothers, etc. Fortunately, these people that Wu Xing assassinated were all big shots, and any movement of them could make headlines in various countries, and their relatives could also be searched out. Subsequently, Xiao Ran pulled up photos of their relatives and checked them one by one. Xiao Ran's current ability is that he can see the information on the heads of those people just by looking at a photo. After about an hour, Xiao Ran finally found the person suspected of killing Wu Xing's wife and daughter. Ichiro Ono, the eldest son of Ono Taro, the current president of Kyoto Heat Company, appeared in Ulan Kwawatang City 2 years ago. There you go. Xiao Ran said excitedly as he looked at the information on Ichiro Ono. Ulan Kwawatang City is exactly where Wu Xing's wife and daughter were hiding. And the time when this Ichiro Ono appeared coincided with the time when Wu Xing's wife and daughter were killed. Xiao Ran continued reading along with Ono Ichiro's message. He killed a young mother and daughter in Huatang City 2 years ago. It really was him. Xiao Ran said. This Ono Ichiro is the person behind the murder of your wife and daughter. Xiao Ran said in a solemn tone. At this moment, Wu Xing looked at the photo of Ono Ichiro on the computer, and a strong sense of killing intent revealed in his eyes. After confirming the identity of the murderer, Wu Xing expressed his gratitude to Xiao Ran. Give me half a month. After I take care of that Ono Ichiro, I will keep my promise and come back to work for you. Wu Xing said to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran didn't say much either. He handed Wu Xing his contact information. He also gave him a bank card with 1 million yuan in it. Take this money. Even if you're only going abroad for half a month, you'll need it. Wu Xing was also taken aback and took the money. Going to the Sakura country to avenge his wife and daughter definitely requires some funds. He just didn't expect Xiao Ran to be so generous as to give him 1 million directly. Aren't you afraid that I won't come back after taking the money? Or that I will be killed after failing to take revenge abroad, and your money will be wasted? Wu Xing said to Xiao Ran. It's only 1 million, just a small amount of money. Besides, it wasn't easy for us to meet, even if you fail in your mission and don't come back. It wouldn't be a waste for us to have met, and this is considered a gift for you. Xiao Ran said. Wu Xing did not continue the formalities and accepted the bank card given by Xiao Ran. I will wait for you to return in Xiacheng. Xiao Ran said. Don't worry, with this kind of stuff in the Sakura country, I can't be kept. Wu Xing smiled at Xiao Ran, indicating that Xiao Ran could rest assured. Chapter 36 Jin Dun Bodyguard Company. The next day, Xiao Ran also took Han Keqin to work. No one in the company objected to Xiao Ran's appointment of Han Keqin. After all, it was Xiao Ran who saved Jiangnan Leather Company. And Han Keqin is Xiao Ran's girlfriend. What would anyone say if the boss's wife took on the role of general manager? Afterwards, Xiao Ran called Wei Yu, Zhang Wanfu, Chen Erpeo, and other management staff into the meeting room for a meeting. He said that the company would be fully handed over to Han Keqin in the future, and asked the three to assist Han Keqin in running the company well. After Xiao Ran had completely handed over the company to Han Keqin, Xiao Ran began to set up the bodyguard company. Xiao Ran first rented the entire 18th and 19th floors of the Huacheng building, where the Gangnam Leather Company was located, as the office space for the new company. Like the 15th floor where the Gangnam Leather Company was located, the rent for 2,000 square meters of office space on one floor was 1 million yuan a year. Xiao Ran rented 2 floors, which was 2 million yuan a year. Subsequently, Xiao Ran recruited more than 10 employees to be in charge of the operations of the new company. Xiao Ran did not transfer any staff from Jiangnan Leather Company. Instead, he chose to recruit new staff. Xiao Ran did not intend for anyone at Jiangnan Leather Company to know about his second company. This was to avoid unnecessary overlaps. Due to Xiao Ran's supernormal ability, the staff he recruited were not the top talent in their respective fields. However, they were considered to have great potential. After the recruitment of staff for the basic administrative and operational departments was complete, Xiao Ran went to various talent markets to scout for more talent. Li Tai, 33 years old, a veteran, once served in the Dashio War Department, currently worth 800,000, hidden value 5 million. Long Wu, 35 years old, a veteran, once served in the Dashio War Department, currently worth 600,000, hidden value 4 million. Xiao Ran first recruited 20 veterans who had retired from the Daxiao War Department. And their hidden values are all above 3 million, and the hidden values of Li Tai and Long Wu are even above 4 million. They have combat and reconnaissance skills that far exceed those of ordinary soldiers. Xiao Ran offered each of them an annual salary of 300,000. For retired soldiers like Li Tai, Xiao Ran even offered an annual salary of 500,000. Subsequently, Xiao Ran also gave the bodyguard company a name Golden Shield Bodyguard Company. Xiao Ran wanted to create a bodyguard company that provides bodyguard services to high-end customers. The fees range from 3,000 yuan to 10,000 yuan per day. Thanks to the administrative staff Xiao Ran hired, the company soon received its first order. The Golden Shield Bodyguard Company officially began operations. About 10 days later, Wu Xing also returned from abroad. When he returned to Xiamen City, Wu Xing approached Xiao Ran. Under Xiao Ran's arrangement, Wu Xing became the general manager and chief instructor of Golden Shield Bodyguard Company. Xiao Ran offered Wu Xing an annual salary of 1 million yuan. When Wu Xing arrived at the company, everyone was very dissatisfied when they saw Wu Xing's relatively thin and small physique. "President Xiao, how could you hire such a skinny monkey?" Li Tai said a little resentfully. "Yes, President Xiao. There is no problem hiring him as the general manager, but with his physique, can he be our instructor?" Long Wu also said with a face of indignation. Wu Xing's physique was not very strong. He was 177 centimeters tall, but weighed only 140 pounds. Compared to these veteran soldiers, he was a real weakling. "Then you can challenge him. If one of you can defeat him, then I will let him be the general manager and chief instructor," Xiao Ran said flatly with a sneer. "Since President Xiao has spoken, I won't be polite." Li Tai was the first to step forward. Among the retired soldiers here, he was the strongest fighter. Seeing Li Tai step forward, the others naturally had no objections. If Li Tai is not even a match for the skinny monkey in front of him, then no one is likely to be his match. After spending all these days together, everyone present has silently regarded Li Tai as their leader. Just as Li Tai stood up, everyone cast sympathetic glances at Wu Xing. "Skinny monkey, don't say I'm bullying you, you let you have one hand." After saying that, Li Tai was about to place his left hand behind his back. Li Tai's build was very strong, 190 centimeters tall and weighing close to 200 pounds. He was covered in muscles, much more exaggerated than those gym trainers. "You don't have to let me have one hand, otherwise I'm afraid I'll be too heavy-handed and let you lie in the hospital for a few months. That would delay Mr. Zhao's business." Wu Xing spoke indifferently. When the people around heard Wu Xing's words, they all burst into laughter. "Letting Tai lie in the hospital for a few months? Are you kidding?" Li Tai was also angered by this provocation. "You brat are looking for death." All of a sudden, Li Tai pounced directly at Wu Xing. But before the laughter of the crowd completely died down, they were shocked by the sight in front of them. Their smiles froze in place for a moment. They saw Wu Xing move quickly and dodge Li Tai's attack. The speed was very fast. Before Li Tai could react, Wu Xing grabbed Li Tai's wrist with one hand. Suddenly, Li Tai felt as if his wrist had been caught by mechanical tongs, rather than by a human hand. Then, Wu Xing's hand, which was gripping Li Tai's wrist, tugged downwards with all his might. Li Tai felt as if he had lost all his weight. The 200-pound body, which was as heavy as a mountain, smashed down onto the ground. The whole process only took a few seconds. Li Tai was already lying on the ground and unable to get up. Wu Xing didn't use his full strength either, and in his current condition, Li Tai would need to stay at home for a day. If Wu Xing really used his full strength, Li Tai would probably end up in the hospital for a few months. Everyone present gasped at this scene, and a look of disbelief appeared in their eyes. "Is this the person who has a hidden value of 100 million? Xiao Ran also exclaimed in secret. "Instructor Wu, I'm impressed." Li Tai didn't forget to speak even as he lay on the ground, showing that he could bend but also stretch. People like them, who come from the War Department, are very respectful of the strong. While they were amazed at Wu Xing's formidable strength, Li Tai and the others also developed a deep respect for him. To defeat Li Tai so easily, there are not a few people in the War Department who can defeat Li Tai. But to defeat Li Tai so easily, I'm afraid there are not many people in the entire War Department who can. After settling these thorns, Wu Xing quickly got the Golden Shield Bodyguard Company up and running. But Wu Xing's strength did not lie only in his ability. He had once worked for the ASL organization. He also had a general understanding of the organizational structure and operations of ASL. Wu Xing also borrowed from the ASL organization's management model everything he considered good and applicable to the development of the Golden Shield Bodyguard Company. Wu Xing also divided the current 20 Golden Shield Bodyguard Company employees into two groups. Li Tai and Long Wu were appointed team leaders and were responsible for the management of their respective teams. In the first month, Golden Shield Bodyguard Company already brought in nearly 3 million yuan in revenue. After deducting employee salaries, rent, utilities, and other expenses, there was a profit of 2 million yuan left from the 3 million yuan in revenue. Xiao Ran also realized only then that running a bodyguard company was so profitable. He had to know that he currently had only 21 bodyguards under Wu Xing's command. Counting the administrative staff, the entire company has only about 30 people, and it can actually generate a profit of 2 million a month. It's almost as good as Jiangnan Leather Company, which has more than 100 employees. And it's still being affected by the overseas giant's production stoppage, and the profit margin of leather has increased significantly. If the profit margin of leather returns to normal, Jiangnan Leather Company will not be as profitable as Golden Shield Bodyguard Company. Is this the gap between different industries? Xiao Ran thought to himself. Jiangnan Leather Company is a labor-intensive enterprise. One is that production requires a large number of employees, and the other is that manpower needs to be arranged in all aspects from procurement to sales. Coupled with the current serious internal volume of the leather industry, it is naturally not comparable to Golden Shield Bodyguard Company. After all, Xiao Ran built this Golden Shield Bodyguard Company to serve high-end people. Only those high-end people, like group CEOs, celebrities, and so on, can afford bodyguards. And these people often don't lack money. So naturally, Golden Shield Bodyguard Company makes more money than Jiangnan Leather Company. Xiao Ran was very satisfied with the operation of the Golden Shield Bodyguard Company. So Xiao Ran went to the talent market in person and recruited 20 retired soldiers with high hidden value. Xiao Ran could ignore the operation of the company, but the recruitment of talent, Xiao Ran must do it himself. If you let ordinary personnel recruit, then it is certain that money will be spent, but the people recruited are likely to be mediocre. After Xiao Ran recruited a new batch of bodyguards, Jindun Bodyguard Company already had 40 people. Xiao Ran looked at the loyalty value of 9 stars on the head of Wu Xing, the general manager of Jindun Bodyguard Company, and Xiao Ran was very satisfied. As for the other retired soldiers recruited, since they were convinced by Wu Xing, and having served in the War Department before, they regarded obedience to orders as their nature as soldiers. Therefore, the loyalty of those bodyguards also ranged from 7 to 8 stars. This made Xiao Ran very satisfied. Xiao Ran no longer needed to worry about the Golden Shield Bodyguard Company. The batch of inferior PU leather that had previously been sold to Yunlan Luggage Company had also been successively manufactured into luggage by Yunlan Luggage Company. Originally, the artificial PU leather pulled back to Yunlan Luggage Company still needed to go through a quality inspection. However, Zhao Wei felt that the quality inspection was too cumbersome and there was a sense of distrust. He simply fired the employee responsible for quality inspection and went straight into production. When the first batch of goods was produced and sent overseas, the entire shipment was stuck in customs overseas and was all detained. The overseas customers were also anxious, and they accused Yunlan Luggage Company of producing inferior luggage. They also demanded compensation from Yunlan Luggage Company. Shen Erpeo also complained about the situation to the Quality Supervision Department. Soon, a large number of quality supervision personnel arrived at Yunlan Luggage Company. After another media operation, Yunlan Luggage Company had hit rock bottom. Chapter 37, Knocked on the Door. However, for compensation to overseas customers, Yunlan Luggage Company had to pay nearly 10 million yuan. The Quality Supervision Department also found that Yunlan Luggage Company produced inferior products, ordered a 2-month suspension of work for rectification, and issued a 1 million yuan fine. Subsequently, a large number of media outlets reported on the incident. Although Yunlan Luggage Company was a small company and did not make big news. In addition, Zhao Xiong hired a large number of thugs to chase away the reporters, but the fact that Yunlan Suitcase produced inferior products was still exposed. Overseas orders were blocked by customs. Domestic potential customers were also afraid to place orders with Yunlan Suitcase. Such a huge loss almost forced Yunlan Suitcase to go bankrupt. At this time, Zhao Xiong was furious in his office. Zhao Wei also stood next to Zhao Xiong with a panicked look on his face. He looked terrified. I don't know what to say to you. Zhao Xiong looked at his unworthy son and was so angry that he didn't know what to say. If you weren't my son, I would have someone break your legs. Zhao Xiong was furious thinking about the series of recent events. But Zhao Wei was after all his only son. At this time, a beautiful middle-aged woman walked outside. It was Zhao Xing's wife, Zhang Yunlan. And Yunlan Luggage Company is named after Zhao Xiong's wife Zhang Yunlan. Zhang Yunlan is also very angry at the moment. You didn't send a reliable person to handle the company's affairs. Now you know something has gone wrong? And you blame your son. Zhang Yunlan scolded Zhao Xiong. Seeing his mother coming, Zhao Wei quickly hid behind Zhang Yunlan. This brat, you've spoiled him. All he thinks about is playing with women. This family will be ruined sooner or later because of him. Zhao Xiong angrily cursed. Don't think I don't know about you always fooling around with women. Didn't you play with that beautiful young finance at the company before? You're almost dead, and you're still fooling around with a young girl in her early 20s. Isn't that what your son learned from you? Zhang Yunlan was so angry that she angrily cursed Zhao Xiong. An intern in his early 20s who had just graduated from university was called into the office by Zhao Xiong as the boss and forced to have sex. Afterwards, Zhang Yunlan directly expelled the girl from the company. And let the thugs go and threaten. Okay, don't worry about these trivial matters now. Zhao Xiong was unhappy when Zhang Yunlan revealed his past. This time, I may have to rely on your brother. Zhao Xiong said. The reason why Zhao Xiong is able to become the boss today is because of Zhang Yunlan. Because Zhang Yunlan's brother Zhang Yunlan is the chairman of Yunlan Group. He is also one of the largest real estate developers in Jinshan District, Xiamen City. His strength is very strong. If something goes wrong, just ask my brother. How much do you need this time? Zhang Yunlan asked directly. There is only 5 million in cash in the company's account. On the other side, 10 million in compensation needs to be paid to overseas customers, and there is also a 1 million fine. Not to mention the fact that we can't operate during this time. Ask your brother to help raise 20 million. Once the company is operating normally again, we'll figure out how to pay him back. Zhao Xiong said. When she heard that 20 million was needed, Zhang Yunlan's brows furrowed slightly. 20 million is no problem, it's pocket change for my brother. But even if you resume work after the rectification, what about the customers? Everyone knows we produce shoddy products. Zhang Yunlan was also anxious. I think there's something fishy about this. From the purchase of inferior products to the on-site inspection by the Quality Supervision Department to the appearance of the media. It's also coincidental, as if someone has carefully planned it specifically against us. Zhao Xiong said. To restore the company's reputation, we must find the source. Zhao Wei was also a little unsettled when he heard Zhao Xiong's words. Dad, I know who's targeting us. Zhao Wei said with confidence. You mean Jiangnan Leather Company? That batch of goods came from them, that's for sure. Zhao Wei thought to himself that although he had purchased from Chen Erpeo obviously did not have such great power. Although I don't know why Jiangnan Leather Company, which has no competitive relationship, is targeting us. But no matter what, I will definitely not let them off this time. Zhao Xiong slammed his fist on the table when he mentioned Jiangnan Leather Company. Zhao Xiong then made a phone call. Mr. Zhao, what brings you to think of me today? The person answering the phone on the other end was none other than Wang Er, a well-known local gangster. Because of a distinct scar on his face, everyone on the streets called him Scar Brother. Scar Brother ran a bathhouse and had a very good relationship with Zhao Xiong. There was also a saying that Zhao Xiong had also been a member of the streets before, and Scar Brother was Zhao Xiong's former underling. After Zhao Xiong climbed the social ladder and married Zhang Yunlan, a wealthy woman, he started a business with the financial support of Zhang Yunlan's family. The bathhouse Zhao Xiong used to run was also transferred to Wang Er. In fact, the current owner of the bathhouse is still Zhao Xiong, and Wang Er only obtained 30% of the shares and is the apparent owner of the bathhouse. I've run into a bit of trouble here. Zhao Xiong said. I've been set up, and now the company is having some difficulties. What? Mr. Zhao, you're not joking with me. How dare someone target you? Whoever dares to mess with you is probably tired of living. Wang Er said. Mr. Zhao, tell me who it is and I'll arrange for someone to go over there and give them a good beating. Zhao Xiong said with gritted teeth. Send someone to Jiangnan Leather Company to cause trouble. If they dare to do anything to me, I'll make sure they can't continue working there. Okay, I'll go arrange it. After Wang Er hung up the phone, he immediately called on more than 30 young men from the bathhouse. All of them were armed with steel rods and knives. They took 5 vans to the Huacheng building where Jiangnan Leather Company was located. The group rode the elevator angrily and quickly arrived on the 15th floor of Huacheng building, where Jiangnan Leather Company was located. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the group rushed into Jiangnan Leather Company. They smashed the company's production equipment. The receptionist at Jiangnan Leather Company, before she could say anything, saw the commotion and hid inside the company as well. At that moment, Han Keqin was in the general manager's office. General Manager Han, there's a problem. There's a bunch of thugs outside our company beating people up and smashing things. At this time, Chen Erpeo ran into Han Keqin's office in a panic and reported to Han Keqin. Wei Yu and Zhang Wanfu, on the other hand, wanted to stop it with the employees. But these employees were no match for these thugs, and a few of them were directly hit on the head by the thugs' clubs. Suddenly, blood flowed out like a fountain. Chapter 38, Emergency Assembly. Han Keqin immediately said to Chen Erpeo, "You call Xiao Ran. I'll go outside and stabilize the situation." Han Keqin then walked towards the crowd. Chen Erpeo didn't hesitate and immediately called Xiao Ran. "President Xiao, there's been an accident at the company." "An accident at the company?" Xiao Ran was also taken aback when he heard Chen Erpeo's call. "What happened? Speak slowly," Xiao Ran said. "We were working fine today when a group of thugs rushed in and started beating and smashing our things and employees," Chen Erpeo said anxiously. "Now President Han is going to argue with them." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran frowned. "President Xiao, it is very likely that these people were hired by Yunlan Luggage Company," Chen Erpeo reminded Xiao Ran. "After all, apart from Yunlan Luggage Company, they have not offended anyone else." "Mr. Xiao, what do you think we should do now?" Chen Erpeo was filled with fear at the moment, thinking that he had personally sold the goods to Zhao Wei. Now that people have come knocking on the door, he was sure that he would not be able to escape. "Don't panic. Also, go out and help me hold back President Han, don't let her take the lead. I'll be there soon." After Xiao Ran finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. He called Wu Xing over. "Wu Xing, tell all the company's bodyguards to assemble urgently." This was the first time Wu Xing had seen Xiao Ran look so anxious, and she dared not be negligent. Except for the group that had gone out to execute the task after receiving the order, Wu Xing quickly gathered the remaining 3 groups of bodyguards. More than 30 strong and fit bodyguards stood straight in front of Xiao Ran. Except for Wu Xing, all of these 30 bodyguards were big guys over 185 centimeters tall. These days, after Wu Xing's training, the strength of the group is much stronger than it was when they were in the War Department. This is also the reason why everyone is curious and admires Wu Xing. It can be said that Wu Xing has imparted a lot of combat skills to them, which are very practical. Moreover, these combat skills are unheard of by them, who have been in the War Department for many years. After seeing everyone immediately gather, Xiao Ran said to the group, "There is a group of punks causing trouble on the 15th floor of this building. We only have one task today. That is to go down and help these punks loosen their muscles." Xiao Ran said, his mouth curling up into a cruel smile. "Yes, sir." Hearing that they were going to fight, the bodyguards immediately became excited, even though it had been a while since they had gone out on a bodyguard mission. However, the security in Xia City had always been very good. They had never had the chance to fight. Since retiring from the War Department, they had never had the chance to fight in actual combat. It just so happened that Wu Xing had taught them those combat techniques, but they had never had the chance to practice them in actual combat. Hearing Xiao Ran's orders, everyone was very excited. At this moment, on the 15th floor, Han Keqin was facing off against a group of employees and thugs like Wang Er. "Are you the general manager of Jiangnan Leather Company?" Wang Er looked at Han Keqin, who was wearing a suit and a short skirt and black stockings, and flirted. "I didn't expect the general manager of this shitty company to be such a pretty chick." Wang Er looked at Han Keqin's hot body and his eyes revealed an uncontainable hunger. "Who the hell are you guys? Don't you know that what you're doing is illegal?" Han Keqin said to the dozens of thugs in front of her without the slightest bit of fear. "Law? Guys, she's going to tell us about the law?" Wang Er said with a smile. Then the thugs all laughed, thinking that the beautiful executive in front of them was still too naive. "I'll tell you, I'm going to wreck your company. Not only am I going to destroy your company, but later, I'm going to have a good taste of you too." Wang Er grinned and said. Then the group of little brothers behind him also burst out laughing. "You continue to destroy. You, and you. You guys take this beauty to the general manager's office. Later, I'm going to show her how awesome I am. After I've had enough fun, I'll let you all have fun." Wang Er commanded his subordinates with a lewd smile on his face. As soon as Wang Er was done playing with her, he would let everyone play with Han Keqin. Hearing this, the thugs became agitated and excited, and smashed even harder. Obviously they didn't think Wang Er was joking. After all, this wasn't the first time they had done something like this. The thugs named by Wang Er walked directly towards Han Keqin. Wei Yu, Zhang Wanfu, and the others tried to stop them, but they were all knocked to the ground by the thugs. Looking at the thugs walking towards her, and the obscene words Wang Er just said, Han Keqin was directly scared out of her wits. "Don't come any closer." Han Keqin took advantage of the situation and grabbed a vase from the desk next to her, trying to stop these people from continuing forward. At this moment, Han Keqin was a little desperate. She didn't know where these thugs came from, and these people were obviously not good people. If she fell into the hands of these people, she would definitely be ravaged by them, just as Wang Er had said. Even if she was the general manager of Jiangnan Leather Company, so what? It's just that she had a little more money than others. But at this juncture, what use is money? The other party was obviously targeting the company, and Han Keqin didn't know where the company had offended these people. At the moment, she also regretted a little bit letting Chen Erba notify Xiao Ran. There are so many people on the other side, what's the point of calling Xiao Ran over? If Xiao Ran comes over, these people will definitely deal with Xiao Ran. After all, Xiao Ran is the boss of the company, and their real target this time is definitely Xiao Ran. Wang Er looked at the scene in front of him and smiled even more brightly. He could already imagine the scene of Han Keqin begging for pleasure beneath him. What a general manager, but also the plaything of the boss of this Jiangnan Leather Company. Today, I'm going to play with my brothers and play with this kind of woman that only rich people can play with. Thinking about this, Wang Er became even more excited. But, soon, the sound of the elevator doors opening rang out. Ding dong, the 15th floor has been reached. As the doors of the 4 elevators opened, suddenly more than 30 men wearing black suits and sunglasses on their faces walked out. Each of them was over 185 centimeters tall and had a strong build, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Walking at the back were Xiao Ran and Wu Xing. The gang of thugs who were smashing up the company were also taken aback by the sudden appearance of more than 30 black-clad men. They didn't know what these people were doing. Even the few people who were walking towards Han Keqin and their leader, Wang Er, stopped in their tracks when they saw the suddenly appeared black-clad men. "You, who are you?" Wang Er didn't have time to speak. He saw the black-clad men rush in. They rushed directly towards the gang of thugs. Soon, the group of black-clad men rushed into the crowd. They gave the group of thugs a good beating. Immediately, the crowd let out a wail of pain. There were also sounds of bone snapping. Chapter 39, Wang Er, who regretted starting the trouble. There were also thugs who wanted to fight back. But with an average height of 170 centimeters, they were no match for these ex-soldiers with an average height of over 185 centimeters. Even though they were all armed, these black-clad men had nothing in their hands. One of the thugs even hit one of the black bodyguards with a stick. The black bodyguard didn't even feel any pain. Then he punched the thug in the stomach. The thug was knocked unconscious by the punch. The strength of the two groups was obviously not on the same level. After a brief encounter, more than 20 thugs were defeated. The remaining 10 or so thugs, seeing this scene, also had no fighting spirit. They knelt down and begged for mercy. At this time, both Han Keqin and Wei Yu and Chen Erpeo and the others looked at the scene in front of them with shock. They were also shocked by the scene in front of them. They didn't know where these black-clad people had come from. "President Wu, you've gone to a lot of trouble." At this time, Xiao Ran walked out from behind the crowd with Wu Xing. And thanked Wu Xing. Before coming, Xiao Ran had already explained the situation to Wu Xing. Xiao Ran did not want the two companies to have too many unnecessary interactions. Xiao Ran only wanted to be the boss behind the scenes for any company he founded. He did not want Wei Yu or Chen Erpao, or Wu Xing and the others to interact. Each of his companies has its own path to follow. Mr. Xiao, what are you talking about? We are all neighbors, looking out for each other. Wu Xing was also acting in concert with Xiao Ran at this time. After hearing Wu Xing's words, Han Keqin and the others also understood. These people were the helpers Xiao Ran had recruited. Han Keqin also let out a sigh of relief. As soon as Wang Er heard this, it seemed that he also understood that these people were people that Xiao Ran had paid to come. So he also said to Wu Xing, "Well, President Wu, I apologize for offending you, but what is your relationship with Jiangnan Leather Company? We also have money, we can afford to pay." Wang Er looked at Wu Xing anxiously. His intention was to use money to tempt Wu Xing to defect to Xiao Ran. Wang Er was a person with a quick mind. During Xiao Ran's conversation with Wu Xing just now, he sensed that Xiao Ran and Wu Xing did not seem to be close friends, and it seemed that they were both neighbors in this office building. In his opinion, Xiao Ran should have paid these people to come. Money? Wu Xing almost laughed out loud as he listened to Wang Er's words. Xiao Ran also felt a wave of ridicule inside, but he didn't show it on the surface. Money, it's not expensive. The appearance fee for our group of brothers is only 1 million. Wu Xing said with contempt. 1 million? Wang Er also felt a pang of pain in his heart when he heard 1 million. He could afford to pay 1 million, but 1 million was not a small sum of money for him. The annual dividend from the bathhouse he and Zhao Xiong opened together is also more than 2 million. How can he not feel pain when spending more than 1 million at once? Okay, I'll give it to you. Wang Er said with gritted teeth. However, after I give you the money, you and the rest of the Gangnan Leather Company should stay out of our business. Wang Er said. Upon hearing Wang Er's words, the Gangnan Leather Company's people all changed expression. Han Keqin in particular also turned pale. If this Wu Xing really took Wang Er's money and no longer interfered in Wang Er and Jiangnan Leather Company's affairs, he would still have to escape humiliation, and Xiao Ran had also returned at this time, so Han Keqin was even more worried about Xiao Ran's safety. It's possible. That Wu Xing said lightly. The entire Jiangnan Leather Company staff all looked ashen. And after Wang Er heard Wu Xing's promise, he also changed his previous appearance of begging for mercy. He looked behind him at Han Keqin and the employees of Jiangnan Leather Company, and then turned his head to look at Xiao Ran. His face revealed a look that was both smug and slightly cruel. What if I have the money to hire these people? I can afford to pay them too. When these black-clad men don't help either side, just wait and see how I'll get these people from Jiangnan Leather Company to die. Wang Er thought to himself. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Er transferred 1 million yuan to Wu Xing. Wu Xing smiled at Wang Er. Then he gave orders to the people next to him. After that, the black-clad men started to fight. This time, all the thugs who came to cause trouble had their legs broken. Even Wang Er was no exception. Wang Er was personally dealt with by Li Tai. You really have no eyes, how dare you offend President Xiao? Li Tai cursed. Everyone was stunned at this moment. Didn't Wu Xing take Wang Er's money? Why did he still get into a fight? Wang Er also endured the intense pain from the leg that Li Tai had broken. President Wu, you said you would not help either side, right? Wang Er said. I did promise not to help either side. But you and we still haven't come to a good resolution. Wu Xing said with a smile. Not helping either side just meant that he would not interfere in the affairs of these thugs in Jiangnan Leather Company. But these people want to deal with Xiao Ran, which means dealing with their boss. So Wu Xing's order for his men to break the legs of Wang Er and the others did not count as meddling in Wang Er and the others' grudge with Jiangnan Leather Company. Subsequently, to everyone's shock, Wu Xing transferred the 1 million back to Jiangnan Leather Company's account. President Xiao, President Han, this 1 million is what Wu Xing used to compensate the company for its losses this time. Wu Xing said. Xiao Ran looked at how Wu Xing handled things and was very satisfied. Then, he slowly walked up to Wang Er, who was about to faint. At this time, Wang Er was extremely frightened. Although he didn't know why these black-clad men were protecting Xiao Ran so much. They had clearly taken his money, yet still started a fight. However, he didn't have time to think about these things. Xiao Ran told him with a mocking face. Now, can you tell me who told you to come? It was Zhao Xiong from Yunlan Luggage Company. At this moment, Wang Er did not hesitate for a second and reported Zhao Xiong's name. He is the one who told me to come here and make trouble. Wang Er added. At this time he was already desperate, knowing that if he did not confess to Zhao Xiong, then with the strength of these black-clad men in front of him, it would not be as simple as breaking a leg. He was afraid that they would not be able to walk out of the Huaqing building smoothly. President Xiao, I have eyes but do not know the mountain Tai, and I have offended you. Wang Er said this and gave himself a hard slap. At this moment, his intestines were already full of remorse, regretting helping Zhao Xiong to stand up and cause trouble at Jiangnan Leather Company. Although Zhao Xiong was his former boss, that was only in the past. Besides, after Zhao Xiong hooked up with Zhang Yunlan, he made a lot of money. He didn't see Zhao Xiong bring them, his former brothers, alone. At this moment, Wang Er even felt a sense of hatred towards Zhao Xiong. Chapter 40, Office Romance. Xiao Ran got the answer he wanted. He then said to Wang Er, "Since you are so honest, I will spare your life. However, you just tried to take advantage of my girlfriend. What did you say just now?" Xiao Ran looked at Wang Er with a sneer. Wang Er's expression changed drastically when he heard what Xiao Ran said. One of his legs had already been broken by Li Tai. "President Xiao, I was just joking," Wang Er said with a sad face. However, Xiao Ran did not pay any attention to Wang Er's plea for mercy. "Take them away," Xiao Ran said indifferently. Soon, Wang Er and the others were dragged away by the black-clad bodyguards led by Wu Xing, just like dead dogs. As Wu Xing was about to leave, Xiao Ran patted Wu Xing on the shoulder and said in a volume that no one could hear, "Take away their third leg." Wu Xing nodded in response after hearing Xiao Ran's words. Xiao Ran didn't want Jiangnan Leather Company to know that Golden Shield Bodyguard Company was also started by him. Even less did he want these employees of Jiangnan Leather Company to know his cruel side. After all, most of these employees were ordinary people. If it wasn't for Zhao Wei of Yunlan Luggage Company trying to molest Han Keqin. Plus the boss of Yunlan Luggage Company, Zhao Xiong, was also a thug in his past life. These employees of his have never encountered such things before. But Wu Xing is different. He approves of Xiao Ran's actions. After all, he is a former killer, not to mention making these thugs disabled. Even if it means torturing them to death, Wu Xing is capable of doing it. It's just that the laws in the country are very strict. If someone dies, it will be very troublesome to deal with the situation. Otherwise, even without Xiao Ran's words, Wu Xing would not let these people live past the 24th hour. My life is already Xiao Ran's. I help him do the things he doesn't want to do, and I do the things he finds inconvenient for him. Wu Xing thought to himself. Xiao Ran helped him find the murderer and avenge his blood feud, so he was already willing to die for Xiao Ran. Soon, Wu Xing took the thugs upstairs to the bodyguard company. Soon, screams could be heard coming from the Golden Shield Bodyguard Company. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, stayed at Jiangnan Leather to deal with the aftermath. He sent the employees who had been beaten and injured to the hospital. The office facilities that had been smashed were also cleaned up. Xiao Ran gave each injured employee 50,000 yuan in cash compensation. He also gave 10,000 yuan in cash to each employee present to appease their minds. He then took out another 200,000 yuan and gave it to Wei Yu to purchase the smashed office facilities. The employees, who were still in a state of fear, were relieved when they saw their boss being so generous. They all settled down and continued to handle the work at hand. Han Keqin, on the other hand, dragged Xiao Ran into Xiao Ran's office. Han Keqin had heard Wang Er confess to having been sent by Yunlan Luggage and Bags Company. She had only just realized that these people had been sent by Yunlan Luggage and Bags Company. She had never imagined that Xiao Ran had taken her casual remark to heart. This time Yunlan Luggage and Bags Company sent someone to the company to make trouble, so they must have encountered some problems. Han Keqin didn't dare to ask too many questions. After all, the cause of the incident might be because of herself. She just felt that Xiao Ran was taking some risks by offending Yunlan Luggage and Bags Company for her. You don't have to offend those people for me in the future, Han Keqin said gently to Xiao Ran. I have encountered a lot of harassment since I was in school, and I'm used to it. Seeing Han Keqin's pitiful appearance, Xiao Ran also felt a surge of compassion in his heart. That was in the past. Since you have become my Xiao Ran's woman, if anyone dares to have any improper intentions towards you, I won't let him go easily, Xiao Ran said. I only slightly tampered with Yunlan Luggage Company, causing some problems with their products. I just wanted to teach them a lesson. But they didn't reflect on their mistakes, and they even dared to come looking for trouble. Han Keqin thought about it. If Xiao Ran hadn't come, she would have probably been insulted by Wang Er and the other thugs. She didn't hold a grudge against Xiao Ran for breaking their legs. After all, these people were rotten to the core, and being kind to them would be the greatest cruelty to themselves. Xiao Ran thought the same way, which is why while crippling one of their legs, he also ordered Wu Xing to cripple their right to be men. If Wang Er and the others simply came to the company to smash things up and beat up the employees, Xiao Ran would not have been so angry. In other words, he would have just let them get a good beating and thrown them out of the company. But Wang Er, who had no brains, had set his sights on Han Keqin. Naturally, Xiao Ran could not stand it. But I'm afraid that in the future, I will encounter all kinds of things and cause you unnecessary trouble. Han Keqin said this, and threw herself at him, hugging Xiao Ran tightly. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, petted Han Keqin's head with a face full of adoration. It's fine, don't think about it anymore. We'll deal with it as it comes. What's meant to be, won't be avoided if you're not there. Xiao Ran said, after all, Xiao Ran wants to create his own business empire, and it is inevitable that he will make a lot of enemies along the way in the future. That was why he had set up the Golden Shield Bodyguard Company in the first place. But soon, Xiao Ran felt something unusual in his body. Han Keqin hugged Xiao Ran very tightly. As a result, the two giant pandas on Han Keqin's chest were tightly pressed against Xiao Ran's chest. Xiao Ran felt a reaction in his body very quickly. Add to that Han Keqin's businesswoman attire. A black suit, a short black skirt, and a pair of black stockings made Xiao Ran unable to take his eyes off her. A refreshing fragrance emanated from Han Keqin. Smelling the fragrance on Han Keqin's body, Xiao Ran was intoxicated. The hand that was touching Han Keqin's back unconsciously moved downwards. Han Keqin felt Xiao Ran's change and was taken aback. Her entire face instantly turned red. Didn't you come several times last night? Why are you thinking about that again? Han Keqin said with a blush on her face. Who told you to look so attractive? Xiao Ran naturally would not say anything like, I like the temptation of uniforms, office romances, and so on. No, this is the company. There are people outside the office. Han Keqin continued. Xiao Ran did not hesitate when he heard this and quickly locked the door. Soon the two of them collapsed on Xiao Ran's large boss chair. Fortunately, Xiao Ran's office purchases all have very soundproof doors and windows. Therefore, the sound was not heard by people outside. After 2 hours of craziness, Han Keqin straightened her clothes and sat on Xiao Ran with a contented look. Doing this in the office was a first for both her and Xiao Ran, so it felt different from when they were together at night. It seemed to be even more exciting in that sneaky environment. By the way, I have another question. That Wu Xing just now seems to be the general manager of the newly opened Jingdun Bodyguard Company on the floor above. How did you meet him? And how did you convince him to help? Han Keqin blinked her big, beautiful eyes and looked curiously at Xiao Ran. Chapter 41, Are you taking me back to your hometown for the new year? You mean Wu Xing? When his company opened, he invited the owners of some companies in this building to come and visit him. At the time, he and I got along quite well, so that's how we met. Also, their company had just been established, and in order to expand their business, they wanted to get along well with the companies in the neighborhood. And incidentally, help them introduce business. Xiao Ran said seriously, making things up. It's that simple? Then just now, Wang Er gave him 1 million and he didn't even bat an eye and just transferred it to our company? Their company doesn't lack money, but it lacks connections. I heard that their company made a net profit of 2 million in the first month of opening. Xiao Ran said. Their company only had 40-odd employees in the first month of opening. They don't look down on this kind of money, they want to be well known in this city. If he really gave in to those thugs today, what do you think those high-end customers in this city will think of them? If they only recognize money and not people, who would dare hire them as bodyguards and entrust their lives to them? Xiao Ran said. Han Keqin thought about it carefully and felt that what Xiao Ran said seemed to make some sense. A bodyguard company like theirs must have a good reputation. It's not like they'll switch sides just because the other party pays more, or pays more. Otherwise, even if the Jingdun Bodyguard Company has the best bodyguards, no rich people would dare to hire them. 2 million? Net profit? A company with just 40-odd people can make that much? Han Keqin was surprised. She hadn't thought that such a company could make so much money. What's wrong? Are you envious of other people's companies' quick profits? Xiao Ran laughed. Well, Han Keqin nodded vigorously. Then we can continue to develop as well. How? Han Keqin said. Jiangnan Leather Company is currently doing quite well in the synthetic leather industry in Xiamen City. However, synthetic leather is after all a raw material manufacturing industry that is labor intensive. The profits that can be generated are still quite limited. We can develop in the direction of higher added value. For example, we can also start a company like Yunlan Luggage Company. We can produce the raw materials ourselves and make the bags ourselves. Xiao Ran said. And Yunlan Bags and Luggage Company is just a small company that mainly produces for those foreign companies. In the future, we can even make our own brand, not to mention international brands like LV and AMN. Even if we only make a brand like the small CK brand in Shangjiang City, that would be enough to make a profit. Han Keqin's eyes lit up when she heard this. She felt that the idea proposed by Xiao Ran was indeed good. After all, as a woman, who doesn't like bags? Moreover, once an item like a handbag has a brand effect, the profit is quite amazing. In fact, Xiao Ran has always had this idea. However, he has already completely handed over the Gangnam Leather Company to Han Keqin to take care of. He also wants to do his best to cultivate Han Keqin's business acumen. Exercise Han Keqin's abilities. Xiao Ran has never thought about starting another luggage company. He just wants to use the existing Gangnam Leather Company to extend downstream. To create a complete luggage industry chain. Then it's settled, the matter of opening a luggage branch, I'll leave it to you? Xiao Ran said with a smile. How much capital does our company have left? Xiao Ran asked. Our company currently has more than 8 million yuan in the account. Han Keqin said. To start a subsidiary company that specializes in the production of luggage, the capital is probably a bit insufficient. After all, Jiangnan Leather Company has only been in business for a short time, and the funds in the account are still very limited. 8 million is a lot of money for a synthetic leather company that has only been in business for less than 6 months. But it is still not enough to start another company. In particular, the factory and production line requirements for a luggage company are higher than those for a leather company. The factory and equipment alone will cost at least 20 million. Most importantly, the luggage company must have designers who can design styles and appearances that customers will like. I'll find a way to pay for it. I'll also find a way to hire the staff for the new company. But it's almost New Year's, and you can't just start a subsidiary. It takes time. Xiao Ran thought about how many companies would stop production as the new year approached, and that the production lines for those companies would also stop. I'll take you home for the new year this time. After we come back, we'll start the case company. Xiao Ran said. You're taking me home for the new year? Han Keqin's eyes widened. What? You don't want to go home with me? Yes. Han Keqin agreed without even thinking. Since graduating, Xiao Ran has been busy with his career and has never returned home. He previously transferred 200,000 yuan to his family. This new year, Xiao Ran is going to take Han Keqin home to meet his family. Here, Xiao Ran and Han Keqin are still making out in the office. Over there, Wang Er and a group of thugs under his command have been sent to the hospital. Lying in the hospital bed at this moment, Wang Er can never forget the shadow left in the Huaqing building for the rest of his life. The ruthlessness of Wu Xing and his gang made Wang Er and the others feel that they, who were once known for their ruthlessness, had become like a lamb. Thinking that he would never be able to do anything again, Wang Er couldn't help but wail. Then, his phone rang. It was Zhao Xiong calling. Wang Er, how are things? Have you finished with the Jiangnan Leather Company gang? Wang Er heard Zhao Xiong's words. He spoke through the phone. Zhao Xiong, this time I'm finished. My gang and I are finished for life. Wang Er started to cry as he spoke. Zhao Xiong was a little upset to hear Wang Er address him by his first name. After all, he had been Wang Er's big brother. Hearing Wang Er's sobs, Zhao Xiong suddenly felt a little uneasy. Wang Er, tell me, what the hell happened to you? Zhao Xiong, I don't know who you pissed off. Anyway, we got into this mess because of you. We're at Jinshan District 3rd People's Hospital. Hurry the fuck over here. Wang Er hung up angrily after saying this. After hearing Wang Er's words, Zhao Xiong did not hesitate for a moment and quickly told the driver to take him to the 3rd People's Hospital in Jinshan District. As soon as he walked into the corridor, he realized that something was wrong. The entire first floor of the orthopedics department was filled with Wang Er's men sleeping in the wards. Soon, Zhao Xiong arrived at Wang Er's ward. But as soon as Zhao Xiong walked into Wang Er's ward, he was shocked by the pitiful sight of Wang Er. Next to Wang Er, Wu Xing was standing next to Chen Tai's bed. "This is Mr. Zhao, right?" Wu Xing asked the man with a smile. "Mr. Zhao, we've been waiting for you here for a long time." Who are you people?" Zhao Xiong looked at the people in front of him, Wu Xing and the others, and his face changed. "Don't worry, we're not the ones who are going to send you on your way. And our boss didn't ask me to take your life. But my boss wants me to tell you something. Forget about what happened before. Yunlan Luggage Company has this calamity is your fault. But if you still dare to be our boss's enemy, I guarantee that your end will not be better than his." After saying this, Wu Xing pointed at Wang Er, who was lying on the hospital bed at the moment. Zhao Xiong's expression changed drastically. Although there were only a few people, their powerful aura made Zhao Xiong sweat all over. Especially the seemingly smallest man in front of him. Zhao Xiong was, after all, also a local thug, and his reputation was built on fighting. He knew that these men in front of him were no ordinary people. What's more, Wang Erso had more than 30 men under him, and without exception, they had all had their legs and genitals broken. This made Zhao Xiong even more frightened inside. "Is your boss Xiao Ran of Jiangnan Leather Company?" Zhao Xiong asked. Wu Xing didn't say anything, but he had obviously given his tacit consent. "I will not provoke Jiangnan Leather Company in the future. However, can you tell me how I offended President Xiao? Why did President Xiao want to deal with me?" Zhao Xiong asked in a trembling voice. Up until this moment, he still couldn't figure out why the mysterious boss of Jiangnan Leather Company would sell him inferior leather and then set him up. But he had never thought about revenge. Wang Er and the others were quite capable, and they had all been beaten up like this. Naturally, he didn't want to become an enemy of Xiao Ran again. "Let me remind you to keep a better eye on your son. Your son has a lot of nerve, he even set his sights on our boss's woman," Wu Xing said indifferently. "I understand." Zhao Xiong nodded at Wu Xing. Until he left the hospital, Zhao Xiong was still shocked inside. "It's all because of this rebellious son that this happened," Zhao Xiong said with clenched teeth. Then he hurried to Zhao Wei's place. Chapter 42 Meeting Xiao Yan. After taking care of the company's business, Xiao Ran also decided to take Han Keqin back to his hometown. In the following few days, after handing over Jiangnan Leather Company to Wei Yu and the others, Xiao Ran also handed over Jindun Bodyguard Company to Wu Xing to take care of. Xiao Ran gave everyone 10 days of annual leave, allowing them to go home on their own during the new year. Xiao Ran and Han Keqin, on the other hand, prepared things to go home early. Xiao Ran and Han Keqin first went to a local supermarket in Xiamen City and bought some local specialties. They also made some other preparations. Over the past 6 months, Jiangnan Leather Company and Golden Shield Bodyguard Company have both made a lot of money for Xiao Ran. In addition, Xiao Ran occasionally goes to lottery stations all over the place to buy scratchers. At this time, Xiao Ran's bank card already had 50 million yuan in it. This amount of money could even directly buy almost 3 Jiangnan leather companies. And Xiao Ran never drove the BMW X5 again. Xiao Ran gave the BMW X5 directly to Wu Xing. He himself spent 7 million yuan to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Because he planned to drive home. Xiao Ran did not lack money in his hands, so he directly purchased the most expensive SUV currently available in Xiamen City, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Xiao Ran's hometown is in Yunyang City, Xizang Province. Yunyang City is only a 5th-tier city, and nearly 4/5 of the entire city is in the mountains. Yunyang City's economy is extremely underdeveloped and it is a well-known poor city in the country. And driving from Xiamen City to Yunyang City takes 2 days. Xiao Ran drove the Cullinan with Han Keqin speeding along the highway. When night fell, they stayed in the cities along the way. Soon, Xiao Ran brought Han Keqin to Yunyang City. As Xiao Ran's car entered Yunyang City, it attracted a gasp from the citizens of Yunyang City. "Look, is that a Cullinan? My goodness, do we have a boss driving a Cullinan in Yunyang?" The pedestrians around looked at Xiao Ran's car with envy. After all, it is indeed difficult to see an expensive car like the Cullinan in Yunyang City. Even during the new year, when the bosses who do business along the coast return. If you can drive a Porsche, you're doing pretty well. Xiao Ran also ignored the passers-by. He drove the Cullinan in the direction of his home. Xiao Ran then took Han Keqin along the rugged mountain road to the mountain village where Xiao Ran's family lived. Xiao Ran's home was very far from the city. It would take 3 to 4 hours to drive there from the city. At this time, they were at the entrance to Puxi Primary School in Puxi Town. A little girl with dirt all over her face and wearing a tattered cotton coat looked enviously at her classmates, who were being picked up by their parents. "Little sister, come over to my house tonight," a boy said, poking his head out of a Volkswagen Touareg. This boy was Xiao Han, the son of Xiao Han's eldest cousin Xiao Ting. He was the same age as Xiao Yan, Xiao Han's younger cousin. However, Xiao Han was already in the 3rd grade, while Xiao Yan, his younger cousin, was still in the 1st grade because of the family's financial situation. At this moment, Xiao Yan looked at her cousin being driven away by her cousin with envy. But what's the use of envy? Since she started school, she has always walked here on foot. Xiao Ran's home is 10 kilometers from the elementary school in town. At Xiao Yan's speed, it takes nearly 2 hours to walk these 10 kilometers of mountain road. In order to arrive at school on time, Xiao Yan leaves home before dawn every morning. And she doesn't get home until dark after school. She doesn't want to take rides from others, but today she fell while walking along the mountain path. Her ankle is a little hurt. Even if she walks a short distance, her foot hurts a lot. She has also thought that her father would come to pick her up. But her father also has difficulty walking. The family doesn't even own a bicycle. Xiao Ran's father, Xiao Yuanshan, limps even when walking. 6 months ago, while doing some odd jobs for a neighbor, he fell from the 2nd floor. A steel bar pierced his ankle. Xiao Yuanshan's foot has been in pain ever since. But Xiao Yuanshan didn't tell Xiao Ran about it. He didn't want to worry Xiao Ran, who was working far away in Xiaocheng. Xiao Yan walked on the road, enduring the pain. But one careless move and she fell to the ground. "Mom, Xiao Yan has fallen." At that moment, Xiao Han saw the thin figure of Xiao Yan through the car window, and said to his mother, who was also sitting in the back seat, "I've told you a few times, she's not your sister-in-law. We don't have any relatives like that in our family." At this moment, Lu Qian, who was sitting in the back seat, said. Xiao Ting saw Xiao Yan fall through the rearview mirror, but he didn't intend to stop the car to help. Xiao Ting also looked down on Xiao Ran's family. Xiao Ting's family lived not far from Xiao Ran's family. But they never thought of giving Xiao Yan a ride to and from school, even though they drove their son to and from school every day. In their eyes, they sincerely disliked Xiao Ran's family as poor relatives. They were also afraid that if they gave Xiao Yan a ride, she would come every day to hitch a ride with them. Xiao Ting, along with his father Xiao Xinghua and younger brother Xiao Cheng, worked as a contractor in the city, taking on small and medium-sized projects and making a good living. The Volkswagen Tiguan he was driving was a new car that Xiao Ting had bought for over 200,000 yuan. He didn't want a dirty kid like Xiao Yan getting in his car and dirtying his new car. Xiao Ting heard his son's voice, but pretended not to, and stepped on the accelerator, speeding up. Soon, they drove away from the area. Xiao Yan helplessly watched as her cousin's family drove away. She rubbed her ankle and tried to stand up on her own. However, whenever she tried to stand up, her ankle would send a sharp pain through her body, making her fall back to the ground. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt very helpless. She couldn't even contact her father. Unlike the other students in her class, she didn't come from a wealthy family. Not only were her parents personally picking her up and dropping her off, they had also bought their child a children's watch with a phone function. It could be used to contact family members in case of emergencies. As the sky gradually grew dark, and the piercing cold wind blew past Xiao Yan didn't know how she was going to get back. Looking around at the gradually darkening sky, Xiao Yan felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She was about to cry. Just then, a black Cullinan drove up. There were no more students or parents nearby. Only some small vendors who had set up stalls near the school were preparing to close up shop. These people looked at the suddenly appearing Rolls-Royce Cullinan with disbelief. Is this a Cullinan? In such a poor town, there is actually such a luxury car. My goodness, which big boss is it whose car is the Cullinan, driving it to our mountainous area, not afraid that the road conditions are bad and the car will get scratched? Soon, the Cullinan drove up to Xiao Yan and stopped. Xiao Yan was also very surprised to see the large car suddenly appear in front of her. She had never seen such a large and luxurious car before. Judging from its appearance, it was much more beautiful than the new Volkswagen Tiguan that her cousin Xiao Ting had just bought. This was her first impression of the Cullinan in front of her. She saw the car door open quickly. A person sprang out of the car. This person was Xiao Ran, who was driving home and passing through Puxi town. Big brother? Xiao Yan looked at the young man getting out of the car in disbelief, and she was at a loss for words. Chapter 43, A Flat Tire. Xiao Ran looked at Xiao Yan, who had fallen to the ground and could not get up, and felt very distressed. He quickly picked Xiao Yan up from the ground and placed her on Han Keqin, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Then he sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove towards his home. Big brother, why are you back? Xiao Yan, a little girl, was very happy to see her older brother Xiao Ran come back. She hadn't seen him for almost a year. The last time he came back was during the Chinese New Year holiday last year. Why are you here alone? Didn't Dad pick you up from school? Xiao Ran said. Dad's leg is still not well. Brother, I can walk by myself. Xiao Yan said understandingly. Even though it was her older brother who had come back, she still pretended to be strong, not at all like the heart of a 9-year-old girl. You can walk? Then why are you lying on the ground? Xiao Yan said. Also, what do you mean when you say Dad's foot is injured? Dad was doing some small work for Uncle Lee's family before, and he fell from upstairs, and his foot was pierced by a steel bar. The steel bar was removed, but Dad asked to be discharged as soon as the operation was over in order to save the hospital fees. Up to now, his foot is still a bit inconvenient. Xiao Ran frowned when he heard this. I did send money home, didn't I? Why would he need to save on hospital fees? Xiao Ran thought about how he had sent 200,000 yuan to his family as soon as he had awakened his supernatural powers. His family should not be short of money. Dad spent 30,000 yuan on the operation, and there was still money left over. He said that he wanted to save the money for when you get married in the future. Xiao Yan said. Hearing this, Xiao Ran understood his father's good intentions. He would rather be discharged early and suffer from an illness, but he still wanted to save money to give you a wife. When he thought about this, Xiao Ran's eyes gradually became moist. By the way, big brother, who is this sister? She's so pretty. Xiao Yan looked at Han Keqin, who was hugging her, and said. She's your sister-in-law. Xiao Ran patted Xiao Yan's little head. Xiao Yan looked at Han Keqin with increasing curiosity. You little idiot, stop looking, it's embarrassing your sister-in-law. Xiao Ran said. It's fine, Xiao Yan can look if she likes. Han Keqin said with a smile. She was also very happy when she heard Xiao Yan praise her for being pretty. After all, she had received a compliment from her future sister-in-law. Afterwards, Han Keqin took some specialty snacks from Shaman from the back seat and handed them to Xiao Yan in her arms. Xiao Yan took the snacks Han Keqin handed her with longing. As a 9-year-old girl, who doesn't like snacks? However, Xiao Yan usually didn't have any pocket money. Every time, she looked at her classmates with envy as they bought snacks from the small vendors in front of the school. Even if the vendors sold small snacks for 50 cents or 1 yuan a pack. Xiao Yan also hardly ever ate them, and the only time she did was when Xiao Han bought her a small taste. At that time, Xiao Yan wondered how there could be such delicious snacks in the world. At this time, Han Keqin handed Xiao Yan all kinds of very expensive imported snacks such as Ferrero chocolates and Häagen-Dazs, as well as some small seafood snacks from Shaman. These were not comparable to the spicy sticks sold in packs of 50 cents or 1 yuan at the stalls in front of elementary schools. Xiao Yan carefully opened the packaging of these snacks and ate them. By this point, she was also hungry. Other children had lunch in the canteen at noon. Xiao Yan, however, always brought a bottle of congee from home or a steamed bun, and had a simple meal with pickles. Due to malnutrition, Xiao Yan was much thinner than children of the same age. Is it delicious? Han Keqin looked at Xiao Yan in her arms with a face full of affection. It's delicious. Xiao Yan didn't think much about it and answered directly. These snacks were something Xiao Yan had never seen before, not even at Xiao Han's house. Soon, Xiao Ran and the others were almost home. The mountain road was terrible, and the light was not very good. Xiao Ran's car suddenly felt like it had run over something sharp and hard, and the entire tire directly burst. Xiao Ran and Han Keqin, who were scared and sitting in the car, also had a jump in their hearts. What happened? Han Keqin asked. I'll go take a look. Xiao Ran then opened the car door and took out a flashlight from the trunk. He shone it on the front wheel of the Range Rover. He saw that several nails were stuck in the wheel, and the whole wheel had already gone flat. Plus, the road was full of mountain roads. Xiao Ran's car could no longer be driven. It had a flat tire. Xiao Ran looked awkwardly at Han Keqin and Xiao Yan, who were sitting in the passenger seat. There are still 2 kilometers ahead before we get to my house. Xiao Ran said, a little embarrassed. We have to get the insurance company to come and tow the car first. Xiao Ran then called the insurance company to have them come and tow the car. If it were an ordinary car, the insurance company would have been much slower to come and tow it. But when they received the call and heard it was a Cullinan, they immediately drove from the city. So, Xiao Ran and the others also waited in the car for the tow truck. While waiting, Xiao Ran also called his father. Dad, I'm back. Xiao Ran, why didn't you let me know you were coming back today? Your mother and I wanted to cook for you. Xiao Yuanshan's words revealed a hint of complaint. Oh, Dad, it's okay. We're eating in Puxi town. Xiao Ran thought about the many snacks in the car, and that it would definitely be late when he got home. I don't want my parents to worry, so I said to Xiao Yuanshan. Also, Dad, I already picked up Xiao Yan. I'm taking her to dinner with me. You don't have to worry about her anymore. The main purpose of Xiao Ran's phone call was to tell Xiao Yuanshan that Xiao Yan had been picked up by him, so that his father would not worry. Okay, then, after you finish eating, come back early, Xiao Yuanshan said. Then Xiao Ran hung up the phone. Fortunately, there were still some self-heating hotpots in the car. Xiao Ran, Han Keqin, and Xiao Yan ate the self-heating hotpots while waiting for the tow truck to arrive. After about 2 hours, the tow truck arrived at the location where Xiao Ran and the others were and loaded the Range Rover onto the tow truck. They then took Xiao Ran and the others back to their home. The tow truck then drove to the city. The insurance company's service was quite good. Even though it was so late at night and in such a remote mountainous area, they came immediately to tow the car. Xiao Ran thought to himself. He never thought that it was because his car was relatively expensive that such a service was available. After all, expensive cars come with expensive insurance. Xiao Ran spends hundreds of thousands of dollars a year just on insurance for this Cullinan. That's not comparable to an ordinary private car that only costs a few $1,000s in insurance. Chapter 44, I would not regret living in a dog kennel if I could be with you. Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Xiulian, who had been waiting for a long time at the door, were waiting for their son early. They did not care about the cold weather and kept sitting at the door waiting. Seeing that Xiao Ran was brought back by a tow truck, Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Xiulian were also stunned. There was an accident, Xiao Ran said to the 2 old people with a smile. Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Xiulian did not listen to what Xiao Ran was saying. Their attention had long since been fixed on Han Keqin, who had followed them. Son, who is this girl? Feng Xiulian asked. Well, her name is Han Keqin, your future daughter-in-law, Xiao Ran said with a smile. What? You said she's your daughter-in-law? Xiao Yuanshan was also taken aback. He had never expected that his son had grown up and gone to the city to work for half a year, and had even brought a daughter-in-law back. The key was that his daughter-in-law was very good-looking. She was even better looking than those TV stars. At least that's how Xiao Yuanshan felt. This girl is really pretty. Feng Xiulian couldn't help but praise Han Keqin as she looked at her. Feng Xiulian looked around Han Keqin, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Especially when she looked at Han Keqin's breasts and perky buttocks. Perhaps she felt that this figure should be able to bear children. Feng Xiulian was so happy that she almost laughed out loud. Han Keqin, on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed by the way she was being looked at. Okay, Mom, stop looking. Hurry up and let us in, it's quite windy outside, Xiao Ran said. Yes, hurry up and go inside, Feng Xiulian hurriedly said. Xiao Yuanshan also dragged his slightly lame leg to open the door and welcomed them in. Xiao Ran's house was very dilapidated. It was just a simple flat-roofed house made of mud. The middle part was the living room and dining room. Several of the roof tiles above the living room were missing, and rainwater would leak in on rainy days. There was one room on each side of the living room. The kitchen and toilet were in a separate hut in the courtyard. Previously, the room on the right was where Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Xiulian lived. The room on the left was where Xiao Yan lived. Once Xiao Ran returned, Xiao Yan would live with her parents in the same room. The room on the left would be vacated for Xiao Ran and Han Keqin to live in. Before Xiao Ran returned, the room on the left had already been tidied up by Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Xiulian. At the moment, looking at his father's limp leg, Xiao Ran felt a little sad. Dad, is your leg okay? It's fine. It was an accident at work. It's not serious, Xiao Yuanshan said with a smile. Xiao Ran looked at his father and felt very helpless. Dad, don't work so hard in the future. My career in Xiaocheng is already taking off. Yes, uncle, Xiao Ran is now the chairman of our company. Han Keqin also said to Xiao Yuanshan with a heart full of concern. What? Chairman? What is a chairman? Xiao Yuanshan had spent his whole life in the mountains, and he had no idea what Xiao Ran and Han Keqin were talking about. Your son is now the boss, so you shouldn't work so hard anymore. Xiao Ran looked at his father, who didn't quite understand, and was also a little helpless. He then explained to Xiao Yuanshan in an easy-to-understand way. Son, you're the boss? Good, good, good. Xiao Yuanshan now understood what Xiao Ran and Han Keqin meant by chairman of the board, and said 3 consecutive words of approval. My son has made something of himself, he's the boss now. Xiao Yuanshan was giggling, all he knew was that the bosses in town were all very rich. Once, Xiao Yuanshan went to work at the home of a boss in the town who did a building materials business. When he saw the boss's house, he was full of envy. The exterior of the house was surrounded by sculptures and Roman columns. Huge windows stretched from the ground floor to the 4th floor. It also had a large courtyard covering an area of 400 square meters. He had never seen a house like that in the village. Even the house of his wealthy older brother Xiao Xinghua, who was a contractor, was not as luxurious. And when he learned that the boss's house had cost more than 3 million to build, he was shocked. 3 million was a huge sum that he would never be able to earn in his lifetime. Afterwards, Xiao Ran told Xiao Yuanshan about the business he had started in Xiaocheng. Xiao Yuanshan was also stunned by what he heard. Son, how much does your company earn in a year? Xiao Yuanshan didn't know anything else, so he asked directly about what he did know. About 10 million to nearly 20 million a year. Xiao Ran thought about it and still only picked the operating profit of Jiangnan Leather Company's normal operations. In fact, with the current income of Xiao Ran's 2 companies, the annual operating profit could already be almost 60 million. If you add in the occasional scratch card, Xiao Ran can make about 100 million a year. When they heard the figure of 20 million, both Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Xiulian froze in their tracks. Son, did you say 20 million? Not 2 million? Xiao Yuanshan said, shocked. Even his eldest brother, the contractor, and his 3 sons, the bosses in the city, can't make more than 2 million a year from contracting projects. Xiao Ran's direct mention of the figure of 20 million had obviously stunned the 2 elderly people. What is 20 million? Xiao Yan looked at the way her parents were acting and asked a little uncertainly. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Feng Xiulian said. Hurry up and go inside and do your homework. When you come out after you finish school, you can also be as successful as your eldest brother. After saying this, Feng Xiulian sent Xiao Yan off to her room. So Dad, don't ever save for me in the future. If you save money again or anything, your son and I will get angry with you. Xiao Ran said with a serious face. He was very angry about the fact that he had previously transferred 200,000 yuan to Xiao Yuanshan, but Xiao Yuanshan was unwilling to spend it and had even dared to be discharged from the hospital early. No. No saving. Xiao Yuanshan looked at his son's angry face and felt a little guilty. Our family doesn't lack money now, and we won't worry about money. If you save too much, that would just unnecessarily cause me trouble. Xiao Ran continued. Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Xiulian felt that this was a reasonable argument when they heard Xiao Ran say this. Also, Mom and Dad, why don't you come and live with me in Xiaocheng this time? Xiao Ran said to Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Xiulian. Xiao Yuanshan let out a long sigh and shook his head. We won't go to Xiaocheng, you take Xiao Yan. We 2 old folks have lived in the mountains all our lives. Even if we go to Xiaocheng, we won't be able to get used to it. Yes, son. Your father and I can't even read or write, and a big city like Xiaocheng is good, but it's not for us. Feng Xiulian also said. Hearing that his parents were a bit reluctant to go to Xiaocheng, Xiao Ran didn't say much. Han Keqin's parents also returned to their hometown as soon as Han Jinlong's illness was cured. For these older generations, they would rather stay in their hometown. You can refuse to go to Xiamen, but you have to go and live in the city. The conditions there are much better than in the mountains. I'm not at ease with you living here. Hearing Xiao Ran say this, Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Xiulian had no choice but to agree. Xiao Ran saw that the 2 elderly people had agreed, and gradually felt relieved. He thought about going to the city in a few days to buy his parents a villa and hire a few nannies to take good care of them. As for Xiaoyan, Xiaoran planned to take her to Xiamen at that time. There were better schools and better private tutors in Xiamen. Xiaoyan didn't start school until she was 9 years old, and Xiaoran wanted her to get a better education so that she wouldn't be left behind by her peers. After their parents gave their consent, Xiaoran and Han Keqin went to their room to rest. Feng Shoulian burned a pot of charcoal in Xiaoran and Han Keqin's room, so even though the temperature outside reached below zero, their room was not too cold. Xiaoran, I used to wonder what the home of someone who received a poverty alleviation scholarship every year looked like. After seeing your home today, I realized that, with these conditions, it would really be cruel for any of your classmates to compete with you for the poverty alleviation scholarship in college. Han Keqin looked around as she lay on the bed and said to Xiaoran, who was sleeping next to her. What's wrong? Are you regretting it? Xiaoran teased. I'm not regretting it. Do I look like that kind of person? They say that if you marry a chicken, you marry a chicken. If you marry a dog, you marry a dog. I'm not regretting it if I follow you and even live in a dog kennel. Chapter 45 Luing. Then let's not buy a house either, and we can just move back to my hometown to live. Xiaoran said with a smile. No way. I was just joking. Han Keqin looked around and immediately said. The surrounding mud walls and roof tiles were something Han Keqin could tolerate. But on the way back, Han Keqin glanced at Xiaoran's family's dry toilet and couldn't stand it. After all, girls like cleanliness, and Han Keqin was a bit of a neat freak. She had been to her grandparents' home in the countryside with her parents to celebrate the new year before. She just couldn't accept that kind of outhouse. Of course, if they insisted on staying for a few days during the new year, it would be bearable. Okay, go to bed early. Xiaoran stopped teasing Han Keqin and spoke gently to her. Because there was a charcoal fire and Feng Shoulian had prepared several thick quilts for the two of them. Xiaoran and Han Keqin slept in the room, which was very warm, and soon fell asleep. The next day, Xiaoran got up early. Han Keqin also didn't sleep in as often as she used to. Both of them got out of bed at 7 a.m. Xiao Yuanshan, Feng Shoulian, and Xiao Yan were even earlier. They were already up before 6 o'clock. People in the countryside generally get up much earlier than city dwellers, who like to sleep in. This is because they have to get up early to work. Today was the first day of Xiao Yan's winter vacation. Although she didn't have to go to school, she still got up very early. Usually Feng Shoulian got up at 5 o'clock and made some congee for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan gets up at 5:30 a.m. After eating the porridge that Feng Shoulian has made, she starts walking for 2 hours to school along the mountain path. Xiao Han, who lives next door, usually sleeps until 7:20 a.m. After eating breakfast, he is driven to school by Xiao Ting. After that, Xiao Ting drives to the city to work. Xiao Xinghua and his son have set up a small engineering company in the city. At present, they are working with several other engineering companies for a real estate company. Xiao Xinghua's company has mainly contracted to do the external walls of that real estate company. The project period is 3 years, and they can earn about 1 million yuan a year. When Xiaoran and the others got up, Feng Shoulian had already finished making the noodles and was waiting for them to get up. Son, you're up? Go wash up outside and get ready for dinner. Feng Shoulian saw Xiaoran and Han Keqin walk out of the room and hurriedly welcomed them warmly. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, had already finished washing up and was sitting at the table, drooling over the noodles on the table. She hadn't had her mother's noodles for a long time. Usually, whether it was Xiao Yuanshan or Xiao Yan, they would just have some porridge for breakfast at home. But today seemed to be different. Feng Shoulian had even made 5 bowls of noodles, and there was even a fried egg in each of Xiaoran, Xiao Yan and Han Keqin's bowls. Mom, where's Dad? Xiaoran looked around and didn't see Xiao Yuanshan's figure, so he asked Feng Shoulian. Oh, your dad? Well, Lao Zhou from the same village is building a new house. Your dad went to help early in the morning. Xiaoran felt a bit helpless when he heard that his father had gone to work as a temporary worker at someone else's house again. Dad's leg is still not well, and he's going out to work again. Mom, when Dad comes back, you should give him a good talking to. Xiaoran complained. At this point, he was even more determined to go to the city to buy a villa to relocate his parents. They are both old people living in the countryside, and every day they are either tending to this or that. And Mom, I said don't wait for me when you eat. Look at how hungry Xiao Yan is. Xiaoran glanced at Xiao Yan, who was sitting at the table looking pitiful. Xiao Yan, if you're hungry, hurry up and eat. Feng Shoulian looked at Xiao Ran and Han Keqin while tidying up. That's not possible. We don't have that rule in our family. Keqin is a guest, and this is her first time in our home. There's no reason to not wait for the guests and eat first. Xiao Ran shook his head and said to Xiao Yan, don't worry about us, you eat first. Okay, Xiao Yan, your big brother has spoken, so you eat. Feng Shoulian said with a smile. Xiao Yan hurriedly began to eat as soon as she heard her mother's words. Xiao Ran and Han Keqin also washed up briefly in the courtyard and then joined them. After finishing the noodles, Xiao Ran wanted to take Han Keqin and Xiao Yan for a stroll around the village. He also wanted Han Keqin to get to know her hometown better. Mom, I'll take Keqin and Xiao Yan for a stroll around the village. Feng Shoulian was tidying up the bowls and chopsticks left over from the three of them eating noodles. When she heard Xiao Ran say this, she said, go ahead, take them for a walk. We'll eat lunch at home. For dinner, we'll go to your uncle's house. They're having a banquet today. A banquet? When he heard his mother say this, Xiao Ran didn't ask any more questions. He didn't want to ask anything about his uncle's family. The main reason is that Xiao Ran doesn't have a good impression of his uncle at all. Even if Xiao Ran's family was once as poor as it could be, and even if Xiao Ran once got into college. When his father couldn't afford it and wanted to go to his rich uncle to borrow money. His own uncle didn't even lend a single penny to his family. He even said that Xiao Ran was studying at a pigeonhole university and simply shouldn't continue, that it was a waste of money. But Xiao Ran wasn't studying at a pigeonhole university. Although it wasn't a key university, it was also an ordinary undergraduate institution. In fact, although Xiao Xingwei is rich, his two sons are not well educated and neither has been able to get into university. Xiao Xingwei is a little jealous that Xiao Ran was able to get into university. Over the past few decades, he has always been better than Xiao Ran's father at everything. But when it comes to his son's education, he has not been able to compare with Xiao Yuanshan, which makes Xiao Xingwei feel very uncomfortable. After reporting to his mother, Xiao Ran took Han Keqin and Xiao Yan for a walk around the village. Xiao Yan, let's go buy fireworks to play, okay? Xiao Ran said to Xiao Yan. Fireworks? Han Keqin looked at Xiao Ran at this moment and felt a little unbelievable. She was a city person and had never played with fireworks much, but Xiao Ran's current image was completely different from his previous image as the president of Xiaocheng. It seemed that the current Xiao Ran was his true nature, the nature of a child. Yes, sister-in-law, fireworks are so much fun. I played with Xiao Han at his house before. Xiao Yan also took Han Keqin's sleeve and said. When they arrived at the store, Han Keqin took Xiao Yan directly into the store to see which fireworks to buy. Xiao Ran stood outside the store waiting for them. Just then, a pretty girl appeared in front of Xiao Ran and them. She was saying hello to the old ladies sitting on the side of the road. This girl, Xiao Ran also knows. Lu Ying, a girl from the same village who had once been engaged to Xiao Ran as a child. That was when Xiao Ran's grandfather was still alive and personally arranged the engagement with Lu Ying's grandfather. Lu Tao, Lu Ying's father, is doing business with his uncle, Xiao Xinghua. Xiao Xinghua contracts projects in the city, while Lu Tao resells concrete and other things. Naturally, Lu Ying's family was better off than Xiao Ran's family. So when Xiao Ran was in high school, Lu Tao came to the house to cancel the engagement. And this was what was still popular with the engagement. Young people are all about freedom of marriage. The Lu girl is back. This Lu girl is really good. She is beautiful, has a good figure, and the key is that she is the only one in our village to get into a key university. Lu Ying, I heard that you were engaged to Xiao Qing, the son of Xiao Xinghua? A woman said. Xiao Ran heard this and remembered what his mother had said, that they were going to his uncle's house for a drink in the evening. Could it be that it was Xiao Chang and Lu Ying's engagement party? Xiao Ran suddenly thought. Chapter 46, Work hard when the time comes, and I'll introduce you to my cousin later. Xiao Ran looked over at Lu Ying. Lu Ying, age 23, height 160 centimeters, weight 45 kilograms, measurements 82-60-85, C-cup, a graduate of the Finance and Economics Department of Xikang University, currently works as a finance supervisor at Xinghua Construction Engineering Company, Limited, currently worth 200,000, hidden value 100,000. How is it that Lu Ying is working in the construction company my uncle owns? Xiao Ran muttered to himself. No wonder she and Xiao Cheng hit it off. And what is this hidden value of only 100,000? Could it be that her abilities only bring her an income of 100,000 a year? Xiao Ran was looking at the information on Lu Ying's body, and many thoughts were running through his mind. Zakita University is well known, and it is one of the top 5 key universities in the West, although it is much inferior to those key universities on the eastern coast. But in the West, it is a gold sign and a guarantee of employment. I never thought that a graduate of Shika University would end up working as a financial officer in his uncle's company. At this time, Lu Ying also saw Xiao Ran standing not far in front of her at the entrance to the canteen. Lu Ying naturally knew Xiao Ran, who had been engaged to her since childhood. However, Xiao Ran's family was not well off, and Lu Ying had consciously kept her distance from Xiao Ran since she was aware of the situation. She was afraid that Xiao Ran would use the fact that their grandfathers had arranged a marriage between their families as an excuse to harass her. Lu Ying was not unattractive, and when she was at school, she had many suitors. Otherwise, Xiao Chang would not have been so infatuated with her. However, although Lu Ying did quite well in high school, once she entered university, she had many suitors. She began to neglect her studies. She did not get any of the certificates or awards she should have got at university. She also often skipped classes in her major, and it can be said that she just hung around the whole time she was in college. As a result, she didn't find any good jobs at the campus job fair at Shika University. Lu Tao also didn't want his daughter to be too far away from him, and wanted to keep her in their hometown. So he arranged for her to work in the accounting department of Xiao Xinggua's construction company. After Lu Ying joined Xiao Xinggua's company, Xiao Cheng, who was a few years older than her and had not yet married, saw that Lu Ying was pretty and began to pursue her like crazy. In the end, Lu Ying was successfully won over by Xiao Cheng, and that is why Xiao Xinggua is holding a banquet tonight to announce their engagement. Xiao Xinggua is also very satisfied with the fact that Xiao Cheng and Lu Ying are together. He feels that his 2 sons are not good at studying, but this future daughter-in-law graduated from Shikong University, which is not much better than the crappy school that Xiao Ran went to. Xiao Ran? You're back? Lu Ying looked at Xiao Ran and greeted him with a cold expression. The older women sitting nearby, chatting away, also saw Xiao Ran as they heard Lu Ying's voice. Oh, the Xiao Yuanshan family's child is back. Xiao Ran is also a college student from our village. I heard it's a key university too. That's really good. The older women discussed that it was very rare for a mountain village like theirs to produce college students. In their eyes, being able to get into college was already a very glorious thing. Xiao Ran took the general undergraduate exam and got into Jianlin University. Lu Ying looked at the ignorant old ladies and said in a scientific tone, "Do you still need to take an exam to go to a normal university? Most students who graduate from high school in the city can go there." Lu Ying said in a strange tone. "Xiao Ran, it's not easy to find a job outside now, right? How is the employment situation at your normal university? Do many of you go to factories?" Lu Ying's words were full of disdain for Xiao Ran. She felt that someone like Xiao Ran, who had graduated from a normal university, could not find a good job in the coastal area. Luckily, Xiao Yuanshan brags about his son going to college and going to the big city all day long. So what if he goes to the big city? It depends on what kind of work you do in the big city. You can go to a big company or you can go to a factory to screw bolts. Lu Ying thought to herself. It's not easy to find a job, that's why I haven't found one yet. Why don't you introduce me to a job in your hometown? Xiao Ran said with a smile. Xiao Ran didn't have a good impression of Lu Ying. Even though the two had been engaged as children, they had hardly interacted. Seeing Xiao Ran's shameless appearance, Lu Ying was also helpless. You don't even have a job now, and you have trouble supporting yourself. Which girl would want to be with you? You're no better than your cousin Xiao Cheng, who didn't go to school, but is now helping your uncle and making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Why don't you come back and help out at your uncle's company? Your uncle's company is currently short of steel workers, and there are masters there to teach you everything. After you become an expert, you'll earn 200 yuan a day and have your meals and accommodation covered. Work hard, and I'll introduce you to my cousin. Lu Ying said this in the tone of Xiao Ran's elders. At the moment, Lu Ying has not yet married Xiao Qing, but she is already lecturing Xiao Ran in the tone of a sister-in-law. Xiao Ran felt very uncomfortable listening to Lu Ying's words. What did she mean by going to her uncle's company to help out, and as a steel bar worker? And what the hell was Lu Ying's cousin? Xiao Ran still knew about her, 150 centimeters tall, 200 kilograms in weight, elementary school education, and her family was also penniless. Lu Ying looked around at Xiao Ran with her eyes, and the more she looked, the more she felt that it was a good thing that her father had rejected the arranged marriage. Her grandfather and Xiao Ran's grandfather were comrades in arms, and their generation valued relationships. But this generation? The price of a house in their hometown is already 5,000 yuan per square meter, and relationships cannot be eaten. So naturally, Lu Ying chose Xiao Qing, and as for Xiao Ran, she felt that only her cousin's conditions could match those of Xiao Ran's family. Just then, Han Keqin came out of the store with Xiao Yan, having already bought the fireworks. "Xiao Ran, who is this?" Han Keqin asked. "Oh, an acquaintance." Xiao Ran smiled. Lu Ying, who had been inwardly mocking Xiao Ran, looked at the suddenly appearing Han Keqin and her whole body was like petrified. There was actually such a pretty girl by Xiao Ran's side. Even the most beautiful school flower at their university was not as pretty as Han Keqin in front of her. I'm afraid that no female celebrity on TV has the temperament of this girl in front of me. Lu Ying was considered the prettiest girl in the village, and her relationship with Xiao Qing was considered a good story in the eyes of the villagers. But at this moment, Lu Ying looked at Han Keqin in front of her and even felt a little inferiority. Who is this girl? How come she is so pretty, and how does Xiao Ran know such a pretty girl? Lu Ying's mind had already floated up several big question marks. Chapter 47, Are you sure? This is Xiao Ran's girlfriend? So she is an acquaintance. Han Keqin smiled and quickly extended her hand to Lu Ying. Hello. My name is Han Keqin. Lu Ying also extended her hand to Han Keqin. Oh, I'm Lu Ying. What is your relationship with Xiao Ran? Lu Ying asked tentatively. I'm Xiao Ran's girlfriend. Han Keqin said with a smile. What? Girlfriend? You mean you and Xiao Ran are in a relationship? Lu Ying looked at the smiling Han Keqin in front of her with disbelief. Then she looked at Xiao Ran behind Han Keqin, who had his hands in his pockets and looked carefree. Lu Ying felt bad for the whole situation. Such a pretty girl was actually Xiao Ran's girlfriend. Lu Ying's first thought was that Han Keqin must have been tricked by Xiao Ran. Just look at Xiao Ran's thatched house. Not to mention a beautiful girl like Han Keqin, even an ordinary girl would be scared to death and run away with her luggage overnight just by seeing that house, right? Do you know the conditions of Xiao Ran's family? Lu Ying looked at Han Keqin with sympathy. I know, Uncle Xiao and Auntie Feng are very nice people. Han Keqin replied with a smile. Lu Ying didn't know how to respond. She thought to herself, as long as you're happy. Are girls these days so self-absorbed? Lu Ying muttered, glanced at Xiao Ran and Han Keqin again, and then left. This person is really strange. Han Keqin always felt that there was something strange about the way Lu Ying looked at her. Forget it, that's just the way people are. By the way, Keqin, did you guys buy your fireworks yet? Xiao Ran said to Han Keqin. Yes, brother, we bought them. Before Han Keqin could reply, Xiao Yan showed Xiao Ran the fireworks in her hands. Han Keqin and Xiao Yan had bought some small fireworks that could be held in the hand and played with. Then, let's go back. Xiao Ran patted Xiao Yan's head and took Han Keqin and Xiao Yan home. When it was noon, Feng Xiulian slaughtered a chicken for Xiao Ran and Han Keqin, which they had bought at the market in town a few days ago. Han Keqin felt a little bad when she saw Feng Xiulian busy with the preparations since they returned yesterday. So Han Keqin also helped Feng Xiulian cook. Xiao Ran also helped to light the fire. Soon, it was afternoon. Xiao Yuanshan also finished his work early and returned home. So, Xiao Yuanshan took Xiao Ran and the others and hurried to Xiao Xinggua's house. The rule for feasts in the countryside is to arrive an hour or two in advance. Especially since Xiao Xinggua is his eldest brother after all, Xiao Yuanshan wanted to see if there was any work he could help with. So Xiao Yuanshan took Xiao Ran and the others there early. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, looked displeased, but didn't say anything. This uncle, since childhood, has not treated his father well. I hope that now that everyone is this age, the relationship will improve. However, it was obvious that Xiao Ran was overthinking things. When Xiao Yuanshan took Xiao Ran and the others to Xiao Xinggua's house, Xiao Xinggua was busy as hell. Xiao Xinggua's home was a small 3-story Western-style house. Xiao Xinggua lived on the first floor, his eldest son Xiao Ting on the second floor, and his second son Xiao Qing on the third floor. In front of the small Western-style house was a 150-square-meter concrete platform surrounded by a courtyard. At this time, there were already 12 large round tables set up in the courtyard of Xiao Xinggua's house, and 3 tables were set up in the living room of the small Western-style house. Xiao Xinggua had hired a special banquet team to cook in the kitchen. Xiao Ting also helped in the house. Xiao Xinghua and his wife He Hongmei greeted the guests at the door. Congratulations, Boss Xiao. You're welcome, come in. One by one, the guests were warmly welcomed into the home by Xiao Xinghua. These guests included the well-known business owners in the village, as well as Xiao Xinghua's business partners. Congratulations, boss. When Xiao Yuanshan walked up to Xiao Xinghua with his family to congratulate him, Xiao Xinghua's face, which had been smiling, suddenly froze. His tone also became cold and stiff. Second brother. Xiao Xinghua just casually responded, and did not entertain. Soon after, guests came behind Xiao Yuanshan's group. Xiao Xinghua directly ignored Xiao Yuanshan and immediately greeted them with a smile. Oh, Boss Wan, what a rare guest. Xiao Yuanshan was left standing awkwardly in the same place. Xiao Ran watched the scene in front of him and frowned. He thought to himself that this uncle really hasn't changed at all, even though he is almost half in the ground. And he is still so snobbish. Xiao Yuanshan was a little helpless, but he still led Xiao Ran and the others into the courtyard. Once they entered the courtyard, Xiao Chang and Luing also came down from the upstairs. When Xiao Chang looked at Xiao Yuanshan and the others, he originally felt disgusted. But when he set his sights on Han Keqin, who was by Xiao Ran's side, he was shocked. Xiao Ran, who is this? Xiao Chang ran straight up to Han Keqin and didn't even greet his second uncle Xiao Yuanshan before asking Xiao Ran directly. Xiao Ran was also taken aback when he saw this. Xiao Chang was in his 30s and had never married, and was a bit lecherous. He pursued Luing not because of her high education level, but because she was beautiful and was the prettiest girl in the village. But as soon as he saw Han Keqin by Xiao Ran's side, girls of Lu Ying's appearance simply paled in comparison. Xiao Ran was also very annoyed when he saw Xiao Qing's appearance, wondering where there could be such a cheeky person. It was clearly the day that Xiao Chang and Lu Ying got engaged. Seeing that Han Keqin was pretty, the first thing he did was to come and ask about her. Even his own uncle didn't greet him. Han Keqin was also speechless, but since Xiao Ran didn't say anything, she didn't know what to say either. Lu Ying, who was behind Xiao Chang, saw Xiao Qing's infatuated appearance and was so angry that she stamped her feet. Xiao Chang paused for a moment, and after seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he probably felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head. This is Xiao Ran's girlfriend, your future sister-in-law. At this point, Xiao Yuanshan spoke up. Xiao Yuanshan is a simple man who did not see the hidden agenda. He thought that Xiao Qing had also changed. He seemed more enthusiastic than before, and it would be good for the young people to get to know each other. So he enthusiastically introduced Xiao Qing. Girlfriend? Xiao Qing was a little stunned. Are you sure? This is Xiao Ran's girlfriend? Xiao Chang also did not call Xiao Yuanshan uncle, but directly addressed him as you. Xiao Chang, or Xiao Ting, has completely inherited Xiao Xinghua's snobbishness and despises the Xiao Yuanshan family. Even if Xiao Ran gets into college and works in a big city. But so what, graduates from ordinary universities like Xiao Ran. His family's company employs several of them. Even if you go to college, you still have to work for people like them who didn't study. Chapter 48, No one wishes you well when you are not doing well. Xiao Ran, this brat, comes from a poor family, doesn't earn much working part-time, and yet he has such a pretty girlfriend. Xiao Chang felt indignant in his heart, and when he looked at Lu Ying behind him again, he felt a little regret. Back then, when he was courting a girl of Lu Ying's appearance, he had spent a lot of effort. Why is Xiao Ran able to find such a pretty girlfriend? Xiao Qing thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he felt. No, I have to find a way to destroy the relationship between Xiao Ran and this girl Han Keqin. Xiao Chang thought to himself, it would naturally be best if Han Keqin could fancy himself, even if he was now having an engagement banquet with Lu Ying. Just dump Lu Ying then. Xiao Qing felt that he was better than Xiao Ran in every way, and most importantly, his family was richer than Xiao Ran's. Girls in this world should like the better conditions. Xiao Qing's dirty thoughts naturally would not let anyone know, but they were already brewing in his heart. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan pulled up in front of the door. Oh my god, it's a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. This car is too beautiful. As soon as the Mercedes-Benz S-Class appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Many people exclaimed in envy. After all, there is not even one Mercedes-Benz S-Class in the entire town of Puxi, let alone Xiao Ran's village. Xiao Ran also looked in the direction of the crowd's gaze. A used 2015 Mercedes-Benz S400L business type Benz sedan, worth 400,000 yuan. If it were a brand new Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Xiao Ran would still take a proper look. After all, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class is also a luxury car that costs millions. But Xiao Ran has the ability to see through the value of everything. This Mercedes-Benz S-Class is an old model, not to mention a used car with a certain age. But not everyone has the ability like Xiao Ran. At least among the guests that Xiao Xinghua invited to the banquet, there were no particularly wealthy people. They only knew that Mercedes-Benz is a good car, and the Mercedes-Benz S-Class is an even better car. Where would they know that the price of a used Mercedes-Benz S-Class is not particularly expensive? Presumably, he is another old-fashioned person who buys a used luxury car at a low price to show off. Xiao Ran thought to himself. Soon, a fat man in his 50s, pot-bellied, holding a black shoulder bag, wearing a Louis Vuitton belt and a gold chain around his neck, got out of the car. Immediately afterwards, the passenger door opened. A young woman about 30 years old got out. This woman was extremely flirtatiously dressed, although she was wearing work clothes and looked like a secretary. But her makeup was very heavy. The foundation on her face was so thick that it was afraid that it could be scraped off and used for stir-frying. As soon as the woman got off the car, she smiled and put her arm around the fat man's arm. Damn, this woman has a heavy taste too. Not to mention the huge difference in body type between the two. The fat man weighs more than 200 pounds, and the woman is probably only about 100 pounds at most. What's more, the age difference between the two is also huge. The fat man is probably old enough to be the woman's father. Xiao Ran looked at them and still felt a bit disgusted. Then he looked at the fat man again. Jin Sanpao, the boss of Yongfu Real Estate Development Company, is currently worth 5 million. Jin Sanpao? Xiao Ran suddenly remembered the sales manager Chen Erpeo under him when he saw the name of this fat man. If Jin Sanpao's surname is Chen, he and Chen Erpeo might be long-lost relatives. Xiao Ran also understood the identity of this fat man when he saw it. The fat man is the boss of Yongfu Real Estate Development Company. It seems that the project contracted by Xiao Xinghua's company should be this fat man's real estate development. However, after looking at the current value of 5 million, Xiao Ran didn't know what to say. This fat man, with a negative net worth, should owe a lot of money. Real estate developers in small cities are generally in serious debt and will often go bankrupt or run away. They are far worse off than real estate developers in big cities like Xiaocheng. This fat man is probably not far from running away. No wonder he had to buy a used Mercedes-Benz S-Class to maintain appearances. Xiao Ran thought to himself, for business owners like this, even if they are heavily in debt, they will still buy a luxury car to maintain appearances. Xiao Ran began to feel a little sympathy for the fat man's female secretary, and even more sympathy for Xiao Xinghua's family. After all, Xiao Xinghua and his family have undertaken the real estate project of this fat man. If this fat man runs away, Xiao Xinghua's family is afraid that they will be unlucky. However, Xiao Ran also did not want to meddle in other people's business. From the attitude of Xiao Xinghua's family just now, Xiao Ran had already decided that he would no longer have anything to do with his uncle's family in the future. Even if Xiao Xinghua's family eventually went bankrupt and became heavily indebted, it was not something that Xiao Ran would care about. Whether Xiao Xinghua's family went bankrupt in the future or whatever, it had nothing to do with Xiao Ran and his family anymore. In this world, most family members prefer the rich to the poor. Family members dislike you if you are poor, and fear you if you are rich. As long as you are not their parents, the relationship with other family members is just so-so. No one wishes you well when you are not doing well. Xiao Ran was not a cold-blooded person, but his childhood experiences and the indifference of the Xiao family he saw since returning home made him no longer trust this group of relatives. Once, when Xiao Ran was in college, his family could not afford to pay for his tuition. It was about Xiao Ran's future. It was only 3,000 yuan, but Xiao Ran, who had just graduated from high school, cried for a whole day at the village entrance. No one would care about Xiao Ran. Even if 3,000 yuan was just a trivial matter for Xiao Xinghua at that time. What's more, Xiao Ran only borrowed the money, but what about Xiao Xinghua? He simply pretended not to see it and even kicked Xiao Yuanshan out of the house when he came to borrow money. A man like Xiao Xinghua would rather ingratiate himself with the bosses out there than help poor people like Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Ran has never understood why his father insisted on keeping up with Xiao Xinghua. Perhaps it was to get on well with Xiao Xinghua and help Xiao Ran in the future. But this time, after Xiao Ran came back and had this last meal, he wanted to tell his father. His son has made something of himself, and they don't need to ingratiate themselves with the Xiao Xinghua family anymore. His son has now reached a level that Xiao Xinghua and his family need to look up to. Xiao Ran was thinking to himself. Over there, as soon as Xiao Xinghua saw that it was Jin Sanpao arriving, he hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Boss Jin, why did you come only now? I've been waiting for you today. Xiao Xinghua looked respectful, and in front of Jin Sanpao, he was practically like a servile lackey. Jin Sanpao didn't pay much attention to Xiao Xinghua either, just briefly responding a few times. Xiao Xinghua, congratulations. Soon, Xiao Xinghua ushered Jin Sanpao in. Chapter 49. If you dare to hide it from your brother, I will teach you a lesson. When Jin Sanpao arrived, the banquet was considered to have officially begun. Seeing Xiao Xinghua's servile appearance, it can be said that instead of the main characters of this banquet being the newly engaged Xiao Chang and Lu Ying, it is better to say that the protagonist of this banquet is this fat man named Jin Sanpao. Xiao Xinghua was seen hurrying to seat the guests. The 12 tables outside in the open air were specially reserved for the other guests. And the 3 tables inside. One table was the main table, for the immediate family members of the Xiao Chang and Lu Ying families. One table was for Lu Ying's uncles and aunts, and one table was for Xiao Qing's uncles and aunts. Jin Sanpao's real estate project was constructed by more than 10 construction companies. Xiao Xinghua's construction company was one of them. Jin Sanpao was naturally invited to the main table, where he sat with Xiao Xinghua, Lu Tao, and the newlywed Xiao Chang and Lu Ying. The table on the left was occupied by Lu Ying's uncles and their families. The table on the right was occupied by Xiao Qing's eldest and second uncles and their families. Xiao Yuanshan was about to take Xiao Ran and the others to sit at that table on the right when Xiao Qing quickly walked over. Alas, uncle, this table is full. Why don't you go outside and see if there are any empty seats outside? Xiao Qing said with a smile. Xiao Yuanshan's face changed. At this time, Xiao Ran also felt a little anger in his heart. There were clearly a few seats on the right, but Xiao Qing just wanted to stop them from sitting down. It was obvious that Xiao Qing didn't want Xiao Yuanshan and the others to sit down, and wanted his eldest and second uncles and their families to sit more comfortably. Let's go, Dad. No one welcomes us here, so why are we still here? Xiao Ran was about to lose his temper, but he was stopped by Xiao Yuanshan. I just looked and there are still many seats outside, let's go sit outside. Xiao Yuanshan said with a sigh. Seeing that Xiao Yuanshan was stopping him, Xiao Ran was completely at a loss. Just then, Xiao Chang was even more arrogant. Keqin, there is still a seat here, you sit here. My second uncle and his family can just go sit outside. Xiao Chang pointed to a seat next to his second uncle and said to Han Keqin. No one noticed Xiao Qing's attentiveness, but Lu Ying, the heroine of the day, did. She snorted at Xiao Chang and gave him a wink. As if to say, if you dare to do this today, I will show you. No need. Han Keqin saw this scene, and she, who had been calm, began to get angry. What kind of cousin is this, what kind of relative is this? Han Keqin whispered to Xiao Ran after rejecting Xiao Chang. Although Xiao Ran was angry, he was also helpless when he saw his father's appearance. So, Xiao Yuanshan took Xiao Ran and Xiao Yan out of the hall. Uncle, sit here. At that moment, from a table outside, a young man of medium height but stocky build called out enthusiastically to Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Hong? Xiao Ran looked at the young man and recognized him immediately. Xiao Hong was the only son of Xiao Yuanshan's cousin, 2 years younger than Xiao Ran. Because he did not study, he started working in society at an early age. Xiao Yuanshan's cousin also died very young, when Xiao Hong was young. Xiao Hong's mother also ran away, and Xiao Hong was brought up by his grandparents when he was young. However, Xiao Hong's grandparents also passed away soon after, so they grew up eating food from hundreds of families. Xiao Hong saw Xiao Ran and hurried over. Brother, you're back? Xiao Hong saw Xiao Ran's face full of surprise. He hadn't seen Xiao Ran for a long time. Since childhood, he had been the shadow following Xiao Ran. In the village, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hong were both the objects of contempt of the other children in the village. No one wanted to play with them, so when they were young, they were the only ones playing together. You've grown up, kid. Xiao Ran patted Xiao Hong's head. Although Xiao Hong was also 21 years old, he was only 1.65 meters tall, and in front of the 1.8 meter tall Xiao Ran, he still looked like a child. Brother, wait. Then Xiao Hong shouted at the table behind him. Soon, a woman in her 20s came to the front of Xiao Ran and Xiao Hong, holding a newborn baby in her arms. Brother, this is my wife, Lu Huilan. This is my son, Xiao Bin. Xiao Hong introduced to Xiao Ran. Well, you've already got a wife and a child. You drive faster than your brother," Xiao Ran said teasingly. Xiao Hong felt a little embarrassed when he heard Xiao Ran say this. However, Lu Huilan behind Xiao Hong was wearing worn-out clothes, and looked at Xiao Ran with a timid look. The child in her arms was also wearing clothes sewn together with rags. Xiao Ran couldn't help but frown when he looked at the way Xiao Hong's family was dressed. Xiao Yuanshan also said to Xiao Ran, "Xiao Hong is a pity. Since you are back this time, you should catch up with Xiao Hong. Uncle, brother, everyone, don't stand there, go sit at my table." Soon, the 4 members of the Xiao family plus Han Keqin sat at the table with the 3 members of the Xiao family. "Brother, this is your sister-in-law, right?" As soon as he sat down, Xiao Hong noticed Han Keqin. However, Xiao Hong was more simple and honest, and his gaze at Han Keqin was not as mean as Xiao Qing's. Xiao Ran nodded in reply. "Your sister-in-law is very pretty." Xiao Hong grinned and said with a smile, "Brother, you must be doing very well now. You're the only university student in our family. Xiao Qing and Xiao Ting are like that, they didn't study much and made a little money and then they're so arrogant. They act like they're big bosses all day long, but they're still relying on their father." Speaking of which, Xiao Hong looked at Xiao Qing and Xiao Ting, who were sitting in the hall, with contempt. Xiao Hong had never liked Xiao Qing and Xiao Ting since they were young. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, had been Xiao Hong's idol since childhood, not to mention the fact that Xiao Ran had been admitted to university. Xiao Hong's admiration for Xiao Ran was obvious. "I'm doing pretty well," Xiao Ran said politely. "Xiao Hong, what about you? What are you doing now? Are you doing well?" Xiao Ran asked Xiao Hong. "Me? I'm doing okay too," Xiao Hong said, but from Xiao Hong's slightly tired expression. And looking at Lu Huilan, who looked sad, and Xiao Bin in Lu Huilan's arms. Xiao Ran obviously felt that Xiao Hong was not doing well. There was no need to pursue it. Xiao Ran used his superpower to look at the top of Xiao Hong's head. Xiao Hong, 21 years old, a water delivery worker at Puxi Pure Water Plant in Puxi Town, worth 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan in debt? Xiao Ran looked at Xiao Hong and sighed. Without Xiao Hong having to say anything, Xiao Ran could already see Xiao Hong's current situation clearly. "Just tell me how you're getting on. If you dare to hide it from your brother, I'll teach you a lesson," Xiao Ran said sternly. Chapter 50: Xiao Hong's difficulties. Seeing Xiao Ran's stern expression, Xiao Hong hesitated and was still hesitant. "Xiao Hong, just tell your brother what's going on." Xiao Yuanshan also encouraged Xiao Hong to speak up. He knew that his son was now a big boss. Xiao Hong had grown up since childhood, and felt that since Xiao Ran had already made a lot of money, he should still help his brother Xiao Hong a little. Xiao Hong was still hesitant, but when he saw Xiao Yuanshan say it, he no longer hesitated. "Brother, it's not that big a deal. I work at the Puxi Pure Water Plant now, and I'm paid by the bucket. I can earn $1 for delivering a bucket of water. Sometimes, I can deliver more than 100 buckets of water a day. I can earn more than $100. Xiao Hong said to Xiao Ran. "I'm not asking you to tell me how much money you can make now. I want you to tell me what difficulties you are facing now." Xiao Ran frowned and said sternly, "Don't think I don't know that you are in trouble. You must tell me clearly about this matter," Xiao Ran said. Seeing Xiao Ran's serious expression, Xiao Hong felt bad about hiding it anymore. "Brother, I won't hide it from you either. I am indeed not doing well right now. I originally had a wife and child, and I delivered water at the water plant, but I didn't make much money. But it was enough to cover the expenses of the family of 3. However, Xiaobin went to the hospital for a checkup some time ago. He was born with a disability in his ear. He can't hear very well when people speak. So Lan and I borrowed money from everywhere, from relatives and neighbors. We borrowed a total of 100,000 yuan, plus the 50,000 yuan I saved over the years. Together, it's 150,000 yuan, but it only temporarily cured Xiaobin's one ear. To completely cure his other ear, another 150,000 yuan is needed. The doctor said that if we don't operate this year, we will miss the treatment period. Xiaobin's one ear will be permanently disabled. But we can no longer raise another penny." Xiao Hong said this with a sad look, almost about to cry. "Brother, you don't need to worry about this. It's fine to be able to cure one ear, just that he won't hear as clearly as other children, but at least he can still hear. Maybe this is Xiao Bin's fate." Xiao Hong sighed. He didn't want to tell Xiao Ran about this. Xiao Ran's family was already having so much trouble. Regardless of whether or not it would be helpful to tell him, even if it would, Xiao Hong didn't want to burden Xiao Ran. Because of Xiao Ran's personality, he would definitely use all his money to help him. But how much money could Xiao Ran make working part-time? At best, he would make a few tens of thousands of dollars a year. What's more, Xiao Ran hadn't even found a wife yet. Xiao Hong didn't want to burden him. "Brother, don't worry about this," Xiao Hong said. "Give me your bank card." Xiao Ran said nothing, but said lightly, and held out a hand to Xiao Hong. "Brother, what?" "I said, give me your bank card." "But, brother." "Don't worry about it so much, just give me your bank card," Xiao Ran said again with a serious expression. Seeing Xiao Ran's serious expression, Xiao Hong had no choice but to take his bank card out of his bag. Xiao Ran took Xiao Hong's bank card and opened his phone to operate on it. With a ding-dong sound, the message came: "Your savings card with the last digit 4380 has been credited with 500,000 yuan at 1812 on February 17, and the current balance is 500,221 yuan." Xiao Hong looked at the text message alert sent from his phone in disbelief. 300,000 yuan, you can use it to pay off debts and treat your child's illness. The other 200,000 yuan is my contribution to your wedding to your wife. After all, I wasn't there when you got married. When Xiao Hong and Lu Huilan got married, they didn't have a banquet. There weren't many relatives anyway, and those who were rarely interacted with Xiao Hong. So when Xiao Hong and Lu Huilan got married, they didn't have a banquet. "Brother, how can you do this? How can I take your money?" Xiao Hong anxiously said to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran didn't say anything. Xiao Yuanshan said, "Just take it, your brother has made money now." "But uncle, I can't take this." Xiao Hong was anxious. "If you don't take this money, don't ever call me brother again," Xiao Ran said sternly. "We have all suffered, do you want Xiao Bin to suffer like you for the rest of his life?" With a sob, Xiao Hong couldn't help but cry. It really is a heartbreaking situation. Xiao Hong, who had never had the support of his parents, was crying like a baby. Since his son had fallen ill, he had indeed had a very hard time. He also sincerely didn't want his son to become disabled, even if it was just losing an ear. After all, this was about Xiao Bin's life's destiny. Sometimes the poor are just so powerless in the face of reality. Fortunately, Xiao Hong had a brother like Xiao Ran. Although he was not a biological brother, he was better than a biological brother. "Quickly, Huilan, let's quickly thank brother," Xiao Hong hurriedly said to Lu Huilan. Subsequently, Lu Huilan and Xiao Hong directly knelt on the ground and bowed to Xiao Ran. "Xiao Hong, what are you doing? Get up quickly." "Sister-in-law, you get up quickly too." Xiao Ran quickly stood up and helped the two of them up. "Brother, let's not talk about anything else. In this life, if you want me to do anything, I will definitely do it without saying a word." Xiao Hong was pulled up by Xiao Ran, but he still said to Xiao Ran, "Brother, I don't want you to do anything for me, as long as you and your wife and children live a good life. Raise my big nephew well and grow up, that's the best repayment for me," Xiao Ran said. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Xiao Hong's face was still full of gratitude. "Don't just stand there, hurry, eat." At this time, Xiao Yuanshan spoke. "Yes, if there's anything, let's talk while we eat." Feng Xiulian, who was sitting next to Xiao Yuanshan, also said. So Xiao Ran sat down with the Xiao family. During the banquet, Xiao Xingwa sat inside the house and chatted with the so-called bosses. In the courtyard, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hong were also catching up. The meal was almost over. Some children had already started running around, looking for friends to play with. Xiao Yan followed Xiao Han everywhere to play. Xiao Yan followed Xiao Han outside the courtyard to play. "Little sister, come chase me," Xiao Han said to Xiao Yan as he ran. At that moment, Xiao Han tripped over a tree branch. He fell violently to the ground. There was a sharp stone on the ground. Xiao Han. Xiao Han's mother and grandmother couldn't help screaming when they saw that Xiao Han's head was about to hit the sharp stone. Xiao Han's mother looked at Xiao Han, who was in danger, and was so nervous that she almost burst into tears. Chapter 51. My sister Xiao Ran, can you teach her a lesson? The situation was very urgent. If Xiao Han's head hit the sharp stone on the ground, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Xiao Han's grandmother and mother screamed, everyone's attention in the courtyard turned to them. Xiao Ting was also scared and sweating when he saw his son about to fall onto the sharp stone. Just as Xiao Han's head was about to hit the sharp stone, Xiao Yan, who was standing behind Xiao Han, stretched out her hand and pulled Xiao Han hard. She pulled Xiao Han to her side. Xiao Yan's pull also caused Xiao Han to deviate from his original trajectory. However, Xiao Yan also lost her balance for a moment as she was pulled by Xiao Han. They both fell heavily to the side. Fortunately, there were no stones on the side. They only heard a loud crack. Xiao Yan and Xiao Han fell heavily to the ground. The metal buttons on Xiao Yan's clothes had been worn for a long time and the buttons had become a little broken. The slightly uneven buttons followed the trajectory of Xiao Yan's fall directly. A heavy scratch was made on the tail of the car next to Xiao Yan. This car was the second-hand Mercedes-Benz S400L driven by Jean Sanpao. At this moment, Xiao Han's mother and grandmother saw that Xiao Han was unharmed and also let out a sigh of relief. After all, Xiao Han is the eldest grandson of Xiao Xinghua, and the Xiao family dotes on him. However, it was Jean Sanpao who let out a surprised cry this time. And when Xiao Xinghua saw the big scratch on Jean Sanpao's Mercedes-Benz S-Class, he was also shocked. Jean Sanpao is Xiao Xinghua's main source of income. Xiao Cheng also saw Jean Sanpao's reaction and that of his father. He was also a bit unnerved, as he was also anxious to impress Jean Sanpao and his father. He immediately ran from the hall. Then he rushed outside the courtyard. He came to Xiao Yan and Xiao Han. "You little rascal, where are your eyes?" Xiao Cheng didn't care. Xiao Yan had accidentally scratched the paint on Jean Sanpao's Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan in order to save her nephew, Xiao Han. He directly yelled at Xiao Yan. "You've corrupted our Xiao Han." Looking at Xiao Qing's fierce appearance, Xiao Han was trembling with fear on the side. Xiao Yan's face turned red, and then she burst into tears. The crying was so loud that everyone in the courtyard could hear it. This Xiao Qing, there was no need to scare a child. Exactly, people are still children. Everyone in the courtyard began to discuss it. The people from Xiao Xing's country looked at Xiao Qing, who was scolding Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yan, who was crying from fear, with a face of indifference. Xiao Qing had originally wanted to show off in front of Jean Sanpao and Xiao Xinghua. When the people in the courtyard started talking about it, he felt a bit embarrassed. His face turned red with anger. "I'll kill you, you little rascal." Xiao Qing raised his hand and hit Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Qing was not very tall, only about 1.72 meters. But after all, he was an adult, and Xiao Yan was just a little girl under the age of 10. And the strength with which Xiao Qing brought his hand down was obvious. If this slap were to land on an adult's face, it would hurt like hell. Not to mention a little girl under the age of 10 like Xiao Yan. Seeing Xiao Qing's hand about to land the slap, Xiao Yan was so scared that she directly lost her mind. However, when Xiao Qing's palm was about to fall, it suddenly stopped. Xiao Ran didn't know when he came in front of Xiao Yan. He saw Xiao Qing's hand being grabbed by Xiao Ran with all his strength. Xiao Ran's strength directly grabbed Xiao Qing so that he could not move at all. Xiao Qing felt as if his hand had been clamped by some kind of machine. Not only could he not move, but there was even a vague pain. And this pain was actually getting stronger and stronger. "My sister Xiao Ran, is it possible for you to teach her a lesson?" Xiao Ran shouted at Xiao Qing. Although Xiao Ran was relatively weak before, she was still a big girl of more than 1.8 meters tall. Moreover, since awakening her superpowers, Xiao Ran had started to make some money. So when she was not busy, she often went to the gym. With her diet and training, Xiao Ran's body was now very strong. It was just that it could not be seen through the thick winter clothes. And when he was at Golden Shield, Xiao Ran often asked Wu Xing for advice on combat techniques. Not to mention Wu Xing, who is a world-ranked 17th place killer agent. In terms of strength, he is more than enough to be an instructor for a powerful retired member of the War Department like Li Tai. Xiao Ran studied with Wu Xing at Golden Shield for a few months. His strength and physique are already no worse than those of the ordinary retired members of Golden Shield. As for Xiao Qing, this idiot is no match for Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran saw that Xiao Qing was about to hit Xiao Yan with his hand, so he tightly grasped Xiao Qing's hand with one hand. Before Xiao Qing could say the word pain, Xiao Ran suddenly kicked Xiao Qing in the stomach. Xiao Qing was kicked by Xiao Ran, and suddenly felt like he had been hit by a car. A trace of blood oozed from Xiao Qing's mouth. Xiao Qing was directly kicked 2 meters away by Xiao Ran, curled up, and for a while, he was unable to get up. The scene of Xiao Ran kicking Xiao Qing was immediately seen by everyone present. Many people couldn't help exclaiming, and even Han Keqin had never seen Xiao Ran hit someone before. Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Xiulian were also worried about their daughter, and now that they saw Xiao Ran block Xiao Qing's slap, they secretly let out a sigh of relief. However, Xiao Xinghua and Xiao Ting were not calm. Xiao Ran, what are you doing? He is your cousin. Xiao Xinghua immediately ran out of the courtyard with Xiao Ting, and quickly helped Xiao Qing up. He scolded Xiao Ran in the tone of an elder. Xiao Ran, are you crazy? Luing also hurried over when she saw her fiancé being beaten. What are you doing? He, Xiao Qing, is nothing, how dare he hit my sister? Xiao Ran's anger had not subsided yet. Xiao Xinghua and Xiao Ting wanted to take action against Xiao Ran to help Xiao Qing get back at him. But after seeing how Xiao Ran had beaten Xiao Qing, they were suddenly hesitant. Xiao Xinghua also understood that even if they all joined forces, they would not be a match for Xiao Ran. He really wondered where Xiao Ran had learned all his kung fu. Xiao Ran, look at what your sister has done. You scratched Boss Jin's car. Xiao Ting didn't dare fight Xiao Ran, so he had to use the car as an excuse. He didn't mention at all that Xiao Yan had accidentally scratched Jin Sanpeo's car in order to save her son Xiao Han. Xiao Ting thought to himself, you're so good at fighting, aren't you? We're not going to fight you, but you're going to lose if you have to pay for the damage. Jin Sanpao was slightly moved when he saw Xiao Xinghua and his two sons defending him. So, he dragged his obese body and swayed as he walked out of the yard. Where did this brat come from? Do you know what kind of car this is? Do you know how expensive this car is? Jin Sanpao said to Xiao Ran with great pain in his heart as he saw his beloved car scratched. With the shabby appearance of your family, can you afford to pay for my car? I can't afford it? Xiao Ran sneered. At that moment, Xiao Ran's phone rang. Xiao Ran answered the call. Hello, Mr. Xiao, this is Zhou Qiong, the person in charge of Taiyang Insurance Company in Yunyang City. Mr. Xiao, we have already replaced the tires on your Cullinan, and the tow truck has arrived at the address you gave us yesterday. Where are you now? We are here to get your signature. Zhou Qiong said respectfully over the phone. Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Xiao Ran looked at the arrogant Jin Sanpao and Xiao Xinghua's family, and a hint of mockery and amusement appeared on his face. Xiao Ran's expression, which carried a hint of amusement, made Jin Sanpao and Xiao Xinghua and the others freeze in their tracks. Chapter 52, No Relatives Like You. Xiao Ran, what are you smiling at? Xiao Xinghua looked at Xiao Ran's smile, which carried a hint of amusement, and felt a little uncomfortable. I'm asking you a question. Can you afford to pay for this Boss Jin's car? If you can't, then kneel down and apologize to Boss Jin properly. Maybe Boss Jin is generous and will let you pay less. Xiao Xinghua said. Xiao Ran, let me tell you, Boss Jin's car is a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which costs millions. Don't blame me for not telling you, so get yourself ready mentally. Xiao Ting also stood up and introduced Xiao Ran, wanting to see the sight of Xiao Ran begging everyone on his knees because he couldn't pay. But that being said, even if Xiao Ran kneeled down and begged them, Boss Jin would probably not let Xiao Ran pay less. They just simply wanted to see Xiao Ran make a fool of himself and then fall into despair. At this time, the one who was most worried about Xiao Ran was Xiao Hong, while Xiao Yuanshan and Han Keqin were not worried. Because they knew that a Mercedes-Benz S-Class was not a good car in front of Xiao Ran. However, Xiao Hong did not know this, and he was still thinking that when Xiao Ran had to pay the money, he would have to return the 500,000 yuan to Xiao Ran. Xiao Qing was supported by Xiao Ting and Xiao Yuanshan. He also wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Xiao Ran with a cold expression and then looked at Han Keqin next to him. He thought to himself. Being able to fight is useful? In this world, you still have to look at money. Xiao Qing wanted to see Xiao Ran's girlfriend Han Keqin personally watch the embarrassing look of Xiao Ran being unable to pay. Then Han Keqin would leave Xiao Ran, and he could then dump Lu Ling and boldly pursue Han Keqin. Looking at Han Keqin's beautiful face and hot body, Xiao Qing seemed to have forgotten the pain. He kept fantasizing in his mind. He thought that although he had never been to school, he could earn more than 1 million yuan a year by contracting construction sites with his father and eldest brother. He could also get several 100,000 yuan a year for himself. With such conditions, where could he find such a job in a small city like Yunyang? Xiao Ran's phone call had not yet ended. He looked at Jin Sanpao and the crowd from Xiao Xinghua. Xiao Ran smiled. Then he said into the phone. Manager Zhou. Mr. Xiao, don't call me that, just call me Xiao Wu. Zhou Qiang on the other end of the line still said respectfully. Xiao Ran, this is a major customer of their Taiyang company, and they have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in premiums every year. They should treat them like family. Manager Zhou, I appreciate your hard work. Drive the trailer to number 28, Lotus Village. If you don't know the way, just ask someone in the village. Xiao Ran said. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Zhou Qiang agreed very decisively. Okay, Mr. Xiao, we have already arrived at Lotus Village. We will definitely deliver the car to you within 2 minutes. As soon as Xiao Ran finished speaking, it wasn't long before. A trailer with a brand new black Rolls-Royce Cullinan mounted on it drove up from afar. When this trailer appeared, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. It wasn't that the trailer appeared out of nowhere. It was the black Rolls-Royce Cullinan on the trailer, which looked very luxurious and beautiful. They could say that they had never seen such a car in their lives. Even in the entire Xizang province, there were not many Cullinans. At this moment, any car parked in front of Xiaoxing's country house. Xiaoting's Volkswagen Touareg or Jean Sanbao's used Mercedes-Benz S-Class. In front of this Rolls-Royce Cullinan, they also became instantly eclipsed. It was like a crane standing among chickens. The suddenly appeared Cullinan was so dazzling in front of the 10 cars in the doorway. Oh my god, that's a Cullinan. Many of the bosses here couldn't help but exclaim. Jean Sanbao and Xiao Xinghua and the others were also dumbfounded. But what made them even more dumbfounded was still to come. They saw a man in a suit get out of the passenger seat of the trailer. The man respectfully ran up to Xiao Ran. Since Xiao Ran's car had a flat tire yesterday, he came in person to tow it. Naturally, he immediately recognized Xiao Ran. Mr. Xiao, we have repaired your Cullinan. Where would you like it parked? The man in a suit was none other than Zhou Qiang, the regional manager of Taiyang Insurance Company, who had spoken with Xiao Ran earlier. Xiao. President Xiao? You're calling him President Xiao? Xiao Qing looked at the scene in disbelief. Jean Sanpao and Xiao Xinghua and the others also looked in disbelief. And, you're saying that this Cullinan worth 7 or 8 million is Xiao Ran's? Xiao Cheng felt at this moment as if everything was an illusion. This can't be true. Xiao Cheng muttered, but after pinching his cheeks to confirm, he was sure he wasn't dreaming. Jean Sanpao's expression also changed dramatically as he watched the scene. Ah, Cullinan, even if he is the owner of a real estate development company, he has never seen such a luxury car. Jean Sanpao immediately felt that Xiao Ran was definitely extraordinary, and he regretted a little that he had just wanted to claim compensation from him. Apart from Jean Sanpao and the Xiao family, the one who was most shocked was Lu Ying. At the moment, Lu Ying looked at the scene blankly, completely dumbfounded. She had never thought that the man who had once had her father withdraw the engagement for her, the man she had never looked up to, was actually able to own a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce one day. Thinking about Xiao Qing's forgetfulness in the face of beauty, as well as his short stature half a head shorter than Xiao Ran, and his appearance that was a lot uglier than Xiao Ran's, Lu Ying already felt 1,000 regrets in her heart. If only at the beginning, I hadn't let my father go back on the engagement. Or, if I had made things right with Xiao Ran, then would what I have been able to have been very different from what I have now? Would I have been able to live the life of an upper-class person from then on? At this moment, Lu Ying understood why Xiao Ran was able to find a girlfriend as beautiful as Han Keqin, who was even more beautiful than a movie star. It turned out that it was not as she had thought, that Xiao Ran was not good enough for Han Keqin. It now seemed that it was Han Keqin who had married above her station. However, there was no such thing as a regret pill in this world, and even if Lu Ying had not been engaged to Xiao Qing, she would still be far inferior to Han Keqin. At this moment, Xiao Ran, who had not spoken up until now, spoke. Xiao Ran looked at the so-called relatives in front of him with a cold smile. He then looked at Jean Sanpao's Mercedes-Benz S-Class car, which had a wall on the right, trees on the left, and a pit in front. Jean Sanpao was afraid that his car would be accidentally scratched by someone else's car, so he deliberately parked in such a location where it would not be next to anyone else's car. Mercedes-Benz S-Class, right? A luxury car, right? I can't afford to pay for it, right? Xiao Ran said mockingly. Manager Zhou, park my car outside this Mercedes-Benz. As soon as Zhou Qiang heard Xiao Ran's words, he didn't hesitate for a second and quickly brought the tow truck over. He saw that the Cullinan had been unloaded directly, just blocking the only exit for the Mercedes-Benz South Class to drive out. Subsequently, Xiao Ran took out 2,000 yuan from his pocket. He threw it directly at Jin Sanpao in front of him. Don't you know that other people don't know about your car? I know it's a 2015 Mercedes-Benz S-Class bought from a used car dealership. It's a broken-down car from the grandpa generation. Here's 2,000 yuan for you to use for repainting. My Cullinan is not a good car either. But I'm parking it here today, and no one is allowed to move it. Xiao Ran said loudly to everyone at the scene. What? So this car is second-hand? No wonder it looks a little bit old-fashioned. At this time, the guests who did not know anything about cars also started to discuss among themselves, as if they had understood something. Hearing Xiao Ran expose his own secret in front of everyone, Jin Sanpao also felt a bit embarrassed. Moreover, his second-hand Mercedes-Benz was blocked by Xiao Ran's Cullinan. If it were an ordinary car, he might drive it to forcefully push the blocking car aside. But this is a Cullinan. A casual scratch on the Cullinan will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair. If the body is damaged or something, it will cost millions to repair. Given his current assets, how dare Jin Sanpao do such a thing? Besides, the person who can drive a Cullinan is definitely no good, and Jin Sanpao knows this. For small bosses like them who are strong on the outside but weak on the inside, they can still say that they are buying a luxury car forcibly to boost their reputation. But this Cullinan is definitely not something that the young man in front of him would use to impress people. Only someone with real money would spend 7 to 8 million yuan on a luxury car like this. Mr. Xiao, it was all a misunderstanding. Jin Sanpao picked up the 2,000 yuan that Xiao Ran had thrown in front of him and tried to hand it back to him. Seeing that Xiao Ran had blocked his car with the Cullinan, he didn't dare to move it in the face of such an expensive car. He could only apologize. His Mercedes-Benz S-Class is currently his only means of transportation and social tool. He is also hoping to drive around in it during the New Year's holiday to visit people, so that the bank will give him some more time to repay the loan. Otherwise, if the people at the bank see that he no longer even has a decent car, they will probably force him to jump off a building. Xiao Xinghua, look at what your son has done. This little girl just accidentally scratched my car. Is your little son still a human being? Such a little girl, and she still wants to hit someone. If you hurt someone, your company can go to hell. We, Yangfu Real Estate Development Company, don't need contractors like you. You can forget about the project for the wall of our building. Jin Sanpao turned to Xiao Xinghua and started to swear at him. Xiao Xinghua was immediately flustered by the scolding. In recent years, their company has only taken on projects from Yangfu Real Estate Development Company. If this project fails, where will they find work in the short term? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xinghua immediately walked up to Xiao Chang and slapped him, knocking the wind out of him. Dad, why did you hit me? Xiao Qing covered his face and wailed. How dare you say that? Why did you hit me? Xia Yan is your cousin, how could you do that? Xiao Xinghua then turned to Jin Sanpao and said, Mr. Jin, please calm down. Then he looked at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, Xiao Qing did wrong in this matter, and as an elder brother, I failed to control my own son. I apologize to you. Xiao Xinghua still spoke to Xiao Ran as his elder brother, hoping that Xiao Ran would forgive Xiao Cheng for the past, considering that he was his elder brother. Moreover, Xiao Xinghua never imagined that Xiao Ran would become so rich that he could afford to drive a Range Rover. Xiao Xinghua realized at this moment that he actually had such a wealthy nephew. Xiao Xinghua, who had always liked to look down on the poor and love the rich, immediately became interested and wanted to flatter Xiao Ran and say kind words to him in the future. If he could get connected to Xiao Ran, then his family would definitely be able to soar to great heights in the future. However, all of this was just Xiao Xinghua's own fantasy. Soon, Xiao Xinghua's fantasy was shattered by reality. At this moment, Xiao Ran looked at Xiao Xinghua, who had changed his face so quickly, and felt very ironic. Just now, Xiao Xinghua's family treated him and his family like this. Now that they have seen that Xiao Ran has revealed his identity as a rich man, they have immediately changed their faces and rushed over to flatter him. Yes, Xiao Ran, Xiao Qing was also too reckless. I also want to thank Xiao Yan for saving our family. Xiao Han. Xiao Han, quickly thank your sister-in-law. Xiao Ting quickly pulled Xiao Han, who was still in a daze from the fear of Xiao Qing's actions just now, over to him. Thank you? What did your family do before? Xiao Ran sneered. You wouldn't let my dad sit at the table. You tried to hit on my girlfriend. And you even dared to hit my sister. Do you really think I'm someone to be bullied? Xiao Ran looked at the Xiao Xinghua family like they were retarded. I came to dinner with my father today, and I was hoping that after all these years, your family might have changed. After all, we are relatives. But what happened today has opened my eyes. I'm putting it here today. Our family is severing ties with your family, the Xiaoxinghua family, from now on. I, Xiaoran, don't have relatives like you. As he said this, Xiaoran became even more furious. Xiaoxinghua heard Xiaoran's words and his face changed. He looked at his younger brother Xiao Yuanshan on the side. He wanted Xiao Yuanshan to help intercede. Xiao Yuanshan, who had always been weak and humble, was also very angry at the moment. He said to Xiaoxinghua, "Big brother, although I, Xiao Yuanshan, am poor, I still value feelings. I am close to your family, not because your family is rich. And I don't want anything from your family. It's all because you are my only real big brother. When your family built this house, I came to help without saying a word. You gave each worker who helped build the house 200 yuan a day, and I never asked you for a penny? Have I ever eaten a meal at your house? Once when you were working outside, Xiaoqing's son got sick, and I carried him all the way up the mountain for more than 10 kilometers to the hospital. But I never imagined that you would end up like this today." Then Xiao Yuanshan looked at Xiaoran and said loudly, "Son, I support you." Xiao Yuanshan looked at Xiaoran with a hint of relief in his eyes, as if to say, "My son has finally grown up and become promising." Hearing that Xiao Yuanshan also had this attitude, Xiaoxinghua knew that it was no longer possible to reconcile with the Xiaoran family. "It's not over yet." Xiaoran spoke at this time. Chapter 53, we were just acting out a scene. Hearing Xiaoran's words, everyone became a little curious. "Jin Sanpao, your Yangfu Real Estate Development Company, Limited is going to collapse, isn't it? How much do you owe outside? Don't you need to clarify with your business partners?" Xiaoran said with a smile. Jin Sanpao was obviously stunned when he heard Xiaoran's words. He wondered how this kid knew that the project his company developed was about to collapse. But his expression did not change. His attitude, which had previously been one of flattery towards Xiaoran, instantly became anxious. "Don't you slander me. My company is doing well." Jin Sanpao said anxiously. "I'm slandering you?" Xiaoran laughed. "If you're interested in your debt situation, just go to Yunyang Commercial Bank and check it out," Xiaoran said to the people around him. Apart from Xiaoxinghua's family, everyone else around them also had business dealings with Jin Sanpao's real estate project. Take Lu Ying's family as an example. Xiaoxinghua is responsible for the exterior wall construction for Yangfu Real Estate. Lu Tao provides concrete for Xiaoxinghua, and the remaining bosses also provide materials for Yangfu Real Estate indirectly through Xinghua Construction Engineering Company. If Jin Sanpao's real estate project really fails as Xiaoran said, then everyone here, whether they are big bosses or small bosses, will be implicated. What? Boss Jin, Xiaoran, he can't be serious, can he? At this moment, no one was more anxious than Xiaoxinghua. The other bosses were only indirectly related to Jin Sanpao. But he was different. Jin Sanpao owed him 3.5 million in unpaid construction fees. 2 million of that was the workers' wages, and 500,000 was the material costs of these bosses, all of which were counted on Xiaoxinghua. If Jin Sanpao can settle the bill smoothly, then he will earn a net profit of 1 million on this project. That is why Xiaoxinghua treats Jin Sanpao like a VIP, hoping to get more work from Yangfu Real Estate. But he never expected Xiaoran to say something that made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. Jin Sanpao was a little puzzled that Xiaoran knew which bank he owed money to. Moreover, if he just went to that bank and checked, he would immediately find out the details of his assets. At this, Jin Sanpao also began to stammer and could not speak. What? What do you mean what? Jin Sanpao, tell me the truth. Xiaoxinghua was about to roar. If Jin Sanpao fell, then Xiaoxinghua would have to repay the debt of 2.5 million alone. Even if he sold his company, he still couldn't pay off the 2.5 million. Even Xiao Ting and Xiao Chang, who were standing nearby, were pale with anxiety. In just one night, they had experienced the kind of contrast from heaven to earth. At this time, several small business owners present were not calm. Boss Xiao, let me tell you, I supplied the materials to you. The contract was also signed directly with you, and I have nothing to do with Yangfu Real Estate Development Company. Even if Jin Sanpao has to go down, you still have to pay me the balance. Some of the bosses spoke directly to Xiaoxinghua. They didn't want Xiaoxinghua to use the bankruptcy of Yangfu Real Estate Development Company as an excuse. After all, they only had a direct business relationship with Xiao Xinghua. At that moment, Lu Tao also walked over. Xiao Xinghua, my daughter just told me that she actually doesn't have much feeling for your son. Forget about their marriage. Lu Tao said coldly. Although Xiao Xinghua also owed him money, at this time, he knew that it was useless to kick someone when they were down. Jin Sanpao and Xiao Xinghua were finished for good this time, and no one could save them. The only thing Lu Tao could do was to dissolve the relationship between Xiao Chang and his daughter. From then on, he would no longer have any relationship with the Xiao family, lest he be dragged down by Xiao Xinghua. Luing, let's go. Lu Tao said to his daughter beside him. Then he took Luing straight away and prepared to leave. Luing, don't go. I love you, Luing. At this moment, Xiao Cheng was anxious. Originally, today was the engagement banquet for him and Luing, but he didn't expect so many changes to happen. Xiao Qing hurriedly prayed to Luing. Then, he pushed away Xiao Ting, who was supporting him. He staggered to Lu Ying's side. He hugged Lu Ying's thighs. Sobbing, Xiao Qing told Luing about the bits and pieces of their time together. That's enough, Xiao Qing. Don't pretend. We were just playing along. You know, the only reason I stayed with you was because I saw that your family had a bit of money. You don't have much education, but you can still earn a few 100,000 yuan a year following in your father's footsteps. I know that you don't actually love me as a person, but only my education, my figure and appearance, right? I didn't know how blind I was when I first fell for you. You think I didn't see the way you, the scum, just looked at your cousin Xiaoran's girlfriend? You even have designs on your cousin's girlfriend. You're nothing but an animal. If it weren't for your cousin, I wouldn't even know that your family is in such a shitty state. You still want to be with me? Go look in the mirror. Afterwards, Luing looked at Xiao Ran and revealed a look of gratitude. After that, Luing forcibly removed Xiao Qing's hand, which was holding her thigh. Without looking back, she got into Lu Tao's car and left. That, Manager Zhou. Xiao Ran said to Zhou Qiang, the manager of Taiyang Insurance Company, who had not yet left. Manager Xiao, if there is anything you need, just tell me, don't be polite. Zhou Qiang respectfully said to Xiao Ran. That, you see, my car is now unable to move. Xiao Ran just wanted to use his car to block Jin Sanpao's Mercedes-Benz S-Class. If he dared to move it, Xiao Ran would make him go bankrupt. At least until Xiao Ran returned to Xiaocheng, Xiao Ran had no intention of moving the car again. This would allow Jin Sanpao's disguise to be torn apart even faster. It would also make Jin Sanpao go bankrupt even faster. As for the Xiao Xinghua family, Xiao Ran also didn't want to bother with them and just wanted to see them go bankrupt. I want to rent a car. Can you help me rent one? Ah, Mr. Xiao, you mean rent a car? Well, rent a car, just for 7 days, any car will do, just for a few days as a substitute for walking. Xiao Ran said. This made Zhou Qiang a bit difficult. After all, they were an insurance company, not a car rental company. It didn't involve the car rental business. But Xiao Ran was a big customer, and no matter what, Zhou Qiang would try his best to meet Xiao Ran's request. Mr. Xiao, our company is not involved in the car rental business. But if you want to use a car, I can let you use my car for a few days. As long as you don't mind, it's an Audi A3L. Zhou Qiang felt a little embarrassed. An Audi A3L is not expensive, and it only costs about 100,000 yuan. It's just an A-class car with relatively little space, so I'm afraid Xiao Ran won't like it. Okay, I'll only use it for a few days. Xiao Ran then took out 10,000 yuan and gave it to Zhou Qiang. Chapter 54, Puxi Mineral Development Company, Ltd. Oh, Mr. Xiao, I can't take your money. Zhou Qiang was a little flattered. You take it, I've never taken advantage of others. It's hard for you to get the car for me tomorrow. Xiao Ran said. Zhou Qiang heard Xiao Ran's words and no longer refused, but he didn't expect that he would earn 10,000 yuan by lending the car to Xiao Ran for a few days, and his heart was suddenly filled with joy. Even if you go to a rental car company and rent an Audi A3L, it's less than 200 yuan a day. But on the surface, you still can't show it. Mr. Xiao, don't wait until tomorrow. I'll take this trailer back today and help you tow the car over. Zhou Qiang hurriedly said with a smile. Well, then I'll trouble you. Xiao Ran then said to his family. Okay, we're done talking. Let's get out of here. Xiao Ran had no time to continue to stay here and watch these people fight each other. Well, let's go. Xiao Yuanshan also replied. Then Feng Xiulian held Xiao Yan on her body. The few people left. Xiao Xinguo was most likely finished this time, but Xiao Ran didn't care. After returning home, Xiao Ran was thinking of taking advantage of the few days at home during the new year to get things done. A few hours later, Zhou Qiang towed Xiao Ran's Audi A3L over with Taiyang's tow truck. Xiao Ran's Range Rover, however, was still parked in front of Xiao Xingguo's house, blocking Jin Sanpao's car. Jin Sanpao walked for a few hours in the night to Puxi town, and then took a taxi back to the city. The next day, Jin Sanpao originally wanted to get a crane to help lift the car. However, since Xiao Ran had revealed his true identity yesterday, every move Jin Sanpao made was being watched by Xiao Xinguo and the others. Not to mention Xiao Ran's Cullinan blocking Jin Sanpao's second-hand Mercedes-Benz. Even the crane Jin Sanpao had called was blocked at the entrance to the village and unable to enter. As a result, the crane had to return empty-handed. Yesterday's bosses, Xiao Xinguo and Lu Tao, went to the Yunyang Commercial Bank in the city early in the morning to check Jin Sanpao's asset status. And the results of the inquiry were indeed exactly the same as Xiao Ran said. Naturally, they would not allow Jin Sanpao's crane to enter. It's surprising that Jin Sanpao's company's project is almost finished, and Jin Sanpao has hidden it from them for so long. Naturally, they cannot let Jin Sanpao drive the car out of the village. Although this used Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan could only sell for 300,000 to 400,000 yuan if sold again, it was only a drop in the bucket compared to the 3.5 million yuan owed to Xiao Xinguo for the construction project. But it was better than nothing. As for Xiao Ran, today he planned to go to the city to buy some New Year's goods for the family. The New Year was just 2 days away, and Xiao Ran was very dissatisfied with the little bit of New Year's goods that Xiao Yuanshan had bought. Xiao Yuanshan bought the New Year goods before Xiao Ran returned home, basically picking up what was left over and buying the cheap stuff. Naturally, Xiao Ran had to do some re-shopping. You should really enjoy the new year. As Xiao Ran drove past Puxi town in Zhou Chang's Audi A3L, Xiao Ran's gaze seemed to catch something. Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited? This company is the biggest in Puxi town. Xiao Ran had heard of this company since he was a child. What attracted Xiao Ran wasn't this biggest company in Puxi town. Rather, it was the detailed information about Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited that he had seen with his supernormal ability. Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited is currently worth 200 million yuan. 200 million? Xiao Ran rubbed his eyes to make sure he hadn't read it wrong. He knew this company, as it had once been the largest collective enterprise in Puxi town. It had supported many people in the town. In those days, many people were proud to be able to work at Puxi Mineral Development Company, Ltd. However, after the reforms, Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited was acquired by a private owner. In the end, many people were laid off. I only heard that Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited was transferred to a private owner and is not doing well. Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited is mainly engaged in iron ore mining and smelting. Puxi town is located in a mountainous area and is very rich in iron ore resources. Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited owns a mine within the territory of Puxi town. However, with the price of iron ore declining over the years, the operation of Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited has also been in a difficult situation. Whether it was once part of collective assets or is now private property, Puxi Development Company, Limited will never be worth more than 30 million yuan in Xiao Ran's impression. Not to mention that the price of iron ore has hit a 10-year low. How could it still be worth 200 million yuan? Xiao Ran looked at the dilapidated factory building of Puxi Mineral Development Company, Ltd. and planned to go in and have a look. Xiao Ran quickly drove into the dilapidated factory building. Since the beginning of this year, the operations of Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited have been at a standstill. Production has also been disrupted. The owner who once contracted Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited is also a native of Puxi town. He made money doing business in Zhejiang province in the past, and later wanted to shift the focus of his business back to his hometown, so he returned to Yunyang City and spent 20 million to buy this largest collective enterprise in Puxi town. Now he is preparing to transfer the company at a low price. So last year he laid off all the workers and sent them back. Only the security guard who watches the door is left. But the security guard doesn't really care about who comes and goes. The door is still open. The company is already a shell. It has even become a good place for the townspeople to take a walk and dance in the square after dinner. So Xiao Ran's car has no obstacles when driving in. Xiao Ran parked the car and wandered around the company. When he arrived at the office building of Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited, Xiao Ran could clearly see that this company office building with only 3 floors had also been deserted. He saw a piece of red paper posted on the bulletin board in front of the office building. The company is for sale, price 15 million, interested parties please contact Mr. Lu Shuizhou. Only 15 million? Xiao Ran felt like there was a good investment opportunity again. He used his insight to see that the company was worth 200 million, so he couldn't be wrong. But now the company is only being sold for 15 million, which makes Xiao Ran very tempted. He also wants to find out what the company's secret is, so that it can be worth 200 million. If it really is worth 200 million, then this Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited will not be the #1 township enterprise in Puxi town, but it will be able to rank among the best in the entire Yunyang city. Xiao Ran thought to himself. He saw the contact number on the public notice board. Xiao Ran took a photo of it with his mobile phone. He called the number in the photo on his phone. Hello, are you boss Lu Shuizhou? Xiao Ran asked politely. Chapter 55 Lu Shuizhou. It was almost the new year, and Lu Shuizhou was also very surprised to receive Xiao Ran's call. Excuse me, who is this? Hello, my name is Xiao Ran. I am also from Puxi town, and I am calling to inquire about the transfer of your company. Xiao Ran said. Transfer of the company? Lu Shuizhou remembered that he had posted an ad for the transfer on the bulletin board at the entrance of the company and downstairs in the office building. Lu Shuizhou was not forced to auction off the company due to debt problems. Rather, although the company is currently profitable, it is basically breaking even, and if the price of iron ore continues to fall, it is likely to turn a loss. So Lu Shuizhou, the owner who has worked hard in Zhejiang for many years, chose to stop the loss in time. The company, which was once sold for 20 million, was sold for 15 million. In addition, Lu Shuizhou also has a real estate project in Yunyang City. However, this real estate project is much larger than the one developed by Jin Sanpao. And unlike Jin Sanpao's project, it is not at risk of being left unfinished. Because of that real estate project, Lu Shuizhou is also eager to transfer Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited and return the funds. Lu Shuizhou also posted information online, but with little effect. Unexpectedly, someone came looking for him today based on the ad he posted on the company's website. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I know you are interested in buying my company, but I still want to make sure you are not joking. Lu Shuizhou said that he was afraid that this was a prank by some random person who saw the ad and thought it was funny. After all, a transaction of 15 million yuan is not a small sum. If it were in a big city, he would not have felt anything. But this is just a small city like Yunyang, and the other party is from Puxi town. There are only 2 or 3 people in Puxi town who have the strength to buy the company from him. And he knows them all, and these people are not at all interested in the company he wants to transfer. Xiao Ran heard the meaning in Lu Shuizhou's words and said, I know you have doubts, Boss Lu. My name is Xiao Ran, and I'm from Hehua village. I've been doing business in Xiaocheng before. Didn't a Kuriana appear in the town a few days ago? That's my car. Also, Boss Lu can also call Jin Sanpao. See if what I said is true or not. Xiao Ran said. Jin Sanpao is also one of the bosses of real estate development in Yunyang. There aren't many people in the whole of Yunyang who are in the real estate business. Lu Shuizhou naturally knew Jin Sanpao. Hearing Xiao Ran mention Jin Sanpao's name meant that Xiao Ran's words were somewhat believable. Plus, he had heard the other day that a Cullinan had come to town. Even he didn't own a car like the Cullinan, and he wouldn't be willing to buy one. It's not that he can't afford it, but buying a Cullinan to drive would be a pain for him. Mr. Xiao, I believe you. Lu Shuizhou no longer had any doubts. He was also eager to transfer the company, as the real estate project was waiting for capital turnover. Mr. Xiao, my home is not far behind Puxi Mineral Development Company, Ltd. You can come to my home to discuss in detail. Lu Shuizhou said. I'll come over right away. Xiao Ran said as soon as he heard that Lu Shuizhou's home was not far from the company. Then the two men mutually increased their prestige, relying on the positioning sent by Lu Shuizhou. Xiao Ran quickly found Lu Shuizhou's home. Because it was the new year, Lu Shuizhou had also returned to his hometown in the town. Otherwise, as usual, Lu Shuizhou lived in the city. Lu Shuizhou also had a villa in the city. Xiao Ran arrived downstairs at Lu Shuizhou's house. He saw that Lu Shuizhou's house was a 5-story Western-style building covering an area of 500 square meters. The courtyard also covered 500 square meters. In total, it covered an area of 1,000 square meters. The courtyard was planted with some flowers and plants, and there was also an artificial fish pond. It seems that Lu Shuizhou is also a person who knows how to enjoy life. Before Xiao Ran arrived, Lu Shuizhou was already waiting at the door. Lu Shuizhou was followed by 2 bodyguards. However, when he saw Xiao Ran driving Zhou Chang's Audi A3L over, Lu Shuizhou became a little hesitant and uncertain. Soon, Xiao Ran got out of the car and walked up to Lu Shuizhou. Looking at Lu Shuizhou's home and the 2 black-clad men behind him, Xiao Ran thought to himself, this is the real rich boss of Yunyang City. Xiao Ran had heard before that Lu Shuizhou was the richest man in Puxi Town, and in terms of financial resources, he could also rank among the top 10 in Yunyang City. Xiao Ran used his superpower to look at Lu Shuizhou. Lu Shuizhou, the owner of Yunzhou Real Estate Development Company, Limited and Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited, is currently worth 1.5 billion yuan. A net worth of 150 million? Xiao Ran saw. Even if this asset is placed in Xiaocheng, he cannot be said to have infiltrated the top echelons of society, but he is still considered a wealthy man. He is worthy of being an entrepreneur who has worked hard in Zhejiang province for many years. But if he knew that the value of Puxi Mineral Development Company, Limited, which he wanted to sell for 15 million, was 200 million, I wonder how he would feel. Xiao Ran looked at the 2 bodyguards behind him again. Zhao San, Lu Shuizhou's personal bodyguard, is currently worth 1 million, with a hidden value of 500,000. Wang Feng, Lu Shuizhou's personal bodyguard, is currently worth 1 million yuan and has a hidden value of 500,000 yuan. Xiao Ran now knows that the current value is his current net worth, and the hidden value is the annual income worth each year. In fact, these 2 bodyguards were also hired by Lu Shuizhou for an annual salary of 300,000 yuan. Although the hidden value of the retired soldiers that Xiao Ran previously recruited for Jin Dun Bodyguard Company with his superpowers is higher. But Lu Shuizhou's money was not spent in vain. Seeing Xiao Ran walking over, Lu Shuizhou hesitated a little. You are? Mr. Xiao? Lu Shuizhou said. Didn't you come in a Cullinan? Why is it an Audi A3L? Lu Shuizhou said. The Cullinan, I used it to block Jean Sanpeio's car. So Jean Sanpeio's broken second-hand Benz is still blocked in our village? Xiao Ran didn't hide it either and said directly. Ha, so it was you. I never thought that fat Jean would come to this. Lu Shuizhou was originally a little hesitant, but when he heard Xiao Ran's words, he suddenly felt happy. He had heard about it before. Yesterday, Jean Sanpao went to a village in Puxi Town to attend a wedding banquet, and almost didn't come back. Lu Shuizhou looked down on Jean Sanpao. Jean Sanpao was good at getting something for nothing. His current real estate projects were all one ring leading to another. He doesn't actually have any money, which is why his projects always end up in ruins. Unlike entrepreneurs like Lu Shuizhou, who have been engaged in industry in Zhejiang province for many years and used the money they have saved to start businesses in their hometowns. After a brief chat, Lu Shuizhou invited Xiao Ran into the house. He wasn't afraid of Xiao Ran making fun of him either. If Xiao Ran just came over to tease him for fun, he promised that Xiao Ran would never be able to leave his house. Chapter 56, Complete the Formalities. He just didn't know that with Xiao Ran's current skills, these 2 bodyguards really couldn't hold him back if they really got into a fight. It would be more like if it was a retired soldier like Li Tai, who had a hidden value of 5 million. Soon Lu Shuizhou invited Xiao Ran to his home. Lu Shuizhou gave Xiao Ran a general introduction to the company's situation. At present, the company has nothing of value left except the factory building, which has become a shell, and a mine in Puxi Town in the company's name. Mr. Xiao, that's the general situation. Is there anything else you need to know? Lu Shuizhou asked. No need to know anymore, Boss Lu, just go ahead with the price you posted earlier. 15 million, I'll buy it right now. The Chinese New Year is the day after tomorrow, and the Equity Exchange Center is open for one more day tomorrow, so let's go and get the paperwork done tomorrow. Xiao Ran said without the slightest hesitation. Ha! Lu Shuizhou didn't expect Xiao Ran to want it so urgently. The point is that Xiao Ran hasn't even negotiated the price yet. After all, this is a 15 million deal, not something like selling vegetables at the entrance to the food market. Mr. Xiao, are you sure? Lu Shuizhou confirmed with Xiao Ran. Boss Lu, I'm sure. However, I have one request. What is it? Lu Shuizhou asked. I won't bargain with you over the price, and I will pay you a deposit of 200,000 yuan today. The remaining 14.8 million yuan will be transferred to your account in full tomorrow after the transaction is completed. However, after the deal is done, Boss Lu, you must not go back on your word. Xiao Ran said that his biggest worry was that after he took over the company, he would discover its true value. Lu Shuizhou in front of him would go back on his word and cause trouble at the company. So Xiao Ran made it clear to him in advance. Mr. Xiao, don't worry. I, Lu, have been in business for so many years, and I understand the rules of doing business. Lu Shuizhou said. Mr. Lu, are you really not afraid of losing money in this business? Or maybe you will dig up some treasure in your mine. And although this company no longer produces any positive benefits, it doesn't seem like you lack money. Xiao Ran said. In business, things also depend on fate. Mr. Xiao, you are also a wealthy man now. You and I both know that the wealth we have today is not a result of how hard we have worked. The decisive factor is luck. We have been lucky. If you make a fortune through this transaction, it is also your good fortune. Lu Shuizhou said. Although I have a lot of assets, I don't have much liquid capital. You know the real estate industry. I should thank you for buying my company this time. I have no regrets about selling the company to you. Lu Shuizhou said. Boss Lu is really a man of his word. Xiao Ran heard Lu Shuizhou's words and also let out a sigh of relief. Then it's settled. Xiao Ran said, and extended his hand towards Lu Shuizhou. Lu Shuizhou also smiled and shook hands with Xiao Ran. Afterwards, Xiao Ran set off and left Lu Shuizhou's home. Afterwards, Xiao Ran went to the city and bought all the New Year's goods that he needed. The next day, Xiao Ran accompanied Lu Shuizhou to handle the equity transfer. The final payment of 14.8 million yuan was transferred to Lu Shuizhou's account. Both were very happy to have gotten what they wanted. Well, Mr. Lu, you are in real estate development. I am planning to buy a house as well. Do you have any recommendations? After the procedures were completed, Xiao Ran did not rush to say goodbye to Lu Shuizhou. You want to sell a house? Lu Shuizhou was a little surprised. Well, it would be best if I could just move in and start living there. Xiao Ran said. Move in and start living there? Our company has just the thing. Fully furnished, with all the appliances and furniture. It's a ready-built house, so you can move in right away. I'm not sure which kind of house you want. A villa, a duplex, or a large flat? Lu Shuizhou said. Really? Xiao Ran said happily when he heard Lu Shuizhou's words. He wanted to finalize the house before the Chinese New Year. After all, it would not be good for a large family to spend the New Year in a humble home. Mr. Xiao, I also have some things to take care of at home. I'll give my sales manager a call. I'll have him take care of you. Choose whatever house you like. I'll give you a 20% discount. Lu Shuizhou said cheerfully. After all, Xiao Ran looked like a wealthy man, and naturally he would buy an expensive house. He had just lent him 15 million yuan. Now he wanted to buy a house and return a sum of money to him. Lu Shuizhou also readily agreed to give Xiao Ran a discount. Thank you, Boss Lu. Xiao Ran said gratefully. He then bid Lu Shuizhou farewell and drove directly to the sales office according to the address Lu Shuizhou had given him. Soon, Xiao Ran arrived at the sales office of Yunyang International, a property developed by Yunzhou Company. The Yunyang International community is located in the most prosperous area of Yunyang City. It is a high-end community that integrates shopping malls, apartments, and residences. In front of the Yunyang International community is Yunyang International Plaza, which is also the largest commercial complex in Yunyang City. With a net asset value of 80 million yuan, he dared to take on such a large project. Xiao Ran looked at the community in front of him and thought to himself. Such a large project would require at least 400 million yuan, so it's no wonder that Lu Shuizhou is so short on liquid funds. Xiao Ran said. Although it was not the opening period, it was the Chinese New Year. The sales department of Yunyang International Community still had some customers coming to look at the properties. Xiao Ran stayed in the same place for 2 or 3 minutes, but did not see the sales manager Lu Shuizhou mentioned come to serve them. So he walked straight into the sales department. As soon as he entered the sales department, a sales lady came up to him and greeted him. Hello, sir. May I ask, are you here to buy a house? Our property is currently on sale, 98% off. Let me show you what kind of house you want to buy. The saleswoman who came to receive Xiao Ran looked in her 20s. She was wearing a suit on top and a suit skirt and black stockings on bottom, and she was wearing a pair of high heels. When you look closely, she is also very beautiful, although not as stunning as Han Keqin. But at least she is several grades higher than Lu Ying. Xiao Ran thought that no one Lu Shuizhou had notified had come to receive him. Then he would just take a casual look and call Lu Shuizhou to ask for a discount after he had chosen one. Well, I want to buy a villa. I want the kind of ready-built house that is finely decorated and comes with appliances and furniture throughout the house. Xiao Ran said. One that can be moved into immediately. Xiao Ran added. Chapter 57 Buying a House. And a villa? Ready to move in? The saleswoman was also taken aback when she heard Xiao Ran's request. Yunyang International Community did have villas for sale, and all of them were fully furnished and came with free furniture and appliances. However, they were all very large, each villa having 3.5 floors and a property area of 600 square meters. The price was 20,000 yuan per square meter, so buying one would cost 12 million yuan. But the saleswoman quickly calmed down. Still, she patiently ushered Xiao Ran in. What's with the pretense? It's only a villa. Xiao Yu, you don't really think this person can afford a villa, do you? He's just another pretentious jerk who's here to flirt with you and see if he can take advantage of you. There are always a few of these people every day, and you entertain everyone. No wonder you haven't made a sale this month. Who are these people you entertain? And villas? If he can afford a villa, I can buy a palace. At this time, a saleswoman with heavy makeup sneered from the side. For salespeople like them, the customers haven't even entered yet. Their gazes are already surveying. For someone like Xiao Ran, who drives an A-class car like an Audi A3L, they have already ranked him in their minds before he even enters the door. Someone like Xiao Ran is also a potential customer, but he came in and directly asked to buy a villa. The other salespeople immediately ranked Xiao Ran as the lowest priority. If Xiao Ran had just come to buy a flat, they would have found it reasonable. But a villa? They knew that he was just teasing them. Sigh, Xiaoli, don't say anymore. It's their business who they entertain, and she's not just getting her basic salary for the month. If she doesn't make a sale this month, I'm afraid she'll be fired by the manager next month. Tell me, how are things going with that Mr. Wang who wanted to show you a property last time? That Mr. Wang took you out for the whole night last time. Have you established a relationship yet? At this time, another saleswoman said to the saleswoman called Shili who spoke first. Not yet, but it's coming soon. The saleswoman called Xiaoli said shyly. The other saleswomen cast envious glances. These saleswomen are very good at reading people's expressions, and of course they are also first-rate at sucking up to the powerful and wealthy. After all, Yunyang International Community is one of the most high-end properties in Yunyang City. The clients they receive are all some of the bosses in Yunyang City. Of course, Lu Shuizhou only hires saleswomen who are very attractive. Those saleswomen who are less capable can easily sell a flat by spending a night out with the boss. Those with more ability simply climb up the social ladder and marry some young boss or rich kid, and from then on, they are set for life. Boss Wang, you're here? Suddenly, behind Xiao Ran, a middle-aged fat man with a bloated figure, a handbag in his hand, and a suit that obviously didn't fit him, walked in. As soon as Xiaoli saw Boss Wang coming, she hurriedly went up to greet him. This Boss Wang is in the catering business and has a hot pot restaurant in Yunyang, so he has a bit of money. When he came to look at the house some time ago, he asked Xiaoli out for a night on the town. The reason why Xiaoli was so attentive was not because this Boss Wang planned to buy a house from her. Instead, while in bed, Xiaoli learned that this Boss Wang had been divorced from his ex-wife for many years. So she had the idea of finding a long-term meal ticket. Seeing Xiaoli coming up to meet him, Boss Wang was also very rude and pinched Xiaoli's butt. It made Xiaoli giggle. But soon, Mr. Wang's gaze wandered around again, and finally settled on Xiaoye. However, he saw that Xiaoye was serving a young man at the moment, and her expression was very displeased. The purpose of his visit this time was actually not to buy a house, but to see if he could find another salesperson to have fun with under the pretext of buying a house. I plan to take another look at that 200 square meter large flat this time, but you didn't serve me very well. I want to change salespeople. When he said this, Boss Wang deliberately raised his voice and set it towards Xiaoye. When Xiaoli heard this, her face changed. Several other female salespeople then hurried over like flies. Boss Wang, I still have a 200 square meter apartment in stock, on the 8th floor. Boss Wang, I can get you a little more of a discount. Boss Wang, buy it from me, and I can talk to you in detail in the evening and give you a good introduction. Xiaoya didn't notice any of this, and she was also very embarrassed when she heard the mocking voices of her colleagues. It was because she repeatedly refused the hidden rules of the rich young bosses that her performance was at the bottom of the company. And often, she spent most of the time serving customers, only to find out in the end that the customers were just there to show off and have fun. This made Xiaoya increasingly disheartened. Obviously, the man in front of her was very much like this kind of customer. But Xiaoya still forcibly suppressed those thoughts in her heart and enthusiastically introduced Xiaoran. The villas in the Yunyang community each have 3.5 floors, a property area of 600 square meters, a bonus 200 square meter yard, and a garage. Xiaoran was very satisfied with the villas here, and the most important thing was that they were ready to move in. If you buy it today, then you can spend New Year's Eve in the new house tomorrow. Go and get your manager to come. Xiaoran said. Ha? Manager? Xiaoyu had already resigned herself to her fate, thinking that the young man in front of her was just having some fun. But now he wanted her to call the manager over. Not only was he having fun at her expense, he was also having fun at the expense of the manager. Wouldn't the manager scold her to death? Is your manager not here? Xiaoran said with a smile. This. Xiaoyu still hesitated a little. If you don't have the money, don't pretend to be someone you're not, and don't even pretend to be the manager. At this time, the boss Wang heard Xiaoran's words and said with a mocking expression on his face. Xiaoyu, come see me. I'm planning to buy a 200 square meter apartment. It'll help boost your sales. The middle-aged fat man called Boss Wang said with a lecherous look. While saying this, he also used his gaze to survey Xiaoyu's attractive figure. Sure enough, he's here for fun. Men are all bad. Xiaoli thought uncomfortably, having just been dumped by Boss Wang. At this time, a man in a suit saw the abnormality here and hurriedly walked in through the door. This man was the sales manager of Yunyang International Community. After receiving Lu Xuezhou's call, he learned that there was a big client of the boss to be received. So he waited at the door early. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't see anyone. In fact, he didn't know that Xiaoran had arrived long ago. Because Xiaoran came here in an Audi A3L, naturally he ignored Xiaoran. Hello, sir, I am the manager. May I ask what you need? The sales manager frowned. He had noticed this person before. From what Xiaoli and the others had said, it seemed that this person had come to make fun of them. I'm Xiaoran. Lu Xuezhou told me to come. Xiaoran said directly. You're the boss's guest? The sales manager was shocked. He didn't expect the person he had been waiting for so long to have already entered. Now that the boss knows, he'll scold me to death. The sales manager thought to himself, this is not good. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, it's our bad hospitality. Then he gave Xiaoli and the others a fierce glare. The saleswoman Xiaoli was also stunned when the sales manager glared at her. This man is the boss's VIP? No wonder the manager was waiting outside for so long just now. So he really is going to buy a villa? Chapter 58, Get him out of here. Manager Wu, you have to take a good look at the man in front of you. Don't be fooled. In this day and age, there are a lot of idiots with nothing better to do. The owner Wang, who was standing nearby, pretended to kindly remind him. He didn't know that Lu Xuezhou had already passed on the message to Manager Wu, the sales manager of the Yunyang International Community. He didn't think Xiaoran could afford such a villa. Of the 20 villas developed in the entire Yunyang International Community, not many have been sold. Because Yunyang City is a small city, there are still too few rich people. Basically, the only people who can spend 12 million yuan on such a villa are the bigwigs in Yunyang City who can be named. He has never known of such a wealthy person in Yunyang, and one who comes to buy a house in an Audi A3L. Manager Wu heard what Boss Wang said, and his expression also turned cold. His face turned extremely gloomy. He hadn't failed to hear how Boss Wang had mocked Xiaoran. Manager Wu was thinking that he had just been negligent and had slighted Xiaoran. He was already very worried and was afraid of Lu Xuezhou's reprimand. As soon as he heard this taunt from Boss Wang, he couldn't stay calm. Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? If Xiaoran were to be lost, the boss would not be nice to him. Originally, Yunyang International Community is currently having some difficulty getting the money back. And the villas are not selling very well. If one can be sold smoothly, it will immediately get back more than 10 million yuan. The elevator room in Yunyang International Community is priced at 5,000 yuan per square meter. If one villa can be sold smoothly, it is equivalent to more than 20 sets of 100 square meter elevator rooms. This boss Wang is just the owner of a hot pot restaurant in the Yunyang International Plaza shopping mall. Although he also has a bit of money, he is no match for Xiaoran, who can buy a villa in the Yunyang International Community. What's more, this boss Wang came to look at the house some time ago, but ended up not buying a set. He even took the beautiful saleswoman from the store out for a date and slept with her. It's understandable that these young and beautiful saleswomen are inexperienced, but how can manager Wu not understand? The boss Wang in front of him is the kind of scum who doesn't buy a house and comes over to show off and pick up girls. For this kind of person, if it weren't for professional ethics, he would have had someone throw him out a long time ago. Who are you calling a moron, boss Wang? Before Xiaoran could say anything, manager Wu said coldly. Ha! Boss Wang, who was putting his hand on the shoulder of a saleswoman, was also taken aback by manager Wu's reaction. Before long, before boss Wang could come to his senses, manager Wu pointed at boss Wang, who was still in shock, and said to the security guards at the door, "Get this person out of here." Subsequently, I saw the security guards at the door come directly over. Seeing that the security guards were about to take action, boss Wang also panicked. The female salespeople who had previously ingratiated themselves with boss Wang also fled in fear. "Manager Wu, what are you doing? I came here to buy a house, and this is how you treat your customers?" Boss Wang yelled. "None of you touch me." "Come on, boss Wang, don't pretend anymore. If you really wanted to buy a house, you would have already done so. It's 200 square meters, and that's how your hot pot restaurant is doing business. Can you even afford to buy a house? You think I don't know that you're just using the excuse of house hunting to harass these female employees of our company?" Manager Wu mocked, and he had long wanted to throw these words at this boss Wang. "How about this, Xiaoli, go get the POS machine. Our Yunyang International 200 square meter house is priced at 1 million, with a down payment of 300,000. If you can come up with the 300,000 down payment, I'll apologize to you." Manager Wu laughed. Hearing this, the originally very stubborn boss Wang instantly deflated. His hot pot restaurant was indeed not doing well, and he only had 30,000 yuan on his card. "Okay, boss Wang, don't act. If you go out on your own, it will save me from having to arrange for someone to evict you." Manager Wu then still hinted for the security guard to do it. "Manager Wu, how dare you? Do you believe I will complain to your boss about you? Complain to our boss about me?" Manager Wu's face showed a mocking expression when he heard this. "Mr. Xiao is our boss's guest, and just for the things you just said, you can complain all you want. Just watch, and see how our boss will react. However, boss Wang, I also want to remind you that the hot pot restaurant you rent is in our Yunyang International Plaza. If you keep complaining, the rent for next month may increase quite a bit. That shop is in a good location, but unfortunately the taste of your hot pot restaurant is not very good. It is better to let other businesses that can attract more people come in, rather than occupying the shop without doing anything." Manager Wu said with a smile. Hearing Manager Wu's words, boss Wang was too scared to say a word. From Manager Wu's attitude, it was possible that Xiaoran was indeed Lu Shuizhou's VIP guest. What's more, he had just made a sarcastic comment about Xiaoran, and if that got back to Lu Shuizhou's ears, the hot pot restaurant he ran would be in an even more difficult situation. At that moment, boss Wang was so scared that he didn't dare to even let out a fart. Soon, the plump boss Wang was escorted away by a few security guards. The remaining female salespersons were all shocked. It was only now that they realized that Xiaoran was the real VIP. At this moment, they were all filled with remorse. And the one who was most remorseful was Xiaoli, who had been taken advantage of by boss Wang when he borrowed money to buy a house. "Mr. Xiao, look." After getting rid of boss Wang, manager Wu respectfully stood in front of Xiaoran. "Your boss should have told you as well. Just now, this young lady also gave me a detailed introduction to the house. There's no need to introduce anything to me, just swipe your card. But this order will be credited to this young lady." Xiaoran pointed at Xiaoye and said to manager Wu, "Of course there is no problem with that." Manager Wu let out a sigh of relief and then came over to Xiaoye, patting her on the shoulder. Xiaoye, well done. Ha? It's on me? I can't believe it. The saleswoman called Xiaoye also looked incredulous. This was the first time she had encountered such a customer, one who didn't need to be subtly influenced and was so willing to pay. Subsequently, the other saleswomen also looked at Xiaoye with envy. For this single transaction alone, Xiaoye's commission could be as high as 100,000. This is a huge sum of money for Xiaoye. The 12 million villa, according to the previous 20% discount given by Lu Shuizhou. Soon, Xiaoran transferred 9.6 million. A real estate sales contract was signed. Mr. Xiao, the procedures have been completed for you, and the property ownership certificate will be directly transferred to you when we have completed it. This is a villa with fully furnished furniture throughout the house, and you can move in at any time. Manager Wu respectfully said to Xiaoran. Chapter 59, Moving into the new house. After Xiaoran bought the house, he went straight home and told Xiao Yuanshan and the others about the purchase. What? Son, you actually bought a house? Xiao Yuanshan said in surprise. Well, I bought it at Yunyang International Plaza, 600 square meters, a hardcover villa with complimentary appliances and furniture throughout the house. Xiaoran said. 600 square meters? That big? How much is it per square meter? It's not expensive. The owner of the Yunyang International Community gave me a discount. It's 9.6 million in total, which works out to about 15,000 yuan per square meter. Upon hearing that it cost 9.6 million, Xiao Yuanshan took a deep breath. Son, you weren't ripped off, were you? When did property prices in Yunyang City become so expensive? I heard that Lu Matzi from the village bought a flat in the city a while ago for only 4,500 yuan per square meter. Dad, it's not expensive. This is a villa, and it comes fully furnished, unlike those elevator apartments. Xiaoran heard Xiao Yuanshan's words and explained with a bit of a mixture of laughter and tears. His father only knew that houses in the city were roughly 40,000 to 50,000 yuan per square meter, but he didn't know that there were also different grades of houses in the city. Can the price of a villa with a garden be the same as an elevator apartment? Let's move there early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow we'll celebrate the new year in our new house. Xiaoran said. So, what about all our things? Sai, take what you can, and leave the rest here for now. After all, the new house has everything we need. After hearing Xiaoran's words, Xiao Yuanshan didn't say anything else. The next day, Xiaoran drove the family to the Yunyang International Community. When they saw their new house, both Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Xiulian took a deep breath. Looking at the 200 square meter yard. Dad, Mom. After moving here, don't mess around. If you want to find something to do, you can plant flowers, raise fish, and grow vegetables in this yard. Xiaoran said with a smile. Hearing that they could grow vegetables, Feng Xiulian's eyes revealed a gleam of excitement, and she felt very satisfied. Back in the village, their family didn't have any land to grow vegetables. It seemed that Feng Xiulian was very interested in growing vegetables. Xiao Yuanshan, on the other hand, was very satisfied with the small pond in the courtyard. After all, the small pond could be used to keep fish. Subsequently, the several people entered the interior of the villa. This villa is 600 square meters and has a total of 5 rooms. There is a wine cellar in the basement. The first floor is the living room, dining room, kitchen, and maid's room. The second floor has 2 suites and a guest room. The third floor is the master bedroom suite. The half level of the fourth floor is the rooftop and a small bar room. All 5 rooms have their own bathrooms. The maid's room and the guest room are both 30 square meters. The master suite is 100 square meters. The 2 suites on the second floor are 80 square meters. Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Xiulian chose an ensuite on the second floor. Xiao Yan also chose an ensuite on the second floor. As for the largest suite on the third floor, it was reserved for Xiaoran and Han Keqin. At the moment, both Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Xiulian and Xiao Yan were amazed by the interior of the villa. An ordinary suite here was already larger than the entire earthen house in their village. Soon, the few people simply decorated the house a bit. Feng Xiulian then went to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner for the New Year's Eve. In the evening, Xiao Yan and her parents sat in the large living room watching the large TV that almost took up the entire wall. It had to be said that although all the furniture and appliances were gifts, Lu Shuizhou had still gone all out. The included decorations and furniture and appliances in each villa were all from major brands. The large 200-inch TV alone cost more than 100,000 yuan. It is estimated that the entire house's complementary appliances and furniture have cost nearly 1,000,000 yuan. Xiao Yuanshan and the others were very comfortable lying on the large sofa. Xiao Yan had never watched TV many times before, because the Xiao family had never had a TV before. What was being broadcast on TV was the Spring Festival Gala, which was not as good as it used to be. But Xiao Yan was fascinated as soon as she watched it. So much so that when Xiao Ran and Han Keqin wanted to take Xiao Yan out for a stroll, Xiao Yan did not agree. So Xiao Ran took Han Keqin with him and the two of them went out to the mall. The largest mall in Yunyang City is Yunyang International Plaza, which is built at the entrance to Yunyang International Community. So Xiao Ran and the others just strolled around the mall after dinner. Since it was New Year's Eve, the mall was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and there were activities going on everywhere, making it very lively. Keqin, let's go visit your parents' side in a few days, Xiao Ran said. Well, Han Keqin heard that Xiao Ran had not forgotten to follow him back to his hometown, and happily agreed. Han Keqin's hometown is in Jianglin City, the city where Jianglin University, her and Xiao Ran's alma mater, is located. Jianglin City is also an ordinary prefecture-level city in Xizang Province, not far from Yunyang City, and can be reached in just over an hour by car. However, the economy of Jianglin City is somewhat better than that of Yunyang City. At least Jianglin City has an undergraduate institution like Jianglin University. Yunyang City, on the other hand, does not have a single undergraduate institution. Xiao Ran? Han Keqin? Xiao Ran and Han Keqin were walking in the mall. Suddenly, they heard someone shouting their names behind them. So they turned around with confusion. It really is you guys. At this time, a gentle-looking man with glasses behind them caught up. You are? Han Keqin looked at the gentle-looking man in front of her with confusion. You've only just graduated, and you don't recognize me? I'm Du Lei, a classmate from university. Well, I'm sorry, I can't seem to remember. Han Keqin said a little awkwardly. It's normal that you can't remember. You're such a beautiful girl, and you're the focus of all the boys at school. Xiao Ran, you haven't forgotten me too, have you? Of course I remember Du Lei, Xiao Ran said with a smile. When they were at university, they both studied finance. Du Lei and Xiao Ran were in the first year of the finance course, while Han Keqin was in the second year. Although they were in different classes, most of the courses were taught together. So they were considered to be in the same class. There were only 100 students in the two classes combined, so the two finance classes always did things together. The students in the two classes also knew each other. Although Xiao Ran recognized Du Lei, he didn't have much interaction with him. After all, Xiao Ran's family was not well off and he didn't interact with many people at school. However, Du Lei was greatly shocked. In particular, he saw that Han Keqin and Xiao Ran had actually walked together. These two people, who were obviously impossible and not very compatible, had actually come together. After all, Xiao Ran's family was so poor and he was introverted. As for Han Keqin, her external conditions were there for all to see. The boys at university who pursued Han Keqin could be lined up all the way from the southern part of the school to the northern part of the school. Among them were not a few second-generation rich kids and handsome guys. Chapter 60, Breaking News. Because Jianglin University is a regular undergraduate program, it mainly enrolls students from within the province. Jianglin University is not well known outside the province, so students from other provinces are generally not willing to apply to Jianglin University. So whether it's Xiao Ran's first-year finance class or Han Keqin's second-year finance class, 90% of the students are from within Xizang province. Many classmates may still be from the same hometown in the same city within the province. Xiao Ran and Du Lei are both from Yunyang City. Han Keqin, Du Lei is the one who didn't wear glasses. Then he went to the wrong bathroom and got beaten up, Xiao Ran reminded Han Keqin. Ha? That boy was you? Han Keqin seemed to have a vague recollection and started to think. Xiao Ran, it's all in the past, can you not mention it? Du Lei glared at Xiao Ran and said awkwardly. Xiao Ran. Han Keqin. You two aren't together, are you? Du Lei looked at the intimate way Xiao Ran and Han Keqin were acting and immediately saw what was going on. Du Lei knew that Han Keqin was from Jianglin City. She was in Yunyang City during the New Year's holiday, and on New Year's Eve she wasn't with her family. Instead, she was with Xiao Ran. Anyone with a discerning eye could see it. But Dulé still couldn't believe it, so he asked. He wanted to get a response from the two of them to confirm. Yes, what's wrong? Han Keqin said indifferently. Hearing Han Keqin's response, Dulé instantly felt like he had been struck by lightning. This Han Keqin rejected how many high-quality male classmates in college, and now she is actually with Xiao Ran. Not bad, Xiao Ran. You're ruthless, kid. You don't look good looking, and you don't show your face in class much, but as soon as you step up, you've lured the school beauty to our city of Yunyang? Dulé said with a smile. Let's not talk about us. Dulé, you're not at home with your family. What are you doing? Xiao Ran said. Well, I'm working at Yunyang Power Company now. Today is New Year's Eve, so I bought some things and just went to visit our leader's house. Now I'm free, so I'm just hanging out here. Our leader lives in the Yunyang International Community. It's a 150 square meter large apartment. Dulé said this with a hint of pride in his expression. Especially when mentioning the Yunyang Power Company, Dulé glanced at Xiao Ran and Han Keqin to see their reactions. The Yunyang Power Company is a local state-owned enterprise in Yunyang. Students like them who graduated from an ordinary university like Zhonglin University can graduate and find such a stable iron rice bowl in their hometown, which is indeed the envy of many classmates. However, Xiao Ran and Han Keqin's reactions were very flat. Dulé saw Xiao Ran and Han Keqin's flat expressions and felt a bit lost. Well, Xiao Ran, Han Keqin. I won't bother you two on a date. Dulé said and then wanted to take his leave. Well, next time we are free, let's get together again. Xiao Ran said politely. After Xiao Ran and Han Keqin had gone a long way, Dulé's expression turned cold. What's with the arrogance? I don't know what kind of tactics you used to charm Han Keqin, the big school beauty. But so what if you have a school beauty girlfriend? Isn't she still working outside? She's acting like a big shot. Dulé remembered when he had deliberately mentioned before that he worked at Yunyang Power Company. Xiao Ran's expression of indifference made him angry. Dulé also knew that when Xiao Ran graduated, his family was in a difficult situation, and his family could not arrange a job with a guaranteed income in their hometown, so he went to work on the coast. The more Dulé thought about it, the angrier he became. Dulé then quickly opened his phone. He entered the prestige group that he had set up with some classmates from the first and second classes of finance who came from good families. The name of the group was Financial Aristocrats of Zhonglin University. Xiao Ran and Han Keqin's class had also formed a group together. However, the so-called Financial Aristocrats group did not have as many people as the class group formed by the two classes. But the students in the group either had a guaranteed job in various units or had become small business owners. The original intention of their forming the group was also for the future, so that classmates could help each other and share resources. After all, Xizang province is not a big place, and they might need help from their classmates in the future. However, people like Xiao Ran were naturally not included in the group. These people looked down on poor classmates like Xiao Ran from the bottom of their hearts. Although Han Keqin had good external conditions, she didn't know about the existence of the group and therefore wasn't included. At this time, Dulé spoke in the group. Dulé, breaking news, you would never guess what I saw. Hang Xiaobo, it's Chinese New Year, what's the big deal? Dulé, you'll never guess, I ran into Xiao Ran and Han Keqin in Yunyang. Hang Xiaobo, so what if you ran into them? Hang Xiaobo, wait. Who did you say you ran into? Han Keqin? Isn't she from Zhonglin? What's she doing in Yunyang during Chinese New Year? Hang Xiaobo, Han Keqin went to your hometown of Yunyang to visit relatives? That doesn't make sense, you don't visit relatives on New Year's Eve. Dulé, Hang Xiaobo, you're so nosy, can you stop interrupting me? Dulé, I saw that Han Keqin was with Xiao Ran. Isn't that exciting? Hang Xiaobo, holy shit, are you serious? With that loser Xiao Ran? He's not even good enough to date Han Keqin. Hang Xiaobo, that's a girl even Wang Shui couldn't get. Hang Xiaobo at all members, something big has happened to our brothers. Jiang Jian, Hang Xiaobo, weren't you watching the Spring Festival Gala? And what are we going to do, give out red envelopes? Hang Xiaobo, I don't have any red envelopes to give out, so scroll up. Jiang Jian, holy cow, this news can't be true, it's the new year, Dulé, you can't be messing with us, just Xiao Ran? Han Keqin can look at it? Dulé, I'm lying to you, I'll get hit by a car tomorrow, okay. Subsequently, Dulé casually uploaded a photo he secretly took of the backs of Xiao Ran and Han Keqin after they had walked away. Although it was just a back view, they were able to recognize that one of the backs belonged to Han Keqin. In the photo, Han Keqin was holding Xiao Ran's hand very intimately. When they saw this photo, there was an instant silence in the group. At this time, Wang Shuai, who was in Jianglin City running a vegetable business, felt the phone vibrate frequently, so he took it out to check the group message. Wang Shuai's father ran a wholesale vegetable market in Jianglin City. He made a net profit of more than 1 million yuan a year, so Wang Shuai didn't look for a job after graduation. He took over the wholesale vegetable market from his father as soon as he graduated. After half a year of operation, the wholesale market became more prosperous, and Wang Shuai also became more mature and stable. Wang Shuai is the class monitor Wang Fatso, who used to deliver flowers to Han Keqin every day. Despite his nickname, Wang Fatso, Wang Shuai is not fat at all. Because he usually likes to exercise, Wang Shuai has developed a lot of muscle, which makes him look very strong. So when he was in college, his classmates joked that he was fat, and the nickname Wang Fatso came from this.